8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in to the kickoff hour. Brand new day together, and the Good Time Gang all settling in and ready for another day. We thank you for being with us. The number 866 We Be Big, Blazing Silverman. He's our intern today, so those phone calls will be screened. He's also getting show prep ready for another day. We'll talk to Senator Tommy Tuberville, who we call Senator Coach Tuberville. He'll be with us today. Last week, President Biden signed Senator Tuberville supporting families of the Fallen Act into law. We'll talk to him about that. Of course, inflation, the economy, the border crisis, and check in with Senator Tommy Tuberville a little bit later in the show today. Also, we had him on when the documentary was out, the 2,000 Mules They Thought Would Never Find Out They Were Wrong, from Dinesh D'Souza. He has got his hardcover book available now for purchase wherever books are sold. You can also go to his website. We'll have that in show notes today, but we'll talk to Dinesh D'Souza about his new book, 2,000 Mules, and it goes beyond just the documentary and provides even more evidence of election fraud. So we'll talk to him about that today. The Wheel of Meat could spin, and we know the Bible study's live today at noon Central. So a lot happening. Plus, don't forget, you can always go to rickandbubba.com for all the information about the show. Right now, over to my left, it's Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all? Y'all good?
Yeah, good.
Everybody fired up?
Something weird going on my computer, but yeah.
Oh,
good.
You're on that mic again still? Okay, let me go over there.
The habit of
What is there we go. Well, I don't know what that is. But
What
go
does
ahead.
matter? It looks ridiculous.
Yeah.
So it matters.
Well, yeah, it does if I don't know, because your mic's down. So anyway.
That's a quick fix.
It is, and we
Not
fixed
a big deal.
it.
Lot stuff being passed around in here.
All right.
I'm gonna go over and lick y'all's microphone.
I'm a little dejected this morning, a little bit. I
What-
thought
what
I'd
do you
fix
mean?
something yesterday, and it didn't work. And we knew that going in, but still.
Here in the studio or
No,
outside in
it's
your personal world?
It's out in my personal world.
Okay.
We have a 2004 Yamaha Bruin 350 four-wheeler that we've had since 2004, and we use it sparingly. Definitely don't use it a lot, and every year, you go through the process, and we try to store it correctly. I back it into the garage, and we have a little spot in the garage, and I keep the battery charged and all that year round, which I'm kind of proud of for that, because it used to be that stupidly I would just store it and the battery would go dead and I would have to buy a new battery all the time. And finally I realized, hey buddy, just go pick you up about a $15, $20 little battery charger and keep it plugged in and you'll be fine. And so I did. But I noticed the last couple of times I cranked it, and when I turned it off, it would still leak gas, which means that, and I don't know what I'm talking about. I've learned these terms, so I'm dangerous enough. I'm dangerous.
Mechanic now.
I'm dangerous enough, just enough to know what I'm talking about, but yet not enough to explain anything, because I've heard phrases from friends of mine. But the rubber tip on the little needle rod that sits inside the carburetor was they felt like, some of my friends, that maybe it was clogged up or broke off or something like that, and that's why it's leaking gas. It's not a ton, but if you were to park it, you would kind of come back into the garage and there might be a little wet spot where it's just kind of slowly dripping. Still cranks, runs fine, everything. It's just when you turn it off, that's your problem. So I start looking into that, because hunting season's coming, and I'm like, let me see if we can't figure this one out. Well, good friend of mine said, you know what? And he's that friend that can do anything. He's like, I can fix whatever, and everybody goes to him. So you roll it in his garage and he is set up, okay? So we're like, hey, we're going to take this thing apart. We're going to clean it out and see if there's any gunk down in there, and maybe we'll seal it up. But there's a chance that this isn't going to work, but all we do is we waste time. But if it fixes it, then you're ready to go. So we do that, and it's quite the afternoon.
Anytime you start messing with carburetor,
yeah,
it's a lot of moving parts.
Yeah, and you got to take everything apart, and then you're setting everything out, and you're going, okay,
you're hoping you can get it back like it
this
looks.
screw goes with this. And this hose goes here.
There's nothing worse when you forget.
No, and we're laying everything out in order. and all this kind of stuff.
I always
and,
take pictures as I go.
Yeah. Oh, that's
so
exactly what we did. We took pictures on what it looked like to make sure everything would go back correctly and all that. And, we did it. I couldn't believe it. It took a while, but we were able to do it. It cranked up. It actually cranked better and everything and was running. And he said, well, the true test is going to be when that puppy sits overnight. He said, again, if this sitting it, then this is a quick fix, and it's worked on past 4-wheelers that I've had to do this to. So he said, get the little drain tube or whatever, put something under it, a little cup or something overnight. And then when you wake up, see if there's any in there. If there's any in there, we know it's not fixed, and we'll have to move forward to the next step. So with anticipation, I got dressed and walked out, to the garage, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to check and see if there's any gas. And sure enough, there's a little bit of gas still in there.
Well, you couldn't believe it.
And so that was not it. And I know that there's a lot of you out there probably screaming at the radio and TV. We know the next steps. He kind of told me what it was, but this was the first and easiest. Let's just see if this works, and it didn't. So I feel a little bit like, dang it, because it was about 3 hours yesterday, and we knew that going in. Hey, look, all we lose is time if this doesn't work.
It was a good day for it too.
It was
a perfect day for that kind of thing.
Yeah. Now the carburetor cleaner, the spray and stuff we thought we had, and we had to go run and get it. Hit. We had to go do that as soon as the system hit yesterday that came through the Birmingham market where there was lots of rain. But you know what we did? We ran in the rain because we weren't going to complain. We needed rain so badly. We were like, who cares if it's raining? Let's just get wet.
I got it that much.
Really?
I don't know. I know that the stormy weather settled down before it got to us.
Right. But. Well, it wasn't like where we live, thunder and lightning and popping and scary, but it rained hard. Now, it didn't rain a lot. I mean, for long, maybe 20, 25 minutes, but when it was serious, it was raining. It was bringing down the rain, and we needed it so badly. So it was hard for us to complain. But so that was my late afternoon, early evening. Got home. Had some, greasy, dirty hands. Had to go in and wash and kind of walk around with Terry. You see these hands? I've been hard at work when really all I was doing was holding the flashlight, and every now and then I would hand him a screwdriver or something like that. But she doesn't know that. She thought I was in there trying to get things fixed. But it was a good afternoon with old Pete and
Pete.
He's a good man to try to help
old Peter.
To help me. And I said, buddy, here's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to try to be helpful, but not be in the way. Because
I bet you talked his ear off and asked him a
million
questions.
Actually, we hadn't seen each other in a long time.
Now what's that?
Just catching.
Now why are you doing that?
Yeah. It was more.
Now why are you doing that?
It was.
Are
more,
you sure?
It was more of him going, "Hey, put these screws over there and remember where they go." So I was we got to put everything in order. But it was a good day. It was a good day. Now, when his wife came home from work and he saw me and us in there with the 4-wheeler, and she thought she was just going to come home and probably have a family dinner.
Oh, yeah.
Probably eat some dinner, watch some
You were that guy.
And she came around the corner and went,
wow.
Is that when y'all hid the beer?
No. What are y'all doing? And I'm like, well, we're off in it. It started with a text message, and now here we are with 4-wheeler parts all over the garage.
God.
I'm sorry.
All for nothing.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. Fall is the tastiest time of year, and HelloFresh makes it easy to savor all the season has to offer with 35 weekly recipes and fresh ingredients delivered right to your door. Not only does HelloFresh spice up your cooking routine while saving you time with fewer trips to the store, it saves you money too. HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping or takeout. Get 65% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or Rick rickandbubba.com. Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we use Upside to earn cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. Download the free Upside app and use promo code Bubba25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first tank of gas using the promo code Bubba25. And find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. The U.S. Navy chose EnviroCleanse air purifiers to help stop COVID flus and colds from spreading on board ships and subs. Now it's cold and flu season, and EnviroCleanse mineral technology is available for your home, for you and your family. This is how you stop colds and flu from taking your family down. And it neutralizes allergies by destroying toxins, pollen, and mold. It's made right here in the USA. Just go to ekpure.com. Use the code Bubba for 10% off plus a free air quality monitor. That's ekpure.com, code Bubba. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa. And folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, we can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 15% off your order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, 23 minutes past the hour. Don't forget, today we have got a number of guests appearing on the show in a couple of hours. U.S. Senator and Coach Tommy Tuberville will be with us. Last week, President Biden signed Senator Tuberville's Supporting Families of the Fallen Act into law. We will discuss that with Senator Tuberville, is also the inflation, economy, the border crisis that is being ignored from the Biden administration, or at least through the media as well. We'll catch up with Senator Tuberville a little bit later. on the phone. And also, we talked to Dinesh D'Souza about his documentary, 2,000 Mules. They thought we'd never find out. They were wrong. Now that's in hardcover. It's a book now, and it's available everywhere. We'll talk to Dinesh about that a little bit later today. Also, don't forget Bible study at noon Central. Look forward to that with Rick. And you never know. Will and Meat could spin. It's just there for you. All right, so I've got something for y'all. I want y'all to see if y'all can tell me what's going on. Just listen to this little bit of audio and see what you think.
All of a sudden I heard this bang, and I thought it was fireworks or something. Everybody was having a good time. The kids were laughing and playing and having a ball, And then that happens, and it was really upsetting. He was removed.
What do y'all think?
Well, all of a sudden, bang.
All of a sudden, bang. Helmsy not participate. What do you think?
I'm thinking.
Okay.
Something that made bang noise. I know that.
Yeah, it's kind of scared and frightened everybody.
Yeah, he was. He had that voice.
Yeah.
You like that?
Yeah, a little bit.
Speedy, I'll be honest with you. I don't even know where to start.
I want it one more time. I want it one more time.
You want it one more time?
I said, man.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Do you want me to?
All of a sudden I heard this bang, and I thought it was fireworks or something.
Okay.
Everybody was having a good time. The kids were laughing and playing and having a ball, And then that happens, and it was really upsetting. He was removed.
All right, so somebody got
shot a gun. Or
somebody got shot.
That's right. Yeah. Wow. That's good, y'all.
Kids were out playing.
I hope a kid didn't get shot.
They thought it was fireworks.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want me to continue?
There's more.
Mm-hmm. It'll explain
He's
everything.
Explain, then let's fire
corn
it up.
kernels from his boot by bending over at the waist, and that's when the firearm discharged. Yeah, maybe you're carrying it for personal protection, but you also have to think about the people around. You have that responsibility to make sure that you're making good decisions and that you have the equipment and that you're conducting yourself to keep everybody safe.
So he had a gun in his pants. He bent over
to get some. It looked like to me to get a kernel of corn out of his boots or something. Is what they said.
The gun went off.
A man carrying a concealed gun at a Brooklyn Park corn maze over the weekend ended up injuring himself after his weapon was accidentally discharged. The Brooklyn Park police say they responded to the shooting. I'm not laughing, but I just can't believe the story.
No one was hit. At
the corn maze. And Saturday morning, shortly afternoon, officers say the victim, 38-year-old, was at the maze with his family. Police learned the man, a licensed gun owner, was legally carrying a concealed firearm when he got some corn in his boot while in the corn pit. Investigators say the man bent over to get the corn out and the gun discharged, hitting him in the leg.
Oh, my goodness.
Police say the gun didn't have a safety or hammer, and police are still investigating whether the man mishandled the weapon. He's currently not facing any charges because he had the right paperwork and he was a licensed gun owner with a concealed carry firearm.
He is limping.
He is limping, but think about this: I'm in a corn maze with my family.
I'm in a corn maze.
Right, and the gun goes off and shoots me in my leg.
Well, I thought it was fireworks.
What do you need to get to a corn maze?
I was going to say, how we big?
I mean, I get,
I don't know where the closest. What about?
There's one in Coleman.
Wait a minute.
I think there's one about an hour
Rick and Bubba emblem in
yes,
one
I think
time.
that's the one.
And we gave them 0 on it.
It's about. Well, I don't know that we gave him 0. We didn't go, but I don't think we gave him 0. Greg. I think we showed it on TV.
And, I mean, you got your pumpkin patches and your corn mazes.
I've never been in a corn maze.
You know, a lot. I guarantee you this: if I'm in a corn maze, it's not for me. It's because my family wanted to go.
I thought you were going to the Rick and Bubba one day.
And now that the boys are grown, I don't know that we'll do that. We'll probably move on past that.
You want to go to a corn maze?
No.
Let's go.
But think about the shock of a gun going off and then realizing, oh my gosh,
corn maze is confusing enough without being fired upon.
Yeah. But was it Plaxico? What's it? Who was the
Plaxico Burgess?
Yeah, I thought so. He shot himself.
Wasn't he?
Yeah, and he had sweatpants on, and shot himself.
Got in trouble because of gun laws in New York. Remember, he was out for a while.
Now, so apparently this guy he has one in the chamber, and it goes off. You hear different people. You know, hey, I got one in the chamber. And it could go off, and then you have others that the gun doesn't have a safety, but I don't have one in the chamber. That's my safety.
Yeah.
You know, you got different. You know, you can get into that topic, and then experts will call. But This guy apparently had one in the chamber and been over to get some corn out of his boots.
See what he did.
And
he messed up.
I love how they say while he was in the corn pit.
So we got
in the corn. I'm in the corn pit and corn in my boot. I don't like anything in my shoes. A rock. Some.
I wonder if the corn pit is it like full of kernels and you just
guess
dive
so.
In it
I don't know,
like
but
a,
it got
balls
pit.
and
Yeah.
McDonald's.
Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking.
It got in his boot.
They'd be a lot of corn in your boot if that's the case.
I know exactly.
I think the only time you find me in this situation, if I go out, whenever they start having it again, if I go out to the Field of Dreams game and I watch a Major League Baseball game and I'm at a corn and they have a corn maze there too, I think. That'd be the only way you'd find me at a corn maze.
Right. But then all of a sudden you bent over to get it and
oh wow.
Oops. Uh-oh.
One guy thought it was fireworks. Kids were having fun.
Well, I mean, you definitely don't think it's anything else. You probably don't think it's a gun. Well, nowadays you might.
He probably thought I should have just left that corn in my boot.
Yeah. Wow.
I can't stand getting something in your shoe.
No, I hate every bit of it. I understand. I understand. I got to get that out, and I got to get that out right now.
Oh, I've sat down and just pulled my shoe off. I mean, it's just got to go.
It's got to.
I mean.
Oh, my goodness. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. 866-WE-BE-BIG, the number.
So you're going to a corn maze.
So, yeah. I'm at a family event. We're in a corn maze, and before you know it, I shot myself in the leg.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If all home purifiers are the same, then why did the U.S. Department of Defense select EnviroCleanse to protect and purify the air on board our Navy ships? Because EnviroCleanse advanced mineral technology goes beyond ordinary HEPA filters to destroy airborne illnesses causing cold and flu viruses, yes, including COVID. EnviroCleanse is the new science in air purification, and now you can order one for your home. This is how you help stop colds and flu from taking your whole family down. This is how you destroy allergy and flaming toxins and mold from the air your family breathes. In fact, this hospital-grade technology is so powerful, it promises far fewer colds and allergies and better sleep. Visit ekpure.com, use the code BUBBA for 10% off your EnviroCleanse home purification unit. You'll also receive a free air quality monitor plus fast free shipping. That's $150 in savings. So that's ekpure.com, code BUBBA. That's ekpure.com, code BUBBA. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. If you've thought about protecting your home with security, but you've been waiting for the right time, you want to listen up. Right now, listeners of this show can get 40% off Simply Safe's award-winning home security system. Now, we use and trust Simply Safe to protect our home and family because at Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. When a threat is detected, Simply Safe's monitoring professionals promptly contact you and dispatch first responders to your home, even if you're away or you're unable to respond. 24/7 professional monitoring costs under $1 a day. That's less than half the cost of ADT's traditional professional installed plans. Simply Safe blankets your home in protection with advanced sensors for every room, window, and door. Don't miss this chance to save big when you protect your home with the best. Get 40% off your order when you visit simplysafebubba.com. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers go to LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. Hey, folks, our friends at TheraBreath have some good news. If you have bad breath, try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. Over 25 years ago, he created an oral solution for his very own daughter and her struggle with bad breath. Now, today, that expertise is available to your family with oral health solutions and a range of clinically proven products. The stuff works, and TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. TheraBreath has a gentle yet effective mild mint flavor that is, and listen to this, alcohol-free, free of gluten, and is certified kosher, plus no added dyes or colors. If you need one more reason to believe TheraBreath is effective and worth a try, they offer a money-back guarantee. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drugstores. Just look for that bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath. Confidence in every capful. Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. The number is 866 We Be Big. Do we want to talk about something else or that? I don't know. That's there with you. Coach Senator Tuberville on the show today, Dinesh D'Souza as well. Will of Meat Could Spin and Bible Study live today, noon Central. So we thank you for being here. Blazing Silverman, he's screening you up at 866 We Be Big, getting show prep stapled and ready for the guys as well.
I got a couple of, and this is kind of goes. I kind of want to talk about that story.
That's scary.
Now you took it to a weird place right before we came on.
He didn't know.
But here's what I'm saying. There's something about today in that, because I've got some questions from the audience, but there's two I can't even read because I'm not putting y'all in that situation.
No,
I gave one to
they're
morbid questions.
No, they're not morbid. They're just over the line.
Foul.
Okay.
And so it's something about today we're getting these over the line things, and you brought that up. So let's go there first.
Really?
Yes. Let's talk about this.
Okay.
But let's not take it where we did right before we came on the air.
Well, I could ask you.
Because I got uncomfortable.
I could ask you, what do y'all think about this, and see. But
oh boy,
we got this guy right here.
Good morning, Suffolk.
Let me I unplugged it so y'all could hear it.
Now I got a question.
Hold on, Greg. Don't get ahead of it.
All right, so here it is.
Good morning, Suffolk, and indeed good morning to wherever you are. Welcome to the Garden Studio. We are moments away from going live on air with the breakfast show this morning.
All right, so that guy, he's a well-known British radio host. Tim, is it Gaw? I think anyway. He died on Monday while on the air doing his morning show.
Was that audio from then, or that's just some audio?
It said this was the last video he posted before his last show. So
but
I guess
he was on the air when he
died. That was the video he posted promoting, hey, we're about to go live, and then they go live and he passes away.
I mean, while he's live, he died.
He suffered a suspected heart attack at 7:50 a.m. at his home studio.
I want to hear that footage.
He was only 55.
Dang.
So we have a British radio host that dies while doing his show.
And you know the comments. Well, he died doing what he loved. You
right,
get that,
right?
You know.
Yeah, I asked the question. Man, I hope one of us doesn't go.
Well, yeah, Speedy,
like
that would be kind of traumatic.
I mean, but he didn't know, so we wouldn't know.
No, he didn't.
Nobody knows.
And so there's no audio of the actual event. I mean, not that
so
I really
you want to hear
not
that?
Not really. No, not really.
You want to hear? Well,
you just
lock
said
on
you did.
You don't want that.
You
Surely
aren't
you don't
curious,
want
a little
that.
curious.
No,
I
not
see
at all.
that Blazin wants that a little bit.
See,
He's kind of sitting up. I mean, I'm sure we could find it.
No, I bet they don't have it.
That day I had the gallbladder attack. I thought I was dying. Like I told Greg, listen, if something happens and I don't come, I'm back here in the conference room laying on the table.
Right.
Hey, y'all could have come back there and found me dead.
Oh, good Lord.
Let's say, what if it had been a heart instead of gallbladder?
Well, I mean, what if
y'all
it had
didn't
been
care?
a bomb and you
I said, listen, this is how much. Hey, this is how much they cared. Okay, I told Greg because Jeff Hammond was there with doing that tool racing,
I forget the
pit
name
stop,
of it.
whatever it was.
Yeah, what was the name?
And I told Greg, I said, listen, I am feeling horrible. Something's going on with me. I'm going to go back here and lay in the conference room.
I forgot about
I can't participate in this. I've got to go back there.
I was out there competing.
Hey, and Bubba, listen to this. Bubba heard me say this.
Yeah.
Y'all just went on about your business. Nobody said, hey, wonder what Helms is doing. Is Helms okay? Could have went back there and died. Okay, number one.
Well, listen, Irwin Tools
number
had showed
two,
up with their little
this
thing
is
and we
how
had
much.
to-
This is how much
it's
Bubba
true.
cared that day. Okay, I said, hey, after the dust settled and everybody had come in from their little tool pit stop, and I had come back in, I said, guys,
do
just
as
a
good
heads
on
up,
it as I thought
Amanda is on her way to get me and
guys.
take me to the emergency room. And Bubba said, oh, don't do that. Don't do that. Let's call an ambulance and get them to pull up here right next to the window, and we'll haul you off on air.
Well, I mean, think about
And
it.
I'm like,
think about it.
This is who I work with.
Well, think about it. I get where he was coming from.
Yeah,
You're
that
going
would've
to the
been
hospital
good.
anyway.
Right.
We might as well
If
get
we
it.
could have had that,
Yeah.
think about that. That'd have been huge.
Those two things happened.
I thought you were just exaggerating. I didn't know you that well at the time.
Of course,
I thought you
24
might have
hours.
been kind of
Within
candy.
24 hours, I had my gallbladder out.
Well, yeah, I missed that
Right.
call.
Well, yeah,
Sure.
Yeah. So you were going through something there.
Yeah. I mean, it was actually, he said it didn't
But
feel
now
good.
that I
guess he
think
meant
about it, we actually have the perfect studio now. If an ambulance pulls up right there, we just
Yeah.
open the curtains.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yep.
You know,
A lot easier
I don't
than
want
where
that
we
to
were.
happen because something would have to happen for them to be
Yeah,
there.
that's not
you know.
good normally.
Now, if they want to come by and say, "Hey," that'd be good.
So
but-
Powell was on the air and he went
yeah,
out.
and here's what he looks like here. Let me show you. There he is. There.
Mm.
Oh wow, he's bald.
I think that matters, Speed.
Right.
I don't know if that had anything to do with
Well,
it.
I just thought I'd say it.
You put yourself there for
He's
a minute.
bald with slick face. You don't see
Oh,
that
I
a
know.
ton.
Yeah, you're right, yeah.
You normally have facial hair if you're bald.
Normally.
Some, and
Try
there's
to-
probably some slick face bald guys out. I'm sorry, but that are listening right now.
Apologizing to him.
Well, I don't want. I mean,
Sorry, slick face bald people.
right? But the radio DJ that died live on the air. It says what? Okay. Oh, I'm seeing comments. You always handled serious issues with such respect and kindness.
Oh, it's really
That's what they'd say about
Love your
Greg, too.
company.
Yes,
What would they say
definitely.
about us?
Yeah.
Jerk got what he deserved.
Yeah.
That's what they would say.
And then there's the guy. There he is, right there. There he is.
Breakfast show this morning. And coming up, we start in earnest our countdown to the Suffolk show. Just 7 days away now. And all throughout the rest of this week, we will be doing that countdown through the medium of song. So make
No, we're not.
Okay.
Wow, it keeps going. I don't know what's over here. I don't know what's back in here. Oh no, what's this?
You got a weird look on it.
Oh no, okay, never mind.
Oh,
All right, well, I
Okay,
thought
buddy.
that was it because I know you want to see it for some.
So
apparent
y'all aren't
reason.
curious.
I don't want to see that.
I didn't
That's
say.
terrible news.
Well, I just want to kind of hear it.
And hopefully that doesn't happen here.
Well, thank you, Speedy,
Well,
for
Speedy,
clearing
yeah.
that up.
We don't want
Thanks for that. No, we don't.
That's awful.
Let me
Absolutely
ask you
awful.
this. What if you had the title of the world's dirtiest man?
The title of
Saw
the world.
this,
I
by
think
the way.
we saw
He
the
died at 94.
Right after taking a
After
shower.
he took a shower.
What in the world?
What?
He read
had-
this yesterday.
Yeah, how about this? He was unofficially had the title of the world's dirtiest man because he hadn't had a bath in more than 60 years. Listen, fearing it would make him sick.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah. And he's in Iran.
So
Is
I
that
don't-
where he's at? Listen, it shows him, guys. First of all, boy, you talk about, I bet he stinks. Good Lord. Villagers had recently pressured him to bathe for the first time, and they had taken him to the bathroom to wash. And not
shower
long
kill
after
you.
that, listen, he fell ill, and finally on Sunday he died. He told him he was going to make him sick.
But what I want to know the science behind that.
I think this was just time. He's 94.
Yeah, this is
I doubt it really had anything to do with it. But
Okay.
I wonder. But the villagers finally said, "Listen, Bumpy, we're going to do something."
Bumpy. I like that nickname.
So he goes, takes the bath, gets sick, and dies, just like he thought he would.
Good night. You can't even bathe. Here
Listen,
he is. This is one of his last quotes.
You know what my theory is for this putrid smell? People that are
My
overweight,
gracious.
wanting to lose weight, come down here. You won't eat for a week.
Oh, my gosh, y'all.
Guys, I don't like to go 6 hours without having a shower, much less
listen.
60 years.
Unbelievable.
Oh, my
Amu
goodness.
Haji. He died in the village of Dingzing. Wow. He gained, like I said, notoriety for being the unofficial title as the world's dirtiest man. I just don't know if I want that title. He was 94, lived 94 years, lives in like a concrete block hut.
So
Well, his immune
laying on the
system
dirt.
was probably awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So are villagers begging him because
they
of
got
the smell?
I'm wondering. They said they took him to a bathroom to wash.
All right, I
They kept
have a-
pressuring him to bathe. And then not long after he fell ill, and then finally he died. He had no wife or family. Like, really? I can't believe the man who's the dirtiest man alive doesn't have a wife.
Right. Who would? Yeah. At night. That
the
didn't even need
villagers-
to be said.
They tried to look at it. They actually built him the cinder block house he lived in. The villagers
Yeah,
did.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Nice house.
Let me ask you a question for stinky people. Do you,
God.
when you start to stink, do you stink and then you get past stinking and you get so stinky that you stop stinking?
I don't know.
You see what I'm saying?
Oh, I know. I know. Does the stink finally just, I don't know.
Just are there layers
Hey,
of dirt?
I've got a picture.
You're not finished. He also allegedly ate roadkill.
Huh?
And had been photographed smoking multiple cigarettes at once.
No, I've got a picture right now of him smoking 4 cigarettes at one time.
So one ain't going to do it.
Look.
Oh
night.
gosh!
I ain't
look
gonna
at
bathe
those,
and I'm gonna smoke
Look
4
at those
cigarettes.
hands. Did you see
All right,
that?
let me ask you this: if you're,
It's like he's got a
if you were the
dirt
world
layer
record
of-
holder,
Ugh.
who's second?
Yeah.
Who's out there?
Well,
right,
I got him.
Who's out there right now?
Oh, you
going,
got him?
I'm the second.
A man
I'm in
living
first
in
now.
India named Kailash Kalu could now be the world's dirtiest man. The Guardian speculated, citing that there's an article in 2009 that said this man had not bathed since 2009.
Okay.
So right now he may get the title.
Picture that.
The guys look at shows this guy. He's laying on rocks. It's where he slept on rocks.
Sling
and-
that laptop around here. Let me see
Look at
that.
him.
Oh my gracious!
Hamza got him smoking.
Is
4
those, are those
cigarettes.
pants on? Or does he have shorts?
Shorts.
Oh, looks like pants.
Don't
That's
you
because his
know
legs are-
that rusty rump?
Good, don't you? Can you
night.
imagine that? Huh?
Good Lord, over 60 years, and he's eating roadkill on top of that.
Picture
Good
walking
night.
into that hut.
And look at his hand. He's
How'd he
got
make
dirt
it?
all over
How'd he
him.
make it to 94?
I know. Yeah, you can't argue with that. But did they know if he's really 94? I mean, he got.
Well, there's that
you
too.
know, who knows?
Think about trying to, find the dirtiest people on earth and
Yeah, and you're ranked
and
number
like
one.
and you're being nominated by people.
Yeah,
you
how
know?
about you're in the running?
Yeah.
Since
Hey, Greg,
whatever
I
his
nominated
name.
you for the dirtiest man on earth. They might be coming by here to take a look.
You talking about Amu Haji? Dead. Golly.
What about
I
clothes?
hate
Are we
that they made
washing
him-
clothes? Are we just do
Don't
we have
look like it. Why would you wash your clothes if you won't wash your butt? You know. I mean, that's the
Doesn't
least
appear-
of
doesn't
your
appear
work.
I saw you
he
edit
has-
that on the fly.
Well, it doesn't appear he has anything to he's in a cinder block.
Yeah, he's got a
Yeah.
nice dwelling.
Well, you know why they
6
built
by
him.
6.
You know why they built him that. Keep that smell in
That's
there.
true. It's like a containment dome on a nuclear power plant. Keep it contained.
How much for you to stay in there one night and
with
it?
with Bumpy?
Yeah.
I'd do it for 10,000.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Medi-Share works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
What's your least favorite season? Now, if you're like me, it's cold and flu season. So get relief from it this year with Mucinex DM. With cough and chest congestion relief for 12 hours in just one dose. That's 3 times longer than 4-hour products. Mucinex DM makes any season comeback season. Even cold and flu season. Get 3 times the relief in just one dose with Mucinex DM. It couldn't be simpler. Nothing lasts longer among over-the-counter cough and cold remedies. Mucinex DM provides 12 hours of relief for chest congestion and cough, day or night. Use as directed.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Angie, you could cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need. Indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign, and we handle the rest, sending a top pro to get it done. You don't have to lift a finger, except to tap the screen or click the mouse. Plus, Angie is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. When you need to talk Medicare, Walgreens is here. Start shopping today at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan where results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code Bubba at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
It's 8 minutes, excuse me, until top of the hour, and this portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by cleanpods.com/Bubba. You know, we talked to Jeff, their CEO, on air a couple of weeks ago when his company was being recognized at the ISSA show in Chicago, which is a show that features a lot of what his industry is in, and the company actually won big at their industry show for making these cleaning products that are just easier and cheaper. You can find a link, by the way, of that video posted at rickandbubba.com under sponsors for you to watch it anytime. But what we all particularly love about these cleaning supplies is that it's so easy to do. And I know when it comes to cleaning supplies, we're kind of all locked in on our favorites. But if you'll just think out of the box a little bit, this all-American company based right out of Dalton, Georgia, is really changing how we think about cleaning supplies. This technology is great. What you simply do is drop a small pod of the solution into a bottle they provide, add water, shake, and you're set. They offer a safer combination that works just as effectively as anything you're currently using, but without the harsh chemicals that could be harmful to you or your family, coworkers, children, whatever. They've taken cleaning products to a new level with simple technology. It's really neat. The high-quality spray bottles, too, that they'll send you are good for thousands of sprays. So if you are kind of thinking about maybe changing up with your cleaning products, let us suggest right now cleanpods.com/Bubba. They right now are offering a really cool deal here for all of our listeners and viewers. You're going to save 10% on any product and any order, plus get free shipping too. That's awesome. Go to cleanpods.com/Bubba. They offer cleaning supplies for glass cleaning, multi-surface cleaning, which is really good, bathroom cleaning, floor cleaning. They even offer a urine blast for eliminating pet stains and odors from carpets, furniture, bedding, and more. So again, cleanpods.com/Bubba, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Don't forget 10% savings and free shipping just for watching and listening to this show. So don't waste any more time and change how you clean. All right, so Helmsy, what you got over there, kid?
Well, I'll just run through these real quick. A couple of them I can't.
You had.
Well, I can ask a couple of these questions.
Right.
This comes from Michelle.
Oh boy.
Worst golden ticket guest ever.
Well, Speedy, I know
the three Stinky brothers.
Yeah, the three Stinky brothers. No doubt. We
you're
shut a day
guys,
down just for it.
Yeah. Well, and it just presents a handle because, I mean, they just brought so much funk that, and they're sitting with other people that you just think about it, man.
They didn't ask for that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, now they're sitting by you.
Yeah.
I mean, good night. That was a handle.
Is there
so that's an
else?
obvious one, and we all agree.
That's worst.
Is there
that's
anything else?
I don't know that we've had like a one that's just somebody's just awful. You know what I mean?
That we can
remember
say
the guy that
anyway without hurting feelings.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, but I'm just saying that was a.
But
that
as
was
far
a big
as being
problem.
the worst, because that's what she asked. To your point, the worst.
I can't remember anybody being a jerk or anything.
Yeah, that's where I'm landing on that, just because it was a bad. It was just a bad experience.
Yeah.
I mean, Greg for some reason kept letting them come back. I don't know.
Well, they would legitimately go through the system and get tickets.
Right. So they might be watching and listening right now.
Yeah.
guys.
I bet they won't come now. But yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Which is a good thing.
Have you ever failed to leave your personal life at the door and it spill into the show more so than you wanted it to, with anger, sadness, worries, etc.? I would say we all do that just because we kind of live our life out on the show.
Mm-hmm.
Good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, we kind of live our life on the radio.
I mean,
so
some of our
TV.
attitudes and stuff that we have in here from time to time, I think probably come from what's going on in our personal life. That's.
Yeah, like anywhere else.
We don't really try to hide any of that, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't.
I mean,
that probably stands out more than it should.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't come off real good, but that's just what it is. I mean, don't y'all think?
Well, yeah, I think. I mean, there's things that are going on that
obviously
you
we
got to
don't
be
tell.
a pro and come in
Sure.
and do your job. But you're right.
Yeah.
A lot of the stuff we talk about or going through, we actually becomes content for the show. So there's no hiding it because here it is.
But I do think sometimes if we don't feel good or something's happened at home and then we get in a discussion, you may have an elevated emotion or something that you may not have had otherwise because of that. I'm sure that happens.
Yeah.
Can't ask the next question.
I got one.
I can ask it, but I just it's real uncomfortable, and I don't even know why she would ask this.
Huh?
But I'm not going there. We'll just leave it alone.
Okay, good.
Do you want to? And then I got.
Well,
we can save the other.
Would you
one
rather? Let's talk about the two stories we've had.
Okay.
Would you rather have a heart attack on the show, live on the air?
Do I survive it?
Yes.
Okay.
You do. Or back to the stinkiest person alive, you have to work your nose on close to him, just above his his belt, and you have to sit there for 5 minutes and breathe.
Speedy,
That's disgusting.
did you really just say?
I never thought I'd say this, but I think I'll take the heart attack.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Because you do survive.
No, then again.
But I mean, I'm talking about like
Speedy, that's a no. You
deep
can't
breaths,
come up. There's
nose,
no
right, like
rather
this, just
than.
like this.
You got us inches from his crack.
Yeah. You talking about like if he was plumbing, you'd be right there behind him.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And we survived the heart attack.
Yeah. I think
that would probably make me have a heart attack.
Right.
What is this show?
Thank you.
What is this show?
Ad.
Right.
What is this show?
I had such nice.
It is 5:58 in the morning. We should not be talking about this.
What would you rather do?
Heart attack.
No doubt.
No doubt. Well, you do, like I said, that's serious, and there's people
Yes,
that
Speedy,
are,
I don't even know why your mind went.
right.
To
well,
that.
I was just going to those two stories that
I like how you had us
combined
5
them.
inches.
Right.
5 inches from his britches.
Yeah.
But y'all said the world's stinkiest man died?
Yeah.
Looks like I got myself a new title.
Yes, sir. Little stinky.
Look who's ranked number 1 now.
We'll be right back. Rick and Bubba joining.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Hey, I do want to point you in the direction of something that, I always look for things, and if I ask this question, is this life-changing? Does it really matter? Does it have any impact? And I can tell you when Relief Factor came into our lives, I was like a lot of you, very skeptical, and I don't know why, but I was. And but this is the bottom line. There were researchers, and we talked to one of the doctors that were working on the aging process. What can they do to lessen the blow of the body aging? And they were experimenting with some natural, products that are out there: resveratrol, icarin, curcumin, and omega-3. And they started saying, well, what if we put all these things together in one packet? And they noticed that it had a very positive effect on the body's, natural response to inflammation. And so if you have a chronic pain and you're thinking, well, this is the rest of my life, I can't get past this, and you're, like a lot of us, you do the over-the-counter, pain medications, you see all the issues. There seems like there's headlines every day involving prescription opiates and that kind of, they're very addictive. As a matter of fact, they're working on something right now on that side of things we may talk about a little bit later on in the program because it is such a problem on addiction. Well, this is all natural. You can take it every day, just like you're taking a vitamin or supplements. If you have, if you'll try it for 3 weeks, you'll know whether this is going to work for you or not. And if inflammation is the problem, this is going to have a very positive effect. It has in my life and many others who are using it. So go to ReliefFactor.com. You get a 3-week supply for $19.95. If it doesn't work, and you have a problem that doesn't have anything to do with inflammation, and then you can move on. But if it does work like it does for so many, then you go ahead and buy you a month's supply, like we receive every month, and you take it. Now, if you have something that's really bothering you, I probably do 3 packets a day. If you're just trying to do maintenance, then like I do now, it's probably 2. So ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Well, Bubba, I know that we're all ready, if we could please, to move on from the Roy Moore story, but we're not allowed to do that because, this has been just – politics has always been kind of a dirty game, but, boy, nowadays it's just crazy. And you don't know who's telling the truth. Everybody's got an agenda. Is anything sincere anymore? Is it all propaganda and gotcha and power moves and all this? So
well, the good news is we don't duel as much as we used to.
No, well, that's true.
They used to duel and settle it that way.
But you have to admit, even then, if I wanted to make up something about you, it took a while for everybody to know about it.
Yeah.
I mean, but not anymore. And we do not know the truth involving Roy Moore, and let me be clear on that. I have no idea. It is interesting, though, to see that that Democrats suddenly care about men who may be sexual predators. They spent so much time trying to sugarcoat that as if it was no big deal, but now they care about it. So,
I think what the media is doing, and I heard this discussed a little bit yesterday, that they feel guilty about the way they give Bill Clinton a pass and they prosecuted his accusers, so they're trying to make up for it now.
Yeah.
Well, that may be
by doubling down,
but that won't help us on the 8 years that you didn't care about it. You can't go back and undo that.
Right.
All right. So here's the deal. Listen, guys. I'm just going to be transparent here, and we've talked about this openly. So this is not a big revelation. You have to be very, very careful when you decide if you have a platform. If you're in ministry, we've seen major time. Billy Graham said that was one of his regrets of getting too involved with politicians, even though we should be involved in the process. He was talking about getting involved in individuals because they're just so hard to vet them out. And so anytime you go out, and people always want to say, come out and endorse this, endorse that. And really, I've just personally, for me personally, I've really, really taken that standard, and it was high, and I've made it even higher. If I cannot personally vouch for the person, doesn't mean I wouldn't vote for them or anything like that, but I will not endorse them. I'm just not going to do it. There's just too much. It's too risky, and it's not worth it.
Mm-hmm.
And unless you can, know them personally, spent legitimate time with them, I won't even go acquaintance. I mean, I got to know a lot about you. And so Hannity, of course, was one of the people that went out there and endorsed Roy Moore. And I think what you see Hannity doing now is he's thinking, my credibility's on the line as much as Roy Moore's is on the line.
Well, Sean has got to have kind of the feeling, too. Remember, he was Mo Brooks to begin with.
Right.
Then he was Roy, and now he's like, good night. It's kind of like everybody's just like, what?
Right.
What are we doing here?
Right.
Can we not just get a candidate and vote for him?
Right. And I think Hannity got caught up in whether it was true or not.
Right.
Let me be clear. Whether it was true or not. He got caught up, as a lot of us, he's very, very frustrated, and so am I, with these rhinos or establishment Republicans.
Oh, you don't think he's sick
that have told us things like they will repeal Obamacare, and we keep saying, okay, we gave you everything you wanted, and they won't do it.
Yeah.
And he's very frustrated. You said you were going to reform taxes. Are you going to do it? And so he's very frustrated, and I understand that. And Roy will go out there and take on. He's a cowboy. And on a sassy horse he rides. So anyway, so Hannity went out and endorsed him, and then Hannity got him on the air, and I was listening to the radio interview. I did not see the TV interview. And when I heard him interviewing Roy, I could tell that Hannity expected, and let me be clear, I'm not saying Roy Moore did anything because I don't know.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is this, and no one else knows either. And again, I'm not going to do an interview about something I don't know the truth about. I can't comment on something that I don't know the truth of. I can't. What do you think about Roy Moore? Well, I don't know what happened. So anyway, it's some women saying something, Roy and his wife saying something else. I don't know what. So anyway, so when Hannity was interviewing, though, I could tell that Hannity expected his questions to go bam, 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 and they didn't.
No.
There were some things that Hannity went back and said, hey, I got to go back and ask you this again. Now,
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, a brand new hour, has begun. We are thankful that you are here. We got a lot to unpack on the program today. This hour starts with our national anthem. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. 8 minutes past the hour. Unpacking another day from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. On all sorts of platforms, America's boldest radio stations make up the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. We have a 24/7 tune-in app that you can stream the show live and have all kinds of archives of past shows on our tune-in app. You can watch us live on YouTube. You can also catch us live on some of our affiliates that are also iHeartRadio. You can do that. When it comes to the archive world, where you just want to catch the show on your own time, Blaze TV gives you an hour. There's some terrestrial TV stations that give you an hour every day of the Rick and Bubba Show. You can catch the entire show archived on our YouTube channel on your own time, or you can hear the archives of the daily show, including a best of hour on our podcast channel as well. And then when the weekend gets here, a unique podcast comes out almost every weekend that's 45 minutes long. It's called Rick and Bubba University. So there's all the Rick and Bubba stuff. If you'd like to kind of peruse through it, you can find all the different ways to get that at rickandbubba.com. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Blazing Silverman, our Rick and Bubba University intern. He'll take your phone calls today. Guests are lined up, but let's bring in the other half of the two sexiest fat men alive, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, let's go. What he's going to do with Jackie next, we don't need to talk about.
But you think
Diane.
he went on a run. That's what started him.
Yeah.
Because he was John Cougar, then he was John Cougar Mellencamp, then he was John Mellencamp.
Right.
But the big run started with Jack Diane.
Why all the changing of the name? What was that about?
Well, this is that thing where you get out there and you get yourself an entertainment name because you're trying to make it.
Your record company gave him the Cougar thing, and he never liked it.
Yeah, and then you get big enough to say I didn't like being given a name that dishonors my real name, and somebody says, well, you've already established John Cougar. All right, well, leave it in there, but I'm putting Mellencamp. That's my real name. Then you get real mad and get real successful, and you get a lot of authority and say, I'm going back to my real name. Mm-hmm. That's what all that is. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So anyway, Johnny Mellencamp, and I don't know if you've ever seen him be interviewed. He's a character.
Yes, sir.
Hey, buddy.
He don't hold back.
No.
Mm-mm. Ask him anything.
God, when he said that the one thing he wasn't going to change is smoking because that's the only thing that he can do well.
Yeah.
That's funny.
But he's a handful. He really is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does get a little bit spicy on that one chorus.
Yeah.
In fact, as a kid, I had to print up like lyrics and tabs and chords to learn how to play a song. And I hadn't quite read through the lyrics, and my mom found that sheet, and she's like, what is this? I was like, it's just a great Americana song. I didn't know about that verse. I'm sorry.
Right.
I didn't know.
About a
It's
young
a little
couple.
ditty about Jack and Diane.
I was just really trying to learn the dee that part.
Yeah.
Jackie's going to be a football star.
Are you riding in the car with your parents and you kind of turn it down?
Right.
You know,
Talk over it.
Yeah. Hey, what do y'all want to do for dinner?
Yeah. So anyway, we have a lot to unpack today. Going to be we got Tommy Tuberville, the senator, will be dropping by. He's a regular here on the Rick and Bubba Show, and Dinesh D'Souza, as this 2,000 Mules thing, it's been a movie, it's been a documentary, it's now a book, and we'll if you want to find out kind of what role the book plays in all this as we get ready for huge midterm elections coming up. It's a good time to be educated and understand what is out there, what's taken place since the last election, what hasn't, rulings, who said this, and what about that state, and over here's this. So we'll talk to Dinesh D'Souza about that. And
we got a lot of stories today too.
Yeah,
I mean, some of them are going to be blockbusters.
Well, I will tell you, the one was the one you and I were talking about after the show yesterday because it came out after the show, and we have it for today. If you were fired because you wouldn't take the vaccine, big ruling for you yesterday.
Yep, yep. New York may have done you a big favor.
Big ruling. I mean, because, all lawyers need is precedent.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Now the ruling there.
That's right.
Yeah, so, and I think the ruling was correct. The way some of you guys, men and women, were treated involving your job, especially when it got to the point that it no longer made sense for them to demand that you take a vaccine. I mean, it was illogical, and they still fired you. They wouldn't let you work. You may start getting some rulings that may give you the foundation you need to get compensated for that.
Yeah, there was a lot of people dying, a lot of panic. People were demanding that their elected officials do something, but it takes great strength to be a leader, and sometimes they just needed to say, "Look, we just got to be cool and find out more about this and let it go." But people won't accept that.
No, you're right. We
they want you to do something, do something. But sometimes something is the wrong thing.
Sometimes leadership, as you just said, requires you keeping a cool head. And no matter how many people are screaming at you, you actually have the forethought to say, all right, now wait a minute. If we start firing people over this, that's also going to ruin their lives. And
that's going to be more unemployment.
Yeah, and then we're here at a hospital especially, and we keep saying we have a shortage of people, but I'm going to make us have even less people over something that I'm not even sure scientifically makes sense.
Now, and
that's called leadership.
And 2 months ago, we were having parades and calling these people heroes. And now we're firing him? That didn't make much sense, did it?
No, it didn't.
I thought that was a little crazy then.
So anyway,
do something.
Yeah,
do something.
Well, and we can't critically think anymore. Well, hey, we've been making kids take vaccines to go to school all the time. Okay, first of all, these things have been around for a long time.
Very proven.
We're talking about something that's experimental. See, that a leader would say, well, it's not really the same thing.
We need to wait.
That's apples and oranges,
right.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
Did you date teenagers when you were in your 30s? Because I thought you were going to say no to that. We were going to keep going. You know what I mean? And so now Hannity is kind of getting tired, I think, of him being baked alongside Roy. And he's like, all right, we got to get to the bottom of this. And I don't know where Handy's come up with this. I've given you 24 hours, but here's his comments, and we'll just let Handy speak for
yeah, and this is about
the Wild West.
This is about a 4.5 minute piece. And
are we meeting at high noon?
Yeah.
Okay, Corral.
Prior to this, he explains the history with Roy and how he endorsed him and all this. So this is about 3 minutes into this 4.5 minute segment. Okay, and this is where we pick it up.
He denied knowing this fifth accuser, but this accuser has now brought forth a yearbook that Moore appeared to sign, quote, to a sweeter, more beautiful girl. I could not say Merry Christmas. Love, Roy Moore, D.A. I looked at the handwriting. I know some people on Twitter have said things about this. Here's where I am tonight. Between this interview that I did and the inconsistent answers, between him saying, I never knew this girl, and then that yearbook comes out. For me, the judge has 24 hours. You must immediately and fully come up with a satisfactory explanation for your inconsistencies that I just showed. You must remove any doubt. If you can't do this, then Judge Moore needs to get out of this race. This country has way too many issues and problems. The American people deserve 100% truth and honesty. We need correct answers the first time on issues this serious. Judge Moore, you owe that to the people of Alabama, the Republican Party that you represent, and to the country which is suffering under so many problems. We deserve answers, consistent answers, and truth. Thank you for being with us.
Okay. Sean's mad. All right, so you heard the first thing you said, the inconsistencies when I did my interview with you, which I heard, and Sean did not like those.
Yeah.
And what Sean is saying now, notice Sean is not taking on what yesterday I think was, but it opens your mind up to any of it being misconstrued, is that it does look like below the yearbook. Which I think he did sign the yearbook. He may not remember signing it.
He signed the yearbook.
He signed the yearbook.
But the other stuff was added on. There's no way that's the same writing.
Well,
no way.
When it says underneath there, the restaurant they were at and the date, somebody added that. It looks like that was added.
And what was the date? Do you remember?
I don't.
It's 1977.
All right, so,
but what was the?
I'll look at it. It was 12/22/77.
Who has a yearbook at Christmas? They don't come out till later in the year.
Too.
Yeah,
but still,
well,
you still signed it, Roy.
Yeah, you did sign it.
I mean,
and now
somebody put it in front of you and you signed it. The first part, not the last part.
What? See this? Remember when I came on the air after it? I said he's got to stop making these sweeping comments.
Exactly.
I agree.
I said what he should have said. See, now it's got Hannity mad.
Yeah.
What he should have said was, if I met this woman at one time, I certainly don't recall it. Okay, not say I don't even know who she is. Don't even never heard the restaurant. See, that's too far.
That's a red flag, right?
That's a red flag. And now back to him having credibility is why would they add stuff underneath that now they're trying to go too far to make it to prove it.
Right.
Now they're going too far.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And someone brought up the other day, and Bubba mentioned it, that she said that he automatically locked the doors in the car where she couldn't get out, but that technology wasn't available in the 70s.
Yeah.
So
child locks and stuff.
Yeah, that wasn't available in the 70s. Cars didn't have that. So there's inconsistencies on both sides.
Right.
And what it may be is, on one end, Roy is going too far by claiming nothing remotely like this has ever been near him, which is easy to dispute.
Right.
And then they're over here saying people aren't believing us, so we got to come up with we got to add a little bit to the story too. It could be that these things did happen, but everybody's trying to make it so
they're overdoing it.
They're overdoing it on both sides. Yeah. And how about this? I don't know what happened. I have no idea. But I understand Sean's concern. He should have never started making these sweeping comments. They're just too easy for people to do a gotcha on. They're too easy. You claim you've never met somebody, and they come up and say, well, you signed my yearbook. Yeah. So you can't make those kind of comments.
But the yearbook looks like it was tampered with extra writing on it, and it doesn't look like the locks with the child-proof lock was available in 1977.
Well, no question. Nobody has.
There's problems all over the board.
Here's the thing:
here.
we expect the inconsistencies on that side of the table. That's just what they do.
Right.
But hey, Roy, you've got inconsistencies too.
That's why
Let's clean those up.
Now, I don't know.
I'm with Sean on this.
I don't know where Sean came with 24
I don't either. I don't know. I don't know why it wasn't 48 or 36.
Well, because that's what you do at the OK Corral. It's 24, and you're in or out.
And I'm a cowboy. And on a sassy horse I ride.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. So, Bubba, I mean, this could be, I hate this happened, but this also falls under your America, and it's not overly negative. It's negative that this happened, but, but these are the kind of things we're dealing with, so. If you were fired from your job because you would not take the vaccine that was trying to be forced on you, this could be a big ruling.
Yeah, maybe even removed from the military, different things.
All that, yeah.
A New York Supreme Court judge, Ralph, how are we saying his name?
I'm going to say Porzio.
Porzio has ordered city officials to reinstate and hand back pay to employees who refuse to get the vaccine. Mm-hmm. He wrote in his decision Monday that the city's vaccine mandate was enacted illegally last year and is unconstitutional.
Hello, there's the big one.
He specifically hit out at former city health commissioner, saying that he overstepped his authority by enacting the vaccine mandate. He also claimed that the mayor, Eric Adams' executive order barring performers and athletes from the mandate was arbitrary and capricious. The decision was in response to a lawsuit filed by 16 former sanitation department workers who were fired in February for refusing to get the jab. The city's law department is now appealing the decision. But they're going to have to take it up to district federal court now, I guess, because this is a Supreme Court of New York.
Yep. Boy, look for that phrase, unconstitutional. There's where the door opens.
So, as a result of this mandate, more than 1,700 city workers were fired for refusing to get vaccinated. 850 teachers and classroom aides were also axed last month.
Wow.
Under the ruling, the employees will be reinstated to their full employment as of 6 a.m. Tuesday morning. And they're entitled to back pay and salary from the date they were terminated. So, yeah, the lawyers will have a field day with this one.
Oh, yeah.
But if you're anywhere in the country now you have a ruling that you can put in your back pocket and at least go forward with it.
What about old back pay?
Back pay's big.
Back pay
is real
You
big.
didn't have the authority to do that. You overstepped your authority. You got to put these people back to work and give them the money you cost them.
This is so good. If you read
That's a big one right there.
If you read through the details of this, it's a 13-page ruling. And it's just filled with such great terminology, Rick. He said that the mandate violated the workers' procedural due process rights. He said the order that extended the mandate to private employers as an executive order issued by the mayor, excluding athletes and performers from the mandate, was arbitrary. We talked about that.
Right.
He said the vaccination mandate for city employees was not about safety and public health, but it was about compliance.
There you go.
Compliance is not
you
a valid
will
reason.
comply or you will face and oh, by the way, there's certain groups that vote for me or really help our city out a lot, and we got to find some way to exempt some special people that we like better than you.
Because we want to see them come to town to perform because they sell tickets.
Correct.
Get this. He said if it had been about safety and public health, unvaccinated workers would have been placed on leave the moment the order was issued, and they were not.
Boy, a lot of common sense here.
Yeah, and it's so such a superpower, and it's so uncommon now. You marvel when it shows up again.
He said, "Listen," he said, the city should have simply continued its test or vaccinate policy rather than force everyone to be vaccinated, noting that nearly 80% of city residents were already vaccinated at the time. We shouldn't be penalizing the people who showed up to work at great risk to them and their families while we were all locked down.
There we go.
Wow.
And I'll tell you the folks, to me, the ones who have a case even bigger than the sanitation workers is healthcare people.
I know.
Especially when they were saying, we have been exposed to this virus. We have natural immunity that is as good, if not superior, to anything the vaccine is going to give us, which means we have the same or superior protection without any risk of side effects.
Right.
Rick, wait, there's more.
But go ahead.
He said
this gets better, doesn't it?
Yeah, the judge says in his 13-page ruling, the pandemic has proven that immunity provided by mRNA vaccines are not absolute, with breakout infections occurring even for those who have been vaccinated and fully boosted.
There we go. Wow.
In writing, in that thing. Yeah. This is so good. He said, it goes on, and he's talking about all the things. Now, of course, a spokesperson for the Law Department of New York said that they're already appealing the decision. The city strongly disagrees with this ruling, as this mandate is firmly grounded in law and is critical to New Yorkers' public health.
So, of course,
if that is the law, we need to change it because it's ridiculous.
Do y'all remember when all these mandates started happening? Both of you, one of you said this is going to end up in court.
Yeah, we did.
And y'all all said
It'll
if
be a
you've
big
been
mess.
let go because of this, you need to get your everything in order.
Lawyer up.
Because it's going to happen.
Yeah, because it was
that was back in whenever, a year and a half ago.
But it was so common sense. That's what it was going to lead to. because when you see people in leadership out of fear, shoot, ready, aiming, it's always bad.
Well, think about this.
Just calm down.
You had people who were in running the government trying to manage a pandemic. Okay, I got that. But again, if you're not sick, you're not a threat.
Right.
And as long as you were doing the testing or vaccinate option, what was the big whoop on that? Why was that a problem? It's just because I can't tell you, and you must bow at the throne of the mayor of what I've got to do. That's what it was all about. It really wasn't about common sense.
No.
The test or vaccinate was a much more logical approach than firing everybody.
Yeah, and there was a lot of really, really arrogant, condescending talk about those who would not comply. Now, some of those people have brilliantly acted like they didn't say those things, and then went on to start saying the right things.
Now that they're up for election, it's funny how they've changed.
Once they licked their finger and held it up in the air and realized the wind was blowing a different way, they suddenly tried to make you forget that they got on you and dogged you one time.
I don't know if you saw any of the outtakes, Rick, of the debate in Florida for the governor's race down there, but Charlie Crist tried to make out like that DeSantis had locked everybody down and caused all these problems.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just you go, what? That's Florida was the most open state in the whole country. Them and Texas.
Totally.
And they was going, well, blaming him for locking everybody down. They did for about 2 weeks, and then he went, this is ridiculous.
I've got that clip if you want it. Also, about the vaccine, Pfizer knew that it did not stop transmission, but they lied about it.
Yeah, they knew.
Really doesn't matter what Sean thinks or what we think. If the election's held today, Roy Moore will win.
He will.
The latest poll, 10 points up. And that's three of them now that he's 10 up.
And I tell you who's not moving on him is senior citizens.
No.
They're not moving at all. We're back.
Rick and Bubba.
He thinks that Roy Moore needs to clear up some of what he is calling inconsistencies in 24 hours, or he needs to step down.
Sean's just in a bad mood.
He is. Well, he's very upset about it. And so that is new, okay?
That's for Speedy.
Let me tell you what is not new. Everything else. Okay, so until we have something new on the Roy Moore story, I'd like for us to spend some time away from it for a while if we could. Is everybody with me on that?
Yeah.
I mean, now I know in a phone troll, people can bring up whatever they want. That's fine. But I don't have anything else to add. Let me tell you what
I don't know, Rick. I'm kind of, it's kind of the topic.
Right. How about this? Let me tell you what I can't hear again. Why'd they wait so long to bring it out? We got that. How about this? That has been heard. Yep. It has been processed, and it's on the show.
And by the way, just for those of you that say that, trauma psychologists have been outspoken on this for many years on why this is the case, that they wait.
Right.
Okay? So that's a thing.
It is, but it's been said.
It has been, ad nauseum.
But there was a lot of time between when it happened and now.
No question.
Maybe you wouldn't have done it immediately, but when I'm out moving 10 Commandments and stuff around, I might have brought it up there.
No, I got all that. I'm just saying.
That's my point. I get why they didn't say it immediately.
I hear.
I don't think you have to wait 30 years.
I hear both.
But they say it is. They say that's normal.
Right.
Well, 20 wouldn't do it?
No.
What I'm saying
20
is
wouldn't do it.
Both of these things have been said. I'm just saying it's been discussed.
Absolutely.
We're talking about Roy again.
Yeah. No one should call up and act like you're the first person to ever say
Hey,
it.
what about that college football playoff?
Do you hear me? That's what I was going to say. Just please don't call and act like you're the first person to ever say that.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing I'm wondering. Okay, it's been said. Okay, and so until something new comes out, I do want to say on something that, believe it or not, was extremely important. My wife and I had the opportunity last night, and were asked about a year ago to, and Kevin Derryberry, old friend of the show, there did a great job last night. The Alabama Baptist State Convention was held this year. It was held in Huntsville, Alabama, Whitesburg Baptist Church, and had a great time. Sherry spoke at the dinner and did a phenomenal job as always. So proud to be her husband. She's just such a powerful woman of God and such a good teacher. And then after that dinner, went over to the church for when they do the convention. There's one night where they have a service that anybody can come to, and Kevin and all the folks there did like a little mini concert. And then I got up and got to do the message there last night, with the theme that they had going on, and just had an incredible time. But there could not have been kinder, more attentive host. It was just a wonderful experience. It was great to see Kevin again, and there was some interesting things because my wife and I always, when we don't speak together a lot, but when we do, it's obviously a wonderful thing. One of the most incredible things a husband and wife get an opportunity to do together. But Sherry has a style, and I have a style, and we talk about that. I always say, it's like thunder and lightning, and you can figure out which one's thunder and which one's lightning. But anyway, so she is, very precise in her teaching. She's going to be very well prepared. She's going to have done extensive days and days of solitude and preparation. And then, of course, there's certain things in the public speaking genre that always can lend itself. You have to be careful, and of course, I'll tell her that. And we were laughing and joking about all this. And, I've said that, yes, a message should be perfect, but really what's most important is a message to be effective. No. And she goes, and this is your excuse to not be as prepared. And I said, no, I'm just saying, I said, you're going to be beautiful and precise and really, really thought-provoking. And we're going to see what happens. You know what I mean? And I said, I've got some, I know where I'm going and I know what I'm doing, but I don't know what's going to happen.
Right.
And she says, now that would drive me crazy. And I said, and your preparation would drive me crazy. You know what I mean? So it's funny. So anyway, she, it was very moving, and they had asked her, and it's difficult, but they kind of assigned us what they wanted us to do. And for her, they wanted her to go back and talk about, Bronner and the book that she wrote and what God had shown her, which, by the way, if you can't believe that, January will be 10 years. Wow. So anyway, and she was kind of sort of, headed back to that. She's kind of like, I do have other messages, but I understand, and that's a powerful thing. And she does it so incredibly well about who God is in all this. And she talked about calamity and how God uses calamity. It was a beautiful, beautiful message. If you missed it, you really did miss something. And I think they actually made that available to those of you that didn't get a ticket to that. So anyway, one. "35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Well, I was sleeping with a loaded gun. I was scared of all the things I'd done. Yeah, I know I'm not the only one. It's all right, it's all right, it's all right, it's all right now." So I just got to work today. I've already had the TheraBreath oral rinse and brushed my teeth.
Rick. We all appreciate it.
But then guess what happened, Buzz? Got here, knocked back two big old cups of BuzzBox coffee. So guess what I had then?
Coffee breath.
Coffee breath, but guess what I just did?
Rinsed again.
Nope. Lozenge. TheraBreath lozenge. You want to come over and smell my breath? I just had one.
Oh, I can tell over here.
Yeah.
It's mini fresh.
The thing that is so wonderful about the TheraBreath products, unlike the competition, is that it doesn't try to cover up, and it doesn't have a lot of alcohol with it and all that. It's saying, let's go after what's actually causing you to have stank breath. And you have fresh breath. This was developed by Dr. Katz. He's been on the show many times because, he certainly, had a lot of intelligence and had the expertise. But you know what? His heart was broken because his daughter was struggling with this kind of stuff. And he's like, I got to find something that actually works and will give her confidence back. And he developed these wonderful formulas, and they are available at retailers everywhere. But you can also go to TheraBreath.com and see them all. And they're made also without the harsh chemicals you find, like, say, the whitening products that he has. They work differently. No harsh chemicals that you find in some of the other whitening products. It actually dissolves the stains and loosens them. And there's all kinds of things for, keep your gums healthy. They got that too. Find them all by going to TheraBreath.com or look for them at retailers everywhere. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so you mentioned the DeSantis deal, and we have some clips today.
Well, we're having all these governor debates and Senate debates right now, and a lot of them have loud music playing, firing everybody up like that.
That's when they walk out.
Yeah, I just, when all of the panic hit with COVID, again, I'm not blaming people for what they initially did because we didn't know what we were up against. But as the weeks went on, we realized, hey, this ain't working, or this is not going to work, or what we're trying to do is illegal, and people made adjustments for it. But Florida was one of the most open states. DeSantis was praised by most Americans for how open Florida was and how their numbers did not go up like everybody predicted they would. And now he's running for governor again. And Charlie Crist is accusing him of locking Florida down.
Yeah, I mean,
really, I can't. You can't even hardly say that with a straight face.
On this very show, when people would call from Florida, we would say calling from the free
state of Florida.
And people kept calling it the free state of Florida. And so we have a clip.
So get this from the debate. Y'all hear this with your own ears. You can't hardly believe what you hear.
All right, so here it is.
And I would also say this. You mentioned, Liz, that people are flocking to Florida. That would not have happened if Charlie Crist had his way. He wrote me a letter in July of 2020 saying you need to shut down the state of Florida. He said you need to force people to shelter in their own homes. That would have destroyed the state of Florida. That would have caused our tourism industry to go into the toilet. It would have locked out millions of kids from school. I rejected Charlie Crist's lockdown letter. I kept this state open, and I kept this state free. And we now have the biggest budget surplus in the history of Florida. We have a 2.5% unemployment,
Governor,
second lowest on
time.
record, and we just did the biggest tax cut in Florida history.
Thank you, Governor. That's time. Congressman, you have 30 seconds for rebuttal.
Thank you very much. Well, Ron, that's rich. You're the only governor in the history of Florida that's ever shut down our schools. You're the only governor in the history of Florida that shut down our businesses.
When did that happen? Is there something I'm missing?
He went on and on along that line. If you guys want to hear the rest, it's just absolute
Let it
garbage.
go. Let it go just because how important this is and how ridiculous it is.
Guy, we need to have somebody who is at the helm that understands it's important to listen to science, to do what's right, to utilize common sense. You don't just shut down at the outset, and then when it's politically convenient for you, you want to open back up to store political points for your race for president. That's not right. It's not what the people deserve.
Governor, you have 30 seconds.
Well, so he opposed having kids in school. His supporters sued me to keep the kids out of school in 2020. And how critical was that decision? We just got the nation's report card, the results from all 50 states. Florida, number 3 in 4th grade reading and number 4 in the country in 4th grade math. And if you adjust that for demographics, we are number 1 in the country in both. That would not have happened if we let Charlie Crist and his friends lock our kids out of school like they did in California and like they did in New York.
Okay, so boom. So is Crist playing games and saying in the very, very beginning, everybody shut down, including you, and you opened up, but you only opened up because you felt political pressure, not because you really meant it?
Yeah, I think that's what he's.
Is that what he's trying to say?
But here's really the backstory behind that. Charlie Crist is way behind in the polls.
Well, I would think so.
And as this election has gone on, he's got further and further behind. I think he's maybe at 44% right now. He's out of money, and he's got to take absolute long shots. Now, he knows that he can get that soundbite on the news. Hey, you locked down, you locked down. It's at best a quarter truth, okay? Because they did to begin with for about 2 weeks and then open back up. Because they realized this was not going to be a thing. And look how Florida flourished under this, and that was outlined by the governor. I mean, it's just a joke. It's just a joke that he would even say that.
Do you want to hear that first open sentence all the way through real quick? I kind of screwed that up, and you can hear how ludicrous this is.
Okay. Thank you very much. Well, Ron, that's rich. You're the only governor in the history of Florida that's ever shut down our schools. You're the only governor in the history of Florida that shut down our businesses. I never did that as governor. You're the one who's the shutdown guy.
shutdown.
He's
guy.
literally world famous for keeping the state of Florida open. That's what he's famous for.
You know what this is like? This is like somebody in a debate with Michael Jordan, and they remember when Michael Jordan didn't do well in a junior high game.
Right, right, and they're quoting that guy.
And they're claiming, you're the guy that didn't make any points and they put you in the junior high game. And everybody's like, I think he's now recognized, though, as the greatest basketball player ever. So it's like Ron DeSantis is the freedom guy now, and he's trying to go back and claim he really isn't. And it's too late. I mean, he's already been labeled as the guy who said what we're doing is wrong and Florida's not doing it anymore.
Yeah, Charlie Crist has tried to make issue. Really, his best dig, I think, at DeSantis is he was trying to get him to pledge to be the governor for 4 years and not quit and run for president.
Yeah. Right.
Which, that's a legitimate thing, too. So I would stick with that, not acting like you're mentally unstable by claiming he's the lockdown guy, because I think that'll get people with a big net looking for you.
Yeah, you're not going to get him calling him the lockdown guy. No, that's not going to work. But I'm with you. If I was in Charlie Crist's camp, and I'm glad I'm not, but if I was, I would say our only hope is that Florida, you can love Ron DeSantis all you want to. He's going to leave us and run for president. Right. That would be that's the only angle I would go with.
Yeah, and it's not going to work. But
no, but that's your only hope.
Well, Florida,
you're not going to win by calling him the lockdown governor.
How about coming out of COVID, and your schools are doing good, your tourism is doing good, and you have a budget surplus, largest ever.
Yeah. Look,
you know what that is, Rick? That's good management.
Yeah, I wouldn't exactly call Alabama, a lockdown state, even though at one time there were things going on that should not have happened here.
We had our little scuffles, but I think overall we were pretty open too.
But what I'm saying is we were still, compared to Florida, my family left here and went to Florida for the freedom.
I know.
Because we were like, look, we got some time. If we're down, let's go to Florida. At least we can move around and exist. And, we were even saying that, and we're from Alabama. Right. That's how much different his approach was to the rest of the country.
There was a point during the lockdowns when DeSantis in Florida and Greg Abbott in Texas were the bastions of freedom, to me, for the entire planet.
Absolutely.
And then you saw Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana kind of follow suit in that way.
Yeah.
But for a little while there, it was Abbott and especially DeSantis. And by the way, DeSantis only won that election by like 30,000 votes. So our world really could have been a whole lot different.
Yeah, it was razor thin when he won the first.
And
round.
if you'll remember back to what you just said, Adler, Jen Psaki would sit there and just rail on the Republican governors about not shutting the state down and not doing what they suggested.
Yeah. Well, if you think these debates are gold, we got more.
Oh yeah.
Now we look to Pennsylvania.
Oh my goodness. I can't even believe this is happening.
Y'all, why is this even close? Yeah. Why is any of it even close?
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Things, which was very, very moving, is she has this little chair that was Bronner's, and she used a visual with that was very, very moving. But as she was using it, when she was preparing, what women prepare when they wear and what they're actually going to have when they come to the event, because they all got different kind of shoes. I heard a conversation because Tara Dawson rode with us because Scott was out on his running for governor tour, was meeting us there because he was coming out of North Alabama. And to hear her and Sherry discuss the various decisions on shoes about what they were wearing and what it was and these certain, this outfit, I just, and I just couldn't find the right boots. And so there's a moment, it's almost like if you're going to do public speaking, you're going to use any kind of visual aid, you got to know how it's going to go. Okay. And it all turned out fine. But one thing, there's a point in there where Sherry actually stands in the chair, which was really beautiful. But she had never stood in it with heels on, with boots on that are up on that. If she'd always been at home practicing on it, she'd always had flats on.
Oh.
So I remember looking, and I looked down at her boots, and I'm out there on, in the front table, and I'm like, I don't know about going to, and I didn't know she was going to stand it. She'd showed me everything with that. I didn't know that. Mm-hmm. And I kept wondering if she would, because you could see that that would be kind of where we're headed. And So when she first stood up in it, and this is right toward the end, there was that first little sway like that. Then she stopped. She said, "I just almost fell out of this chair." And everybody kind of laughed for a minute, and she stayed in it fine. And after it was over, I said, "You never did practice with those boots." And she goes, "No, I didn't." And she goes, "If I had fallen out of that chair," I said, "Sherry, I got to tell you, that would be." She goes, and she told everybody, she goes, "Because all of us that live in this world, everything gets on the show."
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yep.
And
here you are.
But anyway, and then so we had a great time with it. Of course, as we know, Bubba, you and I have been laughing about this for. I don't remember how long ago that interview was, but there's a guy out there that wants me removed from the Baptist denomination. Now he doesn't realize that my grandmother will come back from heaven if that happens.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so we had the security was security's high anyway now, and it should be, but there was always that little extra. So I had security is great, and I'm glad they were there. It was incredible, and we talked about our plan, and that's sadly the new thing about church and speaking.
So were you packing heat?
There was heat around me. Yeah. If anybody was coming after me, they really had to be committed. But I will say this: when they go to the bathroom with you, that's just a little weird. I mean, it's there's an uncomfortable, because if you're moving, they're gonna move with you, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm just going.
You got to be careful in the bathroom. You've seen those Mission Impossible movies.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody will drop out of the seat and towel on you in a minute.
Oh,
But anyway,
with a mask.
Right. So there is a there's a moment, because this never fails with me. And hey, we love Kevin. Kevin's phenomenal. Kevin Derber.
We love Kevin.
But in this particular setting, usually when I go to speak, it's 2 to 3 songs. But Kevin was going to do a kind of a little concert. Oh. So what happens? You go to the bathroom, and then if it's 6, 7 songs, I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom again for it's time. So
Sure.
I get in that uncomfortable moment where I
don't know where to go.
Now I'm on the front.
Right.
Don't miss that. And I'm all mocked up like I like it. And I lean over to Sherry and I said, "I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom one more time." She goes, "Are you gonna go to the bathroom during Oceans? Really?" And I'm like, I don't want.
What's long enough? You got time for the song.
That's the first thing I thought of. I thought if they're doing Oceans, I got 10 minutes. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Yeah.
Let's hope they don't have your mic.
But there's that
up.
moment though where you, the speaker, in your suit like you like it. By the way, guys, y'all make a big deal out of me being in the suit. It's not that big a deal. Hey, that's all you in that suit. I was like, look, guys, I wear a suit every now and then. Everybody made a huge ordeal out of the suit. Well, I'll tell you, if I see you in a suit, I wonder who's dead. Hey, guys, I can wear a suit.
We're not talking about Mac Daddy.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, I've worn a suit before. I don't wear it a lot. I'll give you that. But
here
we're not
recently
talking
you
about
have.
Bubba.
Yeah.
In 2017, you can't say that. Now, I'll give you 2000, 2005,
Yeah.
maybe.
Well,
but you can't say it anymore.
Well, I thought it was appropriate. You know what I mean? I thought
That's okay.
Yeah. So anyway,
You look good.
A lot of talking.
Picture of the day if you want to see it.
A lot of people talking about suit. But anyway, so so if you get up, headset blazing, suit rocking, and you've been on the front row, and you're walking out of the auditorium to go to the restroom, everybody looks at you.
Yeah.
I mean, there's people.
Yeah.
There's
Especially
people
if
looking.
security's following you there.
Yeah, sure. Hey, you all right? Yeah, I'm just. And then you want to say something really deep, spiritual. You got to get out here and pray. Yeah, but the Lord's given me a word. But what you really want to say is, no, I just got to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
And because
Rick, or truthfully, the Lord has moved you to action.
Yeah. So anyway, and
so to speak.
Saw a lot of folks that listened to the show, and just want to thank all of you. It was a great evening. If you weren't able to come, well, you missed it. It was an incredible night, and I don't know if we'll find out if they'll make. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big, and we're glad you're here today. Still to come on the program, Senator Tommy Tuberville and Dinesh D'Souza, all coming up later on the program today. We'll meet and play as well. Wednesday Bible study back today. We continue the walk through Genesis. We're in Genesis 42 today. Watch that live at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern, on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. Or you can catch it when it's archived either on the YouTube channel or the podcast archives on your own time. All right. I don't know why. Are we really down? And it may be because nobody wants to do it anymore. I look at our current president. It's obvious that he has Alzheimer's. We also look at this race we're looking at next in Pennsylvania. We certainly see someone who's struggling after, we know he had a stroke and things like that. It's okay sometimes to say that someone is physically or mentally unable to serve, but it's like if they represent my political party, by golly, we'll do weekend at Bernie's. We're going to keep them propped up. Oh, yeah. And now we're out to stop, as we all fear, Dr. Oz, Dr. Oz in Pennsylvania, and this Fetterman circus, I don't even know. I don't know what to do with it. I really don't. So you're going to see this first clip, and when I heard that he was going to debate Dr. Oz, I thought, oh my goodness, I hope that we come back and have those highlights. I mean, so the thing that he can't, his mind's not working right, and if he can't audibly hear something from somebody, which I think
he can't encode it properly.
Yeah, encode it properly because of his stroke.
Right, but he can read things fine.
He can read things fine, and he said that's no big deal because there's a lot of people that live their lives in closed caption.
Yeah, he was giving those numbers yesterday. I saw that little clip. Okay. So he said it's really no big deal.
But here's the problem: when your mind doesn't code right, he's going to open the debate and say hello to everybody, and I think he intends to say good evening, which is a greeting, meaning we're just getting started. When you say good night, that means it's over, and he's going to start with good night.
Right.
Okay. All right. So here we go.
As lieutenant governor, you're running for a seat that could decide the balance of power in Washington. What qualifies you to be a U.S. senator? You have 60 seconds.
Hi. Good night, everybody. I'm running to serve Pennsylvania. He's running to use Pennsylvania.
Oh, my goodness.
Hi, good night, everybody.
Hi, good night, everybody.
Y'all, Saturday Night Live this week is already made, isn't it?
Oh, my goodness. And Bubba said something in the break that I'd never thought of. Of course, now it's all I can see. If we painted him green, he would be Shrek.
Yes.
Hand him a bag. He can go door to door next week.
All right.
So good.
Look,
good night, everybody.
It's not about his inability. That's
bizarre.
Seemed like
you got to admit
if you're the party, you would want to plug somebody in there. But
yeah,
whatever,
you can't help it. But
whatever on that. But the point is with him, he's just really, really weak on the crime thing. He's one of these.
Anything goes.
Let them all out.
That everybody has been wrongly done, and society is to blame. And no bail. Hey. And that's worked out well.
Does he throw in
hey? Well, I did. I did.
Maybe we misunderstood that. Y'all want to hear that one more time?
Oh, yeah, sure.
What qualifies you to be a U.S. senator? You have 60 seconds.
Hi. Good night, everybody. I'm running to.
No, we heard it right.
No, we did. All right. So the
what if he just walked off? Good night, everybody.
I thought he was making a joke. And then when he started talking, I thought, oh my goodness, I think that was his greeting. I think he meant to say. I mean, it's one thing to say the wrong greeting because you're speaking a foreign language, but when you miss the greeting that's appropriate for your own language,
Rick, 180 degrees.
Right.
That owns me. By the way.
What if you had to sit down and be in a discussion with him and Joe Biden?
Oh my goodness.
Would that be?
Sure.
How challenging would that be?
I wish I had I had a nice meal set up. I'd already made my selections. I was relaxed.
Right.
The weather was beautiful, and I just sat there and I would toss questions into the middle of him and Joe Biden.
We have some more highlights from the debate.
All right,
so Adler, fire at will.
Here's him when he's asked about not paying his taxes. All right,
Mr. Fetterman, I will allow a 15-second rebuttal. He has specifically said you have not paid your taxes and that you want to raise taxes on Americans. How do you respond?
Absolutely. The Oz rule, of course, he's lying. It was helping two students 17 years ago to help them buy their own homes. They didn't pay the bills, and it got her paid, and it has never been an issue in any of the campaign before. It was all about nonprofit.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fetterman.
What's he saying?
Okie dokie.
What is he saying?
Wow.
Bubba, what was that? Word salad. Which is a new thing I enjoy.
Word salad.
It's like he would be headed in a direction, and then all of a sudden he would get a little off the road.
Can I tell you, I took a pass on embracing everybody saying gaslighting now, but I've embraced word salad.
Yeah,
word salad. You like
what I'm gonna guess could happen here, or what he's trying to. And again, please, I'm way out on the plank here.
If you want to be a Fetterman interpreter, I think we need one.
I think he's trying to say that he went out on a limb and helped some people buy a home or a house, and then they didn't pay their taxes, but because his name was on it, maybe as a cosigner or something, that it showed up as he owed it and he got hung with it.
Okay, are you speaking for him?
Can I tell you this? I think you're probably right, but I wish See, I can't have him serving the country not able to communicate that himself.
Well,
it's not what he did or didn't do; it's the fact that he can't communicate it.
Well, I'm just speaking from and I've seen these kind of things happen when you sell a business or something, and maybe the business had a lease on it or something, and then they didn't pay the lease, so it flipped back to the original signer of it, and it wasn't covered in the transfer.
What if you stood beside him, and every time he finished talking, you kind of explained what he meant?
Yeah, let's hear it one more time, Adler. Let's hear it one more time.
Close the window. I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second here.
Just to try to decode this again, because like I said, I have some experience in this, sadly.
I think you may be right. I think you're right.
But he does need to be able to communicate it himself to be a senator.
Yeah, well, I'm going to tell you another one, too, that I know y'all are
got
aware
some pretty
of.
important issues that he would be up there for.
I started chasing a rabbit because Fetterman has given Dr. Oz a bunch of junk for having several homes.
Right.
And then Fetterman calls him out, and then Dr. Oz calls out Fetterman and says, "Dude, you bought your house for $1 from your sister. Here's the tax clip again."
Okay. Mr. Fetterman, I will allow a 15-second rebuttal. He has specifically said you have not paid your taxes and that you want to raise taxes on Americans. How do you respond?
Absolutely. The Oz rule, of course, he's lying. It was helping 2 students 17 years ago to help them buy their own homes. They didn't pay the bills, and it got paid, and it has never been an issue in any of the campaign before.
See, he didn't say it the way you did.
It was all about nonprofit.
So I think what he's saying is he helped 2 students, so that meant he had to be a co-signer.
But shouldn't he be able to say that?
Yeah, well, you would hope so as a senator.
Yeah, you would think.
I'm going to assume that's what it was. But I had a situation one time. I had to buy a piece of property back because the property taxes wasn't paid.
Yeah.
When all the refinancing was going on, and the companies could not get the paperwork done quick enough, so I just paid my own property taxes directly now. I don't do it through mortgage companies because that was a disaster.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's getting all the headlines right now. Kim Jong. Donald Trump, because he referred indirectly, but still directly enough for them, he referred to Kim Jong-un as short and fat.
Oh, boy.
Death.
Well, I mean, him and the Democrats.
Yeah, right.
So both on the same side. Another impeachment push today.
If I would say this to Kim Jong, I would say if Kim Jong-un, I would like for Kim Jong-un, as I look at this current picture of him, I guess, I would like for him to look in the mirror and ask the question, does he also see something that looks short and fat?
And how about that haircut?
I mean, I'm looking at this one picture. Think right now, before you look right here, just do a quick glance and think Porky Pig.
Oh, absolutely.
Look at the Porky. Look.
Absolutely.
I mean, you can.
Rick,
all he needs is that little blue blazer and no pants, and he's Porky Pig.
Rick, the quote on this is just precious. It says the North Korean Workers' Party newspaper.
Oh my God!
And I'm not even going to try the name of it.
Please don't. Please.
Rodong something.
Hey, Bubba,
what is that?
I said please don't. I said please don't. But that's exactly.
Is
what
that the Rodong?
Please. I'm asking.
The Rodong Weekly Whopper.
Yeah.
What is that?
Oh my goodness! There you
Said
go.
that Trump had been sentenced to death by the Korean people. Now get this. Wait a minute. I got one more line here. The worst crime for which he can never be pardoned is that he dared to malignantly. Oh no, that ain't
maliciously.
No, wait a minute. What is it?
To malign.
Hurt the dignity of the supreme leadership. How about the Koreans are using English words so big I don't know what they are?
Well, they're trying to say that he was maligned, but I don't think the word they're trying to make, there's a real word.
Malignantly is a word.
It is? Okay. Yeah. That's what it is. Malignantly hurt his dignity, which means to ultimately
to talk
malign
down
him.
to him.
Right.
Yeah. He should just know
unforgivable
that he is just a horrendous criminal sentenced to death by the Korean people.
Now, I want y'all to think about this. The worst crime for which you can never be pardoned.
Right.
How about this? The North Korean people have sentenced our president to death.
For calling him fat.
For calling him fat. And indirectly. Remember, he said, no, I wouldn't call him short and fat.
They say that Kim Jong-un, 33 years old, is between 5'7" and 5'9" and weighs about 300 pounds.
Wow, that's awful.
Wow.
Close.
While everybody else is rationing food.
Right.
Don't forget that.
Bubba. What was that again?
This way?
Yeah, y'all get a side by side.
Bubba, there's some good news in this for you. If I tell you what, that's a nice jacket he has. So, but the
that is good looking.
I wish he had on red suspenders.
Oh my goodness,
We're struggling.
Here it says many have described him as the Asian version of a mayor of a small town. Now that seems.
Look, well, here's the thing. See, Kim Jong Un doesn't take it well. I know I'm short and fat. I got a mirror.
Right.
I got eyes.
That's
Okay,
right.
I got
So
it.
you're not
I got it.
going to sentence anyone to death?
Well, I'd be
It
dead long
seems
ago.
a little sensitive.
Well, it's like we say about any of our flaws. If I don't want people to fill in the blank, if that's something that I am, then don't be that. I mean, if
it bothers you,
if you're bothered by being called short and fat, don't be short and fat.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Now, being
be
being
short-
bald's a little different. I
be-
wish I wasn't bald.
Get short and skinny.
I'm with you there, Speedy.
I mean,
well, you not a lot you can do about it.
blow it out.
Right, but I mean, if you don't want somebody to say it's that bald guy, well, then you'd have to somehow not be
No.
bald, right?
Right.
Oh, wait a minute.
I guess
wait.
there's procedures for that. I'm just not willing to do them.
Oh, wait,
I'll
there's
just
more
shave it.
here, Rick.
Please don't, by the way.
The editorial in the paper took a dig at Trump's failure to tour the demilitarized zone, better known as the DMZ,
Right.
dividing the two Koreas. Trump's helicopter taking him to the DMZ had turned back after just 5 minutes due to bad weather. An explanation the newspaper dismisses. It wasn't the weather, the editorial said. He was just too scared to face the glaring eyes of our troops.
All right. So now they're saying that Trump's scared of them.
Trash talking a little bit.
Right. And they've sentenced him to death. Don't miss that. And he cannot be pardoned.
Ever.
How many people would like to just go ahead and take care of North Korea today?
Well, I mean, look, it'd be a big handle. It caused a lot of problems. But, I mean, it would solve some problems, too.
Yeah, we wouldn't be arguing about this the next generation.
Mm-hmm. So there we go. So the North Korean people,
glaring troops,
according to Bubba, as we all know, the very, very open-minded and journalistic piece of journalism, the North Korean Workers' Party newspaper.
Yeah. Don't you know how you get in charge of that? You have to write stories, and whichever one the supreme commander likes, he gets to pick, and then you're in charge.
Yeah. That's we know how hard-hitting their news coverage can be. And so they're saying that our president has not only been sentenced to death, but left the DMZ because of the glaring eyes of the North Korean troops. He was afraid.
The glaring eyes.
He was.
The glaring eyes.
Hey,
better than glowing eyes.
Right. Bubba. That's not very. Wow.
I'm done with that cancer. You know.
Right.
Cut that thing out. Be done. I'm like Trump.
Right.
Tired of it.
Right.
Wasted too much time and money on it.
Right.
Think about what how much effort goes into that little corner of the world.
Boy.
Lot.
I know. Right. South Korea a little dicey for them there. You know.
Boy, you talking about hung out there on the edge.
I'm telling
Nowhere
you.
to go.
Huh? Japan a little dicey for them.
Yeah.
I mean,
Which Salton told us, geographic, report it.
He did.
He told us that.
That was a good point. It's in the top 10.
Never thought about
Yeah,
it.
that was
Larry.
hilarious.
You know that guy we had on yesterday?
You know,
He traveled around the world 80 days.
They said, remember, he said geography is important.
Oh, yeah, it is. You got it.
Let's spend a day.
I'm sorry.
What did he refer to the Pacific and Atlantic as?
The big
big tank ditches that you can't get through.
What was it, Larry?
Coming to you from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Blazing Silverman is our intern. He's taking your phone calls. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. And Rick, we're running for no office here today.
That's right. The people of Pennsylvania, you do realize this guy's trying to go to the Senate, right? I mean, I can't think of anything that if this guy came in and interviewed with me that I would say, let's give that responsibility to him. You can't do this. You can't send somebody like this to the Senate. I mean, we can't. There's more. We're talking about the debate, Dr. Oz. I mean,
we're not talking about his medical thing. He
Right.
just has bad positions on a lot of stuff.
Right. He has bad positions, but Bubba, it's okay not to ignore his medical problems because we already have the free world being run by someone whose cognitive skills are not operating anymore.
Do you feel like we kind of need a youth movement?
Yeah, and you mean we're down to Dr. Oz versus Shrek? I mean, for the Senate. So anyway, here we continue. This next back and forth is what, Adler?
Which one are we doing now?
This is talking about how Fetterman has really never supported himself. And Fetterman has always tried to call out Dr. Oz for having multiple homes. He's just a successful guy.
Yeah.
And here is that exchange.
Oz.
I've been trying to talk about policy issues with the people of Pennsylvania. As a doctor, I listen to their ideas and I want to talk about them. When John Fetterman brings up houses, the irony is he didn't pay for his own house. He got it for $1 from his sister. And he hasn't been able to earn a living on his own. He's lived off his parents. So it's not a topic that we should be debating on the stage. We should be talking about crime and inflation, the issues that are hurting Pennsylvanians that they're talking about at their kitchen table.
So there you go.
So, and I'm glad he said that. He comes across as that son that we've seen throughout our lives, where families they just never can hold a job. They're always living in the basement. Can somebody give him a house? Can we set him up somehow? He's never going to be able to provide for himself. And we want to send him to the Senate?
Yeah, where he's going to deal with $1 trillion deficits.
And you're in Pennsylvania, and you want to send this guy to the Senate?
Yeah, that's scary.
So is the next one about the Biden administration overspending? Is that the next one we have? Okay.
Do we have the fracking one? I know that's getting a lot of headlines.
I got both of those if you want them.
Let's hear them. I want to hear them.
All right. Here is just him talking about spending.
Okay.
Has the Biden administration overspent? And if so, where do you think spending should be cut? You have 60 seconds.
Face.
No, here's what I think we have to fight about inflation here right now. That's what we need to fight about inflation. Right now, because it's a tax on working families.
Yes, it is.
He's right.
I agree.
That's a great point.
I agree with you, Mr. Fetterman, on that point.
I don't think that's what he was asked.
Was that uncomfortable? Because it was extremely uncomfortable for me. The 3 Mississippi Pauls. Was that him reading?
Well, yeah, he had to read.
It felt like 5 minutes.
Yeah. I just wow.
All right, the next one he's catching.
But how do you stop inflation? You quit ridiculous spending when you have supply chain issues.
Correct.
Right.
And Bubba, you mentioned fracking. Here's that fracking.
Yeah, this is the one that's getting a lot of headlines.
Create energy independence.
I must correct the record.
Just a second, Mr. Oz. I do want to clarify something. You're saying tonight that you support fracking, that you've always supported fracking, but there is that 2018 interview that you said, quote, I don't support fracking at all. So how do you square the two?
He's reading.
I do support fracking, and I support fracking, and I stand and I do support fracking.
I'm sorry, Speedy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fetterman.
I'm sorry, Lisa, but there's not just a statement you read. There are multiple. There's pictures of him signing.
Oh my goodness.
He has been anti-fracking.
Oh yeah,
his whole time, and then
they're going to find plenty of quotes.
And there's tape of it. He's signed things. He's wrote articles. And he stands there and says he stands for fracking.
Or did he think he was saying he was against fracking? He just wasn't coming out right.
That's a good
you
point.
Never know.
Stand for fracking.
I mean, what was his answer?
If he said good night when he meant to say good evening, he may say I'm against fracking, and he thought he was saying he was against fracking while saying he is.
He said I'm for energy independence, which means you got to have fracking to get the oil out.
Fracking, I stand.
We're leading the world in that technology.
Fracking, I stand.
I'm standing. Fracking.
I'm standing. Fracking.
Create energy independence.
I must correct the record.
Just a second, Mr. Oz. I do want to clarify something. You're saying tonight that you support fracking, that you've always supported fracking, but there is that 2018 interview that you said, quote, I don't support fracking at all. So how do you square the two?
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi.
I do support fracking, and I support fracking, and I stand and I do support fracking.
If Saturday Night Live does not do,
they need to take their comedy license, wad it up, and throw it in the garbage.
That left a little bit ago, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in years, but if they want to try to be funny again, here's a good opportunity.
You bring out a guy that looks like him,
fracking.
You paint him green, and they ask him where he's been. He said, "I just finished trick or treating." Gosh, that's good stuff, y'all. I don't care who you are. That's good.
I'm going to this point the way I feel about the president now. God love him. He just does not have. He's not able to perform the duties of these jobs.
If you were Dr. Oz, Rick, what would you say to that? Would you look over? Or do y'all see this?
Well,
I would have to say.
So does he support fracking or is he against?
Right.
I mean,
my line
that would be you, Bubba.
My line would be, well, that's as clear as mud.
Well, I'll give the.
Can you
listen,
run that by us again?
I'll give the moderator this. You saw Oz immediately go, wait a minute, what? And she's like, oh, I'll take care of this.
I'll take it
because you've been well documented. You're against fracking,
right?
And now all of a sudden you support it.
I think I would have done. I would have done what we just did, which would have had me on headlines everywhere. I would have said, I want to stop the debate for a minute, and I want to be gracious because I understand my opponent's recent stroke and some of the challenges he may have, and it's courageous to watch him try to overcome it. Is it possible that, because when we started you said good night to everybody, and I know you meant good evening, do you mean that you're still against fracking and you think that's what you're saying? Because I want you to know what you're saying, what we hear. Somebody type this to him. What you're saying is that you're now for fracking. I want you to know that. You may not think you're saying that.
You're pro-fracking.
So I want to give him a chance to change it because he may think he's still saying what he said in every interview prior to this debate.
Right.
Okay, so
that's good.
Right, and that's what I would have done. I would have given. I would have said, I think he thinks he's saying something different.
All right, let's give him another chance.
Yeah, let's give him another run at it. So this other one is this one? I know we had the horrible, evil Daryl Brooks that plowed into the parade.
Oh yeah.
How does this come into this debate?
Oh, I'm sorry, that's not related.
Okay.
That's not related.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
Now that is a weird moment, though. I'll tell you that.
Oh, I see. That's number 8. I'm sorry, I'd accidentally.
You ought to hear Fetterman's take on it.
I thought for a minute, how did Daryl Brooks get into this? He's still defending himself.
Fracking.
Daryl Brooks is still defending himself.
Yeah.
That is a closing argument of his. Okay. I do have one more Fetterman clip because everybody accuses him of being soft on crime.
Okay.
Here is a clip of Fetterman celebrating the release of a first-degree murderer who stabbed a person 26 times with garden shears and then tried to hire someone to kill the person that helped him commit that murder. Here's Fetterman. This is at a separate town, meeting or whatever, but this is Fetterman celebrating releasing that murderer.
I'm happy that he's going to be going home to his family, and that even if you're not moved by, again, the morality of having these folks go back home, despite serving sentences that were in excess to what the crime was.
And murder?
From a financial burden, that's no longer on the state and taxpayers.
Okay, well, that makes us feel better. At least my taxpayers.
People are in danger.
Yeah, why don't you cut taxes in places that we don't understand why we're being taxed?
Yeah.
We understand that we are helping to incarcerate murderers.
Got it.
And we're really okay with it.
Yep.
Okay,
Send that bill on. We'll take it.
Yeah. We're okay with that.
Murderers can stay for free. It's fine with us.
Hey, how about this? If we keep dangerous murderers behind bars, that's on me. I'll handle it. Okay. 15 minutes past the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick. Larry Wayne. The pride of Colton.
That's not me, Bubba.
In his defense, I did say Taunton.
Did you
he
really
probably knows
it
several
wrong?
people named Larry.
He was taunting him.
Yeah, I know whole family of Tautons.
How about you? Hey, buddy. And
boy, I am so glad to be here.
Well, as we've been talking about on the show quite a bit, and inflation affects us all. None of us are exempt because when the cost of everything going up, that is a reality that affects every single person, no matter where we are, unless you're going to not buy products. It also is going to affect your retirement. I don't know if you've taken a look at yours lately. I've taken a look at mine. And so the Biden administration, I don't even know what to say about their response because they're acting like it isn't happening. And the economy is struggling, and that's why we recommend diversifying with gold and silver and doing that now. And I would recommend you go with Allegiance Gold, and I'll tell you why. They're going to help protect your IRA or your 401k with physical gold and silver. And if you prefer, they'll even send it right to your door. Now, what kind of separates them from the pack is how they devote themselves to getting a plan that is uniquely formatted for your situation. They don't take some boilerplate deal and say, well, this is what everybody does, because that may not be the best thing for you. What's good for you and what's good for Bubba and what's good for Speedy, me, it may all be different. So they want to sit down and say, here's your situation. This is what we suggest. And that's why they have so many accolades out there. You can see it everywhere. Go to protectwithrickbubba.com. Get their best offer yet, up to $2,500 of free silver on a qualifying purchase when you tell them Rick and Bubba sent you when you call 844-790-9191. Now, if you go to protectwithrickbubba.com, just put our names together, you'll see it. Now, if you call, you need to mention us, 844-790-9191, or simply go to protectwithrickbubba.com.
Right now,
baby. Just say the word Mayfield Creamery. Just say, I like the way it sounds, and it feels.
And there's our old buddy Scotty.
Scotty Mayfield.
Good morning, guys.
Scotty, welcome back.
Well, it's great to see you all. Really is.
I tell people sometimes that I miss them, and I don't mean it. When I say I miss you, I mean it. I mean, because because you come in here with this delicious ice cream and you're just
bribes start off right on for
yeah. I mean,
well, we haven't seen you in a while, and we thought you might be mad at us. We wasn't sure because several people have come on the show and kind of regretted it, like Tommy Tuberville. But,
right? Nah, that's funny.
Yep. If you remember, and I don't know if it was your last trip here or second to last, your cow got a ticket. Do you remember
that? That's right.
And we thought that you were mad about that.
Called you all.
Yeah, they did. When you got a big cow on the side of the road getting a ticket,
and we stopped at the next stop and got more chain for the.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Well, you got to have your cow, tied on, right?
That's right.
Sure. Well, there's so many wonderful things about the holiday season. It is the most wonderful time of year. I mean, you get Thanksgiving, Christmas, the New Year coming up. And then you think about Mayfield Creamery, and you think, well, they don't need to do anything else. They've done enough. And then you tell us we have new flavors.
Well, these are seasonal, really, because we have them every year, but it's just around this time of year that we have peppermint stick.
Here we go.
And we have eggnog, and we also have pumpkin pie, which is kind of new in the last year or two. And it'll run out probably around Thanksgiving, and we'll have the peppermint stick. And this is the time of year that people kind of like our snow cream. It's a year-round flavor, but people are reminded of it when it gets cold.
I love that snow
it's
cream.
Good.
You may remember I ate a bunch of it.
Yeah, it's great. So we got that, and of course, then there's moose tracks.
There he goes.
Southern pecan.
Yeah.
It's we're just I just feel very fortunate. We've gone back. You mentioned Mayfield Creamery. We've gone
I like
back.
to say that.
Yeah. That was the original name that we used, that my grandfather used when he started Mayfield Creamery. And so we've gone back to do that. And in reality, we've looked at a bunch of old flavors. Lemon icebox pie was a summer flavor that we had. We hadn't had it probably in 40 years, but we started looking at what we used to have.
Why would we run it off like that?
There's too many. You got banana pudding. There's just too many flavors to have in a door or two in a supermarket. But anyway,
it's like a playoff, isn't it? Y'all have an ice cream playoff.
Y'all got a playoff coming up in this state.
Well. 21 minutes past the hour. Blazing Silverman is ready to take your phone calls right now. It can be on any topic. We're turning it over to you. Phone trolling, largest number of people, shortest amount of time. Ask a question, make a comment, bring information to the table. And you can do that now. If you move, all 10 lines are available, and that'll get you right here to us. Things you need to know coming in 2023, February 24th and 25th. It is going to be in our hometown, Greg, Oxford, Alabama, the first ever Man Church Conference. We kicked off the manchurch.com March 1, 2020. We've implemented our discipleship strategy all over the country, and that certainly is still the foundation of what we do. But we thought, you know what? Why don't we try to put together a kind of a convention conference format where you come from all over the country to our hometown there at the Performing Arts Center, and that conference is coming up in February the 24th and the 25th. The seats are reserved, so once you get them, you got your seats for the weekend, and they are moving quickly. So get your men together. A lot of you letting me know you're coming from all over. You will have some of our teachers will be speaking. We've got Recap Gray, a young pastor, is going to be our guest coming, speaking with Rich Wingo. I'll be speaking. Andy Blanks. Chuck Hooten's doing worship. We'll have a breakfast. You'll get an invitation to that if you're a leader, and we can come in and we can talk. Helmsy will be there talking about, helping with how to teach our strategy and all that. It'll be a great time, and then we send you off to big time entertainment when it's over so you and your men can have some fellowship as well. So get your tickets now if you haven't already by going to themanchurch.com. You'll see it right there on the homepage. Let's start with Josh out of Mississippi on the phone trolling.
Keep them phones a-trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Josh, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning in Green Acres.
Green Acres.
Thank you for being out there.
Go ahead, buddy.
All right, I just had a question. So if you were trying to pick someone from the office to go pick up a lunch order and you wanted it to be right, would you pick Fetterman over anybody in the office?
I would not.
That's small
under no circumstance. No, he would not be my choice.
No.
I think that if he, just like he is, would have been on an episode or one of the recurring characters on the show, The Office, you wouldn't have thought, you would have said, well, they made this character up.
Yeah.
If he just went and acted just like he is. They were like, man, that actor's so good. Yeah. Anonymous out of Adamsville, 30 seconds, go. Oh, that's good. Anonymous, Adamsville.
So anonymous, he don't want to talk.
He's so, let me try it again.
I'm in hiding.
Anonymous, try it again.
Have y'all been keeping up with the Daryl Brooks trial that started?
We did in the early stages. I haven't recently, but Adler has another clip of his closing arguments today that we haven't played yet.
He's acting as his own attorney.
That
right?
is correct.
Now, I did see him build a fort with the boxes.
Yeah, he had behind him.
Did you see that, Rick?
I did not.
Yeah,
no.
he built a little fort.
Well,
He got kicked out of the courtroom the other
I
day
noticed
again.
yesterday that the judge had kicked him out of the courtroom, and I got to give, I guess, hats off to the judge. She has shown some serious.
Yeah.
You might wonder why that guy was anonymous for that subject.
I don't. I guess he thinks Daryl Brooks is going to get him. Becky in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Becky, how's it feel to watch that debate?
Oh, guys, that was a sad state of affairs. I suffer from what Speedy has really bad secondhand. We have, and I guess it's like in every other state, we have what we call the red tea. Pennsylvania is only blue in Pittsburgh and in Philadelphia, and that's what carries our state. And I'm afraid we're probably going to see Fetterman as our senator.
Because the left is so dug in on their hate of the right, they'll put anybody in there as long as they're not red.
And that's true. And there was there's a representative right now in Congress named Connor Lamb, and he too ran against Fetterman. I thought for sure he was going to be our Senate candidate as a Democrat. And apparently he must have just made somebody mad in the DNC. And Fetterman, I think, can be, won over and do whatever they say. And I'm unfortunately, my hands are tied, and I don't have anybody else to vote for but for Oz.
Oh, yeah.
And he wasn't the candidate I voted for either.
So you would have voted for a Democrat if it wasn't Fetterman?
No, I would not.
No, okay.
So you're just saying Philly.
better
You're saying Philadelphia and Pittsburgh dictate.
The
entire state, and everybody else is drug along.
Yeah. Yep. Well, do the best you can, Becky. I would think that these debates, but you're right. We've become such a mob and such a cult when it comes to sometimes political views that we've lost even the ability to reason that this person probably shouldn't be given this responsibility. And though I may not agree with everything, it's not like you're not sending, Alex Jones to represent you. Dr. Oz is not exactly Rush Limbaugh. Okay, I mean but you can't send this other guy.
And think
Fetterman.
this is for 6 years. He'll be there.
Yeah. We continue. Let's go to Albert. Albert, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Rick and Bubba, y'all shouldn't have been saying all that stuff about fat people on the radio yesterday.
I talked to Rudy and Bucket, and they are offended also.
It's a decent fight. I thought mine is still superior, though.
That's pretty good.
Let's go to Tanner in Alabama. Tanner, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys. I just had an idea the other day when you were talking about your restaurant that you guys had. Now, I was really young at the time, so I wouldn't have remembered if you did this, but you guys could have had the restaurant doing breakfast and done your show from the restaurant, like Coach Saban does from Baumhauer's and all those other coaches.
Yeah. We actually did do breakfast.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Really?
and we we did. Yeah, because we thought if you got a show that's live in the morning, shouldn't you have breakfast?
Yeah.
You should.
Yeah. So that didn't help us. But
Added burden.
You know, really, it didn't seem like customers coming in the door was the problem.
yeah, and you also run into problems of the people who pay for the rights to show going, so y'all just going to do the show from your restaurant and give them a full live show? Do you realize how much people have to pay for that?
Oh, yeah. Well, we had to pay.
Because we had to pay for our own advertising.
For our advertising, yeah.
we did. Let's go to
I'm afraid what we're saying is we couldn't afford our own remote.
we could not afford it. Jacob, go ahead. 30 seconds out of Mississippi.
Hey, I was wondering if y'all see where Charlie Crist asked Governor DeSantis why he shut the school down and the whole country fighting about it.
Well, Jacob, I'm sorry, I couldn't understand the first part. What does he say?
Charlie?
He's asking what we already covered. I think he missed when he was accusing DeSantis of shutting the state down, and schools, and all that. We had covered that.
I couldn't understand it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, everything was shut down for about 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And people said, wait a minute, this ain't going to work.
Tim in Crossville. Tim, go ahead.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I think we can forget the body double conspiracy theory by the Democrats, because if these guys are putting up their body doubles, they're doing an excellent job of typecasting these guys.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, if that's the replacement, we're in trouble.
Yeah, if
too.
I was going to do a body double, the body double would actually do a better job than the person he was replacing.
Or just any job.
Yeah, just something. Wow. All right, 866 We Be Big. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. Senator Tommy Tuberville, straight ahead.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yes, we do.
That's a war.
Yeah, but so how do you develop these flavors? I mean, did you, and of course, how do you decide when it's on and when it's off? I mean, like you said, snow cream doesn't leave. It's just people like it. Peppermint comes and goes, and pumpkin pie comes and goes, and what was the other one? There was another one.
Well, banana pudding.
Yeah.
We got so many. What we've done, used to we had a lot of variety. And then
eggnog, that's one of them.
That's right. The UPC codes came into being, and the store started setting the sets by UPC code. And about 3 years ago, we went to them and said, okay, we're going to have a UPC code for vanilla and chocolate and butter pecan and so on. But we have these two UPC codes, and during the year, if you approve these items, we're going to have 4 different flavors in this. So we've got about 8 flavors that we rotate in all through the year, and it just allows us to have more variety, makes people happy, makes people upset when it goes away.
Not a big limited time guy, because there's a little frustration that comes
There's
with
still,
that. But I understand.
But the moose can run over you any time of the year and leave tracks, right?
10% of everything we do. Vanilla's about 30.
It does more than the moose, huh?
Yeah, but I don't believe we eat it as vanilla. At home, I doctor mine up.
Oh, I'll find a little Hershey syrup.
Well, yeah, because I would call that your foundation.
Right.
Your base.
How does chocolate fare?
It's right there. It's the same as Moose Tracks. And it's funny you say that, because I believe if you know how to make vanilla and you know how to make chocolate, you're kind of done. Because after that, you're just adding
now
stuff
we're adding a
to
little stuff to it.
Yeah.
Your all-time favorite? I know we ask you this every time. Does it change?
You know, I've been eating a lot of mint chocolate chip lately.
That's not bad.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
I don't know. You know, the chips in our mint chocolate chip is actually a liquid. And when it hits the ice cream, it shatters into the chips. So they have a lower melting point, so you taste the chocolate really early. a lot of times when you eat chocolate, you got to chew it and chew it and chew it and warm it up before you taste it. But ours, you taste the mint and the chocolate.
We sprayed it in.
Scotty, you know a lot about ice cream.
Yeah, you do.
You all know a lot about radio.
well,
that's debatable.
Well, that is debatable.
Yeah, it is.
But so you went back to Pawpaw's name.
Yeah, it's just been great.
So what was the choice? I love it. I'm glad you did. But I mean, you just felt like that. Hey, we got to go back. We got to go back to who we are.
Of course, we're a part of Dean Foods. It's our parent company. And I think they looked at their ice cream portfolio. They have about 16 ice cream companies. And they, after doing the analysis, they decided to take our brand and try to grow it. And as they did that, they started doing research, and some of their people interviewed me about our history and stories and everything. And if you look at our carton, it's got the picture and the flavor on one side, and then on the back side, it actually has a little bit of our story. So they picked us, and we've expanding really hard, and we just went into all the Publix in Florida. We've been in Publix around here, but we haven't been in Florida.
Oh, hello. So now there's a
Scotty, you're just a nice guy.
Is this,
you know what?
When you say
you want to be a senator?
Yeah.
No. I actually ran in 2012 for the House of Representatives.
Did you really?
Yeah, I retired, and they rearranged our district where I was going to be running against a one-term incumbent, and half of the district was new to him.
Right.
And I can tell you some stories that I'm really thankful that I came in second.
Yeah.
There was three
Scotty,
of us
how
running.
could you not win? All you had to do is pass out ice cream to everybody. I'd have voted for you twice.
Was that against the law? You couldn't hand out ice cream? What happened?
There was a reporter that 2 years later, or a year and a half after the election, the chairman of my opponents got him a job with somebody, or maybe even not that long.
Right.
Anyway,
yeah.
When he interviewed me early in the campaign, he asked me if I differed from my candidate on any issues. And I said, well, I really haven't studied his record well enough to answer that question. He asked that question, I don't know, a dozen more times. And the next day in the paper, it said, when asked if he differed of any issues, he said, not really. He reprinted that quote, which was not a true quote.
Oh, I see.
13 times.
Are you saying people did not treat Scotty Mayfield right? I'm just shocked.
Somebody going to hell over this.
I would have thought you could have been president of Tennessee.
It's a different. There's different rules.
Yeah.
$35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Speaking of Senate races and senators from Sweet Home, Alabama, Senator Tommy Tuberville back on the program today. Senator, welcome back to the show. What's
Senator.
up? Good morning, guys. How are y'all?
We're fired
great.
up.
We're glad to have you on with us
Put
today.
me in, Coach. Let's go.
Yeah, well, I'm ready to go. I'm watching all these debates, and I tell you, these Democrats sound totally different during an election time than they do during the year of pushing all this woke agenda on us.
Well, the good news
amazing,
is, Fetterman's for fracking now.
Yeah, good news. He's for that.
I think that's
it's amazing. It's about all this crime too. You bring up crime, and of course I got a little bit of trouble out in Nevada when I introduced Trump out there. But our whole agenda was on crime, and of course they point at me as saying that I'm racist and all that. I'm the least racist person in the world. Y'all know that. I've worked with minorities all my life, and got a lot of good friends. But it's just absolutely amazing how they bring up what they want to bring up and how they want to do it. Of course, they're pro-crime. They're not soft, they're pro-crime, and it's just absolutely amazing what they're trying to do now is convince the American people that, oh, yeah, we made our kids go to school. Whitmer did that, governor. We made them go to school. They only gone out 3 months
I'm on the Health Education Committee. They were out over a year.
Yeah.
And they just get up there and straight out lie about it.
Yeah, we saw some of the debate in Florida too. Charlie Crist trying to accuse DeSantis of being the lockdown governor. I mean, it's just laughable. I mean, do these people not know that video exists of them and what's happened? I mean, you can document it, but they'll just say anything, won't they?
Yeah, they don't care. They absolutely don't care. They prey on people that don't want to look at stuff. They just listen to them. They're brainwashed. I heard this week Biden and Obama come out and say the three biggest things in this election are climate change, abortion on demand, and gun control. What about education, crime, the border, inflation? I mean, does that not fit into the scenario where the American people can live a little bit better life? It's absolutely just over the top what these people are trying to do.
Well, Senator, let's talk about something that was positive and has been accomplished, and that's your supporting families of the fallen. You got some major changes done that's going to make real life changes in people's lives.
I think it's the only piece of legislation that's really gone through the House, through the Senate, and President Biden has signed, and it's just a piece of legislation that we came up with to help our veterans, help our military. If somebody died on active duty, instead of getting $400,000, we moved it and bumped it to $500,000. It hadn't changed in 20-something years, and we got it through, and we're proud of that. We hope nobody ever has to use that, but it's something I think can be very beneficial, but we're proud that we got that through. And I had one other piece of legislation that went through the Senate, just 100%. That was leaving daylight savings time the way it is. And, of course, I think I can't get Nancy Pelosi to bring it on the floor of the House, but it is what it is. We've got some things done, and we're working hard for people in Alabama and the country. But I tell you what, we run into roadblocks everywhere with this consensus majority of Democrats in the House and Senate.
Is that why? So the daylight savings thing, is that why I hadn't heard about it? She just won't put it out there?
She will not put it on the floor of the House. It would pass. Then I don't know whether Biden would sign it. It's got to be a piece of legislation. We'll continue to hammer that. I think it's either this week or next week we move it.
Right. November 6th, or 5th, right in there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm going to move mine back to 1980 instead of 1 hour. Maybe we can go back and change some of these things, these problems that we created.
Wow.
Well, I think the next 2 weeks would be a good time to talk about that for sure, because when we all have to set our clocks back, we're going to be disgusted.
No, I was actually talking with a friend of mine day before yesterday, and we have something that we were talking about we're doing that weekend, and he was going to be part of it. And he said, I got to tell you something. I can see that change of time coming that weekend. I'd like to, he said, I just know that I'll probably be in a bad mood because it's like I get this feeling of impending doom. He said, I hate when this happens and it starts getting dark where we live.
Well, statistically, it's dangerous. I mean, there's more heart attacks, there's more car wrecks. It's just this fooling with the time. It goes against our body clock.
It's just depressing.
Senator, it's just amazing to me that we still do this. I can't even believe that we're even having a discussion about it.
And let's look at a logical point here. Have an hour more daylight because people are getting ready to spend tremendous amount of money on this heating oil and electricity for their heat going into the winter. I feel sorry for people in the Northeast because these goofballs that run these states and these big cities, they have no clue what they're getting ready to get into. I've seen the numbers of what Joe Biden has done to our oil and our gas, and that is including heating oil. And you got to be sympathetic for the people that just don't understand what's going on that are voting for these clowns. But it is going to put people in harm's way, and not just us, but I want you to look at Europe. Remember I told you this. Europe is about 2 to 3 months away from running out of gas and oil. I've talked to leaders in a lot of the big countries over in Europe. They are in panic mode. They can't afford the gas and oil because of the price, and their people are going to be suffering. They're already limiting the amount that they can move their thermostats to. So, again, it's not just in our country. We got clowns all over this world that think about themselves and their power other than the people that they represent.
Well, in Europe's case, didn't they make just an ill-advised decision to trust Russia to supply so much of their oil?
Yeah, you remember Trump telling them, say, y'all get in bed with these people now. you're going to pay the price. And of course, they laughed at Trump and all these woke people over in Europe and at what's her name, Merkel, the president of Germany. And they laughed at him. And of course, President Trump's got common sense, and a lot of times people don't like his personality and all that. But the policies are just spot on to what we need in this country. And so, after this election, I don't know what he's going to do, but if he jumps in this race, of course, you'll see all kind of, thwarts toward him and things that they want to get him on, because that's all they care about. They care about control and keeping Trump or any Republican away from any kind of power.
Yeah. Senator, let me ask you too. The president is out touting that he has lowered the national debt by over $1 trillion. What kind of math is that? I'm missing how that happened, because we can't even balance a budget for a given year. How did we take down the national debt?
Wouldn't you like to see him and Fetterman debate?
Oh, yeah.
I'd hate to be sitting between them. I know that.
Yeah, we talked about that. I'd love to sit and toss a few questions.
I don't know where we've gotten to this. I feel our country, we're kind of like rudderless right now. Somebody really with common sense to step up and say, hey, we're here for the American people, the taxpayers, the citizens of this country. But you never hear anybody say that. It's just about them and for their power and bless his heart, President Biden is just every day there's something different. How about now they're coming out and say, well, this vaccine, it really wasn't as good as what we thought, and we're going to let people go back to work. I mean, you can't write a book about this and make it sound sensible.
So can I ask you this, Senator? And you can say, look, I don't know, Rick. I see the same things you do, but behind the scenes, and if you can't share whatever, that's fine. It seems painfully obvious to us, policies and politics aside, our president clearly has lost grasp and control of his cognitive skills. My dad is going through that now. We've seen that. A lot of us have had family members. Bubba's been through it with his mother when she was still with us. It's not like we don't know what we're seeing, because we all have parents and grandparents, sadly, that have gone through this. Why are we pretending this isn't going on?
Well, you got to remember now, he didn't campaign. He stayed in his basement. They hit him. He was the only choice that they had that sounded moderate to where they could get him elected. None of us really know where he's at. I hope the guy has some leadership skills, because I'm going to tell you this, being on the Armed Services Committee, we live in the most dangerous time than all three of our lifetimes, because of what's going on in Russia and what's going on in China, and really what's going on here, because we can't even fill our quotas for recruiting for our military, for our national defense. So we need a leader that can make good decisions, because it's coming. You don't think China's over there not seeing what's going on here, and China wants Taiwan back, and it just scares me to death that when he goes in there, you keep hearing Biden say that we're not going to allow it to happen, and then his aides in the background say, oh, don't worry, don't listen to what he said. We're going to stick by the other policy. I mean, there's no consistency, and there's nobody in charge that you can just listen to and say, okay, that's what he said, and that's the way it's going to be. It scares the heck out of me.
Senator, tell us and clarify for us on the record, what is the policy of the United States towards Taiwan? if let's just say today, China completely surrounds the island and blockades it and starts a rocket attack on Taiwan, what do we do?
Well, we don't know. I've been in all these meetings, and again, President Biden says that we're going to defend Taiwan, and that should be our stance. That's my feeling about it, and that's the feeling of all of our admirals and generals. But I'm going to tell you now that China they're out sprinting us right now in everything that needs to be done to fight some kind of war in the Indo-Pacific. We don't need a war. I mean, I'm saying we don't need to send our men and women over there, but we need to play defense up front. And we're sending some things to Taiwan. We're training people in Taiwan, and you said surrounded. They've already got ships all the way around the island. The only thing that they haven't done is blockaded the Taiwan Straits, and that's what will happen if they do go in, and then the fight will be on. I hope this doesn't happen. But again, you've got to have some strength and leadership up front. So this is what's going to happen if you do it.
All right.
Senator,
thank you
for spending a few minutes with us. We know you're very busy, and if you're this way, drop by and see us.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Tommy Tuberville will be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I'm not sure they have ethics tied to them.
No, Scotty, you can ask the interns when we found out you were coming and we were talking about. I said Scotty Mayfield has to be the nicest guy you'll ever meet.
Well, I was telling somebody the other day, one of the biggest shocks, because I'm used to talking to news people about ice cream.
I don't know what is going on over there.
All of the questions are friendly and everything. When you talk to the news people as a politician, all they want is dirt.
Right, yeah. They don't want to talk about ice cream anymore, do they?
They don't want to talk about anything nice. They want to talk about dirt.
I know. It's just getting worse. All right, we'll come back. Scotty, I know you.
Thank goodness you're in the moose track business.
When you look when you look over and try the holiday flavors are out, you can go to MayfieldCreamery.com if you want to find out, or just check the stores. They've got them there in the coolers. But the holiday flavors that you love every year: eggnog, pumpkin pie, peppermint. The snow ice cream's always there but it's out there again, snow cream. We're going to let Scotty Mayfield maybe check something off his bucket list when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, let's go to Chuck. Chuck, what do you say to Scotty Mayfield?
Hey, sorry, I had to put my Mayfield ice cream down. Wow, what a win.
Let's go to Tuscaloosa, 104.7 WZZK. Brooke is standing by. Brooke, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Hey, I'm fine. I just wanted to tell y'all everything going on with Judge Roy Moore. When I was 13, I'm 30 now, but our school went to a luncheon that he was hosting, our class officers did, and he came up behind me and, was massaging my shoulders and said, well, aren't you a beautiful young lady? Did that to me and a couple of my other classmates. This made us feel extremely uncomfortable. We were only 13. And so there's no doubt in my mind that he could have done, all this.
Well, you've been given a timeout. You've been given a timeout, obviously. I think there is a narrative that you are continuing. Again, we don't know if these other things where he went, but I just on observation. Number one, I've been around these kind of men before, and they try not to go all, but they get some kind of little charge of being flirtatious with women and walk that little line, and they want to give you a really uncomfortable hug, and like you said, massage your shoulders, and they love to try to get into an innuendo conversation. They get some kind of little jolly out of that. Now, it's bad enough when a man does that with grown women. When that goes on involving somebody at 13. That is just it's not good. And again, he may have meant nothing by it, but you're saying it made you feel very uncomfortable.
It did, and it was so much so that our teacher was there, and she was even she even had to step in and say, okay, it's time for us to go sit down. He needs to go start his speech he was going to give, but it didn't last long. It just, at the moment, I was just like, okay, that's really weird and creepy. I'm just a little kid, you're an adult. You're a grown man. Yeah. So that's just my 2 cents on everything.
Well, understood. And I appreciate you sharing that, because I think and what's going on right now, those kinds of experiences that people may or may not have had, I think are important to, since it doesn't look like either side's ever going to admit that they're not telling the truth, then we're going to have to build some sort of body of circumstantial evidence that people can go, well, maybe this is what we need to do. So I appreciate you sharing that. All right,
Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was Brooke, or some people's now calling number 6. But,
Right. Well, again, she was more speaking to this thing that has always in the middle of this, and is what got Hannity's little speech going last night. Minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Yeah. Well, you've seen it out there. You're seeing all the, the terror continues hey, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Sickness here. We're heading into the cold and flu season. Of course, the doomsdayers. Oh my goodness, we got more flu, more everything. Well, a great time for you to look to ekpure.com and an EnviroCleanse system for your home and office. The U.S. Defense Department selected EnviroCleanse to protect and purify the air on board all the Navy ships because they don't want all this kicking around. It really hurts their ability to do what they need to do if you get the stuff spreading around the ship. We've got school systems that have gone to EnviroCleanse, said, hey, we want the system. It's a new way to destroy airborne illness-causing cold and flu viruses, yes, including the new coronavirus strands, and it really works. It's a new science in air purification. You can order one for your home or small business and protect your family or coworkers by simply going to ekpure.com, and this will help to stop colds and flus from taking down your family, your office, and you can get 10% off right now using the code BUBBA by going to ekpure.com, and you also will get a free air quality monitor and free shipping. Find that link also at rickandbubba.com. Get some defense going against these viruses and colds and flus and all that's out there. All right, so let's talk about another story, Bubba. You start thinking about the price of everything going up, and, we've already come to the conclusion that if you can addict people to nicotine, it does not matter what you price cigarettes, people will still buy them because they're addicted to nicotine. Right. Well, here's another question for the candy community. Can candy ever get so expensive we won't buy any?
Well, we may find out here during Halloween. I don't know if you've seen some of these numbers. You're talking about scary Halloween stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Inflation.
Bubba, it's not spooktacular.
Under the Biden administration, even the price of Halloween candy looks to be ghoulish with a week to spare before the holiday.
Oh, you're going to do the play on word stuff?
Look at you.
Yeah. Look at you.
Prices of individual candies are soaring. Skittles up a whopping 42%.
Where are we on Skittles in here?
Skittles are okay. They're a nice change-up candy for me.
I'll never pursue them. If somebody's got some in a bowl and they want to share, I'll have a few.
That's it. That's
they're a nice change-up.
I don't think I've ever bought them.
Starburst, 35%. Crunch bars, Butterfingers have made more modest price hikes in the 7 to 6% range.
Okay, I feel better.
Overall, the average candy bar is up over 13%, according to the Labor Department. Now, get this: candy sales average about $8.9 billion from 2007 to 2019, with a peak of $9.1 billion during the 2017. All that prior to the pandemic. Of course, it has not been back to that level yet, but it is getting there.
Yeah.
How about that?
So
with Halloween candy alone, Americans will spend $10.6 billion in 2022.
A lot of candy.
Well, what it'll be is people are going to try to make it last. So when you go to the door and knock, it's like, we just take one. Because they're going to try to make it last.
They won't be leaving the bowls out there unattended.
No.
Help yourself.
Yeah, get a handful.
Usually I found it better to put it in their bag as opposed to let them get it.
Yeah.
You know, if you think about it, how does this affect all the trunk or treats and the fall festivals? You know, they stack that candy in piles.
Oh, yeah.
But
Well, it's gonna be up.
42% on some of these items.
Yeah,
now, you know what I've noticed? The only candies out of here that I really care about if I ever decide to have candy, I'm really more in the Hershey area. And it says Hershey's done a pretty good job of keeping theirs down.
Yeah, matter of fact, they have not had a price increase since June, but I don't know what that was reflective of at that point. But
go Hershey.
I hope candy corn went up.
No, don't start all that. Please don't.
If it went up, it ain't going to affect me at all.
No, me either.
You don't like corn candy, huh?
I don't.
No, I don't either.
Or candy corn.
No.
Here we go.
You know,
and
that's
on.
That's good stuff, though.
You think?
Especially in a a mix or something. That's pretty good.
Don't give me that about the payday.
I wasn't talking about the payday.
You know how you mix in it and it
No,
tastes
I mean,
supposed to taste like a payday.
Like our neighbor makes, and Betty makes one version of a, like a party mix kind of thing, trail mix. I don't know what you call it, where you mix up
Little
a bunch of
mix.
stuff.
Yeah,
and,
trail
and,
mix.
Go
with that.
And Betty's is great, and our neighbors is great this year, and I love stuff like that. You put pretzels and nuts and corn candy.
I don't
and
mind a good party
Chex. And
Can I
all
tell you a
that stuff
classic?
in there, pretzels.
I don't mind a good
Can I tell you a classic you don't see around anymore? And I guess it all happened with all the different "we're all going to die" viruses thing we have now. Everybody's become germaphobes. I kind of miss the old popcorn ball.
Yeah.
Oh.
If you knew what house was giving out popcorn balls, that was a popular.
You don't see
ball.
them anymore.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
No,
Whatever
you
happened
gotta
to
have those
popcorn ball?
individually wrapped things.
I mean,
especially for trick or treat.
Let me tell you, you eat a Calhoun County popcorn ball.
Wow.
Sticks to your ribs, doesn't it?
Golly, we love
Good stuff.
Guys, I had a really big debate with my wife last night. A friend of mine posted a picture on social media in which he and his wife ranked all the candy bars and such, your Kit Kats, your Skittles,
Yeah, we've done that here.
Snickers,
Yeah,
and
sure.
everything.
Yeah.
And this friend of mine, ranked Almond Joy at the very top.
That may be
the very
worst.
best
That's the worst
one.
candy bar ever.
And
No,
I
zero-
unfollowed
zero
him.
is.
I unfollowed him. I can't have that in my life.
Is he supporting Fetterman?
Is he a psycho? I mean, what's going on?
You
I
can't,
agree.
You can't even associate with an almond joy.
No.
person.
I don't like almond joy or mounds.
Well, sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't.
Sometimes you
That's
don't.
true.
By the way,
Almond Joy's got-
that commercial was even admitting it's the same candy bar.
Yeah. They were making fun of it.
Yeah. And
Never will eat one. I don't care
You know,
about
we might
Star.
need to have a big whiteboard playoff of candy sometime.
Yeah,
And just eat it all in here and just
And
decide.
sample it
Yeah.
as we're voting.
That's it.
What about that?
Well, I wanted like have that's good
Yeah.
right there. I don't know about that.
I tell you, it'd be hard to beat peanut M&Ms, but
Would it be Milky Way and Snickers facing off? You think?
I'm not a Milky Way guy.
Oh, I like a Milky Way.
You need to watch your mouth.
Hey, buddy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
a bunch there giving us how great is the Father.
just when Glory Reveal 1 was not enough.
That's right. Well,
Back at you.
people begged for two, and they
That's
got it. We do have a lot to do. I'm sorry, Bubba and I are gathering ourselves in the office. As like most people should, we're big fans of the kickoff hour. When we all discovered today that Speedy's family ran a music store.
Rick?
We uncovered a world-renowned ballet dancer in your family, and we miss music store. I mean,
Hey, Rick, and he just casually brought it up this morning.
you brought it up.
We used to own a music store.
You realize
We
how
s-
long we've been doing this show?
Yeah.
I know, but it just never has come up.
Your
There's very
parents,
few details that we don't know about each other, but I had no idea your family ran a music store.
Yeah.
Speedy,
Wilburn's Music
in
City.
23 years, never.
Has it never come up?
And just walking, somebody says something that made you think about how much we talk about music. We talk about music
See,
a lot.
That's the key. That's the thing that threw me off this morning. We dedicate segment after segment to music on this show.
I will say that at least with zero hesitation, I'll say 15 of the years I've known you, you've commented on you wish you'd learned to play an instrument.
Yeah.
Never once that.
Well, we
that-
talked
that-
about my mom.
Rick, we've had
teaching
song
lessons.
We've had
yeah.
song
Look
playoffs.
how close we've gotten to it is what I'm saying. We'd veer all around it.
Right.
And never once she went, and of course,
Back
my
when
parents,
we had a store.
yeah, of course, my parents owned a music store for a little while in Pascagoula.
Wilburn's
Right.
Music City.
Right there on Marketplace.
Yeah.
Never came up. That's just weird.
He admitted he was giving away free merchandise, probably cost him.
Yeah, a little bit.
To his buddies.
Yeah, like the guitar strings. I forget how much
you
they
realize
cost.
that's where they're.
I think I'd give
That's
my
where a
buddies
music store makes its living.
Just give me
Yeah,
$5.
the little stuff.
You realize the little stuff's where they make their living.
He said the red mullet didn't care back then.
It's reoccurring strings. I mean, that's your lifeblood.
Just give me $5. You're good.
That's recurring revenue,
That's probably what they had in it. You were killing them.
Cost.
Wait, I didn't work. I mean, as my dad said, I probably should have helped more.
Yeah.
That's zero interest in it, apparently.
Well, yeah, I didn't. And, after school, I just never came home.
And what was it
I
called?
mean, because it's Wilburn's Music City.
Rick?
And
it's amazing.
I mean, because after you get home from like practice and stuff, it's like dinner time and they're closing. So, I mean, I just wasn't there a lot.
It would be like Helms telling us, and we finding out that he'd served in the military.
I know.
You're right.
Okay,
that's
that's
a great
as much as we
example.
talk about
It's a great
it.
example.
Come
We
on.
probably talk about music as much as we do military.
That's right.
Never once you decided today's the day that I bring this little tidbit in.
Well, I mean, I just brought it up because I don't know.
I just I was
this-
listening when he said it. And I said, "Music store."
Yeah,
I know.
Where'd this come from?
And the story behind it. Did you hear his dad explaining how
No,
he
I didn't
purchased
hear
it?
that.
He was just riding down the road in the middle of the night one time and saw that it was for sale and thought, man, I'd like to own that. And he ended up buying it. It's a great story.
Yeah.
Of course, I wanted to ask him why he was out in the middle of the night, but I didn't.
Yeah.
All right. Well, his middle of the night's like Bubba's.
I know.
It's like 7.
It was just dark.
Yeah. But and that's
Okay.
when.
Well, we learned. We're not.
Yeah.
learning.
Yeah.
Anybody got anything else I haven't known?
We live and learn. We live and learn.
Anybody else got
Rick,
anything?
I've been thinking all morning what I could tell y'all that y'all didn't know.
Well, sadly, I think I have emptied it all.
Yeah, I was like you. I thought, I've known, and you've known him way longer than me or worked with him. And I thought, this has never come up in any of our conversations.
I think it might have.
What gets me, all right, here's what gets me. And look, we're all guilty as an ensemble, as an individuals, and I even know when I'm doing it. Let's admit, if a topic comes up, there's certain things we will always say because it reminds you of it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Well, you know what that reminds me of.
Yeah, and we may have heard it 50 times.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
still going to say it.
Yeah, but because if that topic comes up, that's always a good little additive. You know, I tell you, and plus people here, some people started listening to the show this week. Now they're in total shock right now, but you know what I mean. So sometimes
Let me just say welcome.
I just can't believe how many times we've been in conversations that should have spawned that tidbit. We've
talked about us going to Record Park when we were kids, and Dale there, and selling records, and the hits being up there. You know, they had the top 20.
Greg and I talked about
going to the one in the mall.
Well, Greg,
no, this is an instrument.
This is instruments,
records.
Bubba.
It's not music. Yeah, these are instruments. That's
But it was still a music place.
Still
That's
should
what
have
I'm
spawned.
saying.
Well, and we've even talked about going into the music
You
store.
didn't say you owned a record store, right?
No, I did not.
Well,
no.
but even record stores should have made you think of that. I mean, how many
Well,
times?
I mean, it's not that I didn't remember. It's just I just never brought it up because
That's what I don't
know.
understand.
Yeah,
There's-
but it's not like I was hiding it. I just
Why were
it's
you
just
hiding it?
never. It's
But
never,
you've referred to your mom going, yeah, I should have played instrument. My mother, taught
Oh,
piano
she was-
lessons. That would have went, oh, and by the way, we owned a music
Well,
store.
yeah, because in
You've talked
Pascagoula,
about
she
your
was the
mom.
one you went to. I mean, she was known. Hey,
I know, but you talked about.
And his dad said they had a blues guitarist from Greenville that taught lessons.
Yeah, in the back.
Listen,
How about that?
Speedy, the point I'm making, if you're drawing a graph, you go, okay, over here's how it starts. Hey, they're talking about music again. And then Speedy makes the comment that he's made 15, 16 years. I wish I'd learned to play an instrument. And then that I would always bump over to your mom teaching piano.
Yeah.
We never went to the next step.
Never.
All
right, so Adler,
we had a music store. I mean, how did that never
now
happen?
Adler just texted me. He said, I actually knew that. You told me. I can't remember when we talked
Oh,
about
Adler,
it.
he worked at the Harley store, and he thinks that's sharp. He don't.
I did it.
We were standing right there.
Where?
Huh?
Where were you standing?
We were standing right there.
So you like Adler better than everybody
And
else?
this was like 4 months ago.
Okay, so it's still brand new.
Yeah. I thought y'all all knew that, and I was like, what?
So you told Adler, but you don't want to tell anybody else.
He trusted Adler with it.
You know what? In my mind,
I tell
Rick-
you, who don't trust with us right there.
That's right, Rick. I
Please.
6 minutes now past the hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. Here for another hour, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. Our intern, Blazing Silverman. He's checked into Rick and Bubba University. He's now earning his degree in common sense. Common sense, of course, now a superpower. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. Bubba,
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Fired up to welcome back to Rick and Bubba, Dinesh D'Souza. Dinesh, welcome back.
Hey, thanks for having me. Good to be back, guys.
Well, we're excited. The book is now available, 2,000 Mules. They thought we'd never find out. They were wrong. What you were able to expose with the movie, now we get into great detail. You can document it. You can study it in the book. It's available now. So quickly, and I think that probably is question one, tell America, you know, if they're going, well, I've seen the movie. The book, though, because it is hard to remember everything you saw in the movie, what's the role of the book on our ongoing education about this?
Well, the movie really focuses on visual type of evidence, right? Things that you actually can't put in a book, like surveillance video and so on. And it's very powerful in that sense. But a movie is always vulnerable to certain types of objections because movies necessarily do some forms of recreation. So, for example, we have, Greg and Catherine, who had the principles of True the Vote. They had already done their research. So we created a set, we recreated their office, and people go, wait a minute, that's not really their office. Those maps on the wall aren't the ones they actually used. Now, as a critique, that's kind of foolish. That's like going to all the president's men and saying, well, that's not the Washington Post editorial office. That's really not Woodward and Bernstein, is it? Well, okay, but a book can sort of dispense with all that and lay out in a kind of systematic form. It can also go into more detail, more backup, more substantiation, more footnotes. So a topic like geo-tracking, kind of complicated. In the movie, you sort of have to take it on faith that you can pinpoint the location of somebody if you follow their phone. But in a book, you can say why that's true, how that's true, give examples of how that's been used in the past and is being used now every day by law enforcement. And then also, the nice thing here about the book coming out a few months after the movie, is it can take into account the critiques and the so-called debunkings of the movie and answer those in a special chapter in the book.
So here we go, big midterm elections coming up, and you have Hillary Clinton, for some reason, and maybe you can shed some light on this, now she's saying, oh, no, it's not us. The Republicans are setting themselves up. They're preparing to steal the 2024 election. Don't get caught at looking at the midterms. The Republicans are looking ahead to 2024, and because of these appointees to the Supreme Court, the Republicans are going to steal the 2024 election. This sounds a lot like her after Trump was elected. What is this all about?
Well, this is actually about something that has turned out, particularly after COVID, to be a legitimate and a pressing question, namely, who makes the rules that govern elections? There really are three possibilities. One, it's the state legislatures. They make the rules for how the election should be run in their state. Two, it's elected officials, secretaries of state. They unilaterally get to decide how they want to run their election. Or three, courts. Courts can decide, well, you know what? The law says that all the ballots have to be in by election day. But since it's COVID, we think that we're going to give an extension of 3 days for ballots to come in. That happened in Pennsylvania. The court made that determination. So this is coming up before the Supreme Court. Now, actually, the Constitution is really clear. The power to make the game rules, if you will, for an election rests with the state legislature. And what Hillary Clinton is terrified is that the Supreme Court will say exactly that. It will basically repeat verbatim the words from the Constitution. She doesn't want that. Why? Because she wants people like Shapiro in Pennsylvania, the Secretary of State in Michigan, Joycelyn Benson. These people, she wants them to be able to make up the rules as they go along to benefit the Democratic Party. So that's what she really means by Republicans cheating. She really means fidelity to the Constitution.
Dinesh, when we saw your movie, it was very disturbing. And I thought very well documented on what was happening, the geocaching. It showed to me enough evidence to know that something was not right, and there was an organized effort behind the scenes to influence this. I'm shocked that there hasn't been more outcry. Why do you think that I think it woke a lot of people up, but I was expecting much more of a public outcry about all of this after your movie than what I have seen. Why do you think that is?
That's because of the one, let's call it the dog that hasn't barked, because the idea that there is widespread election fraud, I think, is now mainstream among the Republican base. I say this because I speak regularly at these GOP Reagan dinners and Lincoln dinners, and I don't get a single dissenter. Not one guy comes up to me at the end and goes, well, that was all nonsense. I don't believe a word of it. They're pretty much the entire audience, 100% is convinced. They might debate what should be done about it. Was it enough to tip the election? But that there was coordinated, widespread fraud, and that it is complete nonsense to assert that this was the most secure election in history. I think pretty much every Republican on the street believes that. But interestingly, I found that the Republican establishment, and I don't just mean the rhinos, I mean good guys who are solid on our side, conservatives, nevertheless are scared of this topic. They don't want to see the movie. I've made actually specific offers to some of them to come watch the movie just to say what they think. They're afraid that if they see it, they can't unsee it, and they're going to have to do something about it. So in my view, the biggest problem is kind of on our own side, a certain kind of desire to move on and flee from the 2020 election.
So it's better for them to say they don't know because they haven't seen, and then they can say without seeing it, well, I'm not sure there's a lot of proof that anything really went on, so I don't have to act. But if I see it, and you had this happen in the movie, for those of you that haven't seen it, and I would suggest you do, and then get the book, because now the book's out where you can really dive in and even see what's happened since. I mean, you had people that we greatly respect. Dennis Prager is one I was thinking about, and there were others that were not really in the camp of it really made a difference or there really was fraud. And then after they saw the movie, to the point you're making why some of these people don't want to see it, they felt differently.
Yeah, I myself was in the Dennis Prager camp before I made the film. In other words, I recognized that there were a lot of anomalies, suspicions. There clearly was voter fraud. But see, voter fraud is not the same as election fraud, because voter fraud would be something like, one guy who moved 3 times in the last few years happens to know he's on the voter rolls in 3 different places, votes 3 times. Well, Joe Biden is not going to go to the Oval Office because of that guy.
Right.
So voter fraud is not so much the problem as election fraud, which is a more systematic and coordinated effort. That's really what 2,000 Mules, the book and the film, are about.
Dinesh, with the upcoming midterm, without us having COVID restrictions in place and ballot boxes on corners that can be stuffed in the middle of the night, do you feel like this election will be more secure, or are there still deep-seated problems?
More secure, probably not secure enough. To take a single example, it is in the election rules. You can look it up under CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency, that every drop box should have 24/7 surveillance. Think about it. We live at a time when that's true of parking lots and malls and stores. And so what is the reason for not having surveillance on every drop box? There really isn't one. And yet, I wish I could tell you that there are more drop boxes that have surveillance now than in 2020, but not enough. And this is really why you've got some patriots in places like Arizona who go camp out at the drop box, because they say, okay, well, if the state won't provide that kind of surveillance, we'll keep our eyes on the drop box. And by the way, there's nothing illegal about doing that. Don't interfere with anyone trying to vote, but just to observe a drop box is completely legal. So the bottom line of it is, I think that the awareness of 2,000 Mules has been very helpful for 2 reasons. One, more Republicans are now involved in the process, poll watchers, poll observers, poll judges. That's a good thing. And the second thing is that, quite honestly, it's harder to cheat in a certain way once that's already been publicly announced. If I were to tell you guys that a particular bank in Texas is going to be robbed on Saturday at 7 p.m., it's kind of dumb for the robbers to go, hey, 7 p.m., let's go rob the bank.
Yeah, right.
So I think that the awareness alone has made it difficult to pull at least this scam off a second time.
All right, we'll come back. We have more with Dinesh D'Souza. We'll talk more about the book. 2,000 Mules, the book, is now available. And the simplest thing you can do just go to 2000mules.com, and you'll see right there the book. Here, get here, click here for the book, click here for the book. And it is available, and you can grab yours. And again, like he said, there's even an opportunity in the book to debunk some of the accusations that were made about the film. So we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
So many questions. I wanted to ask his dad. I want to know what brand guitars they had.
What Speedy was.
What kind of amps they had.
Yeah.
I heard you bring up what type of guitars I had, Speedy. You might as well have asked him to tell you.
I couldn't remember that.
To draw up some chemical formula.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
in
couldn't
my
remember
mind,
that. I
I'm
knew we
picturing-
sold, the.
You don't remember seeing it, whether they were electric guitars hanging
Yeah,
up
we
or
sold
not?
all varieties.
Okay, well, your dad just told you that. You didn't know that. Your dad just got interviewed.
No, I
see you
before
look at
the
your
in-
notes.
No, that's JC who missed 6 a.m.s this morning. Texting me.
What you worried about?
Yeah, which I hope he runs till he throws up. But anyway, back to this. I knew we sold the instruments, but the name brands I couldn't remember. is all.
Just the fact you didn't tell us about it.
I know.
I can't get past that. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba.
Thank you for being with us, and welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba.
Yeah,
Bubba.
there he is.
How are you?
What about that?
How about it, buddy?
How about him?
Well, we do want to bring this to you. Bubba, I almost want to put this under Wacky World, but I mean that seems a little insensitive. Should I not? I mean,
Rick, let's just.
well, look, God love the person, but I mean it is and they are alive, so that always helps a little bit here. Now, you'd like to see us show a little more restraint, even when that's not the case, but. In this case, this person is alive, which I think gives us a little more freedom, and it is something that I think that person, in their recovery bed, might be chuckling about a little bit.
John Warner, a cardiologist. He's also the 52-year-old president of the American Heart Association, is recovering this week after suffering what is being described as a minor heart attack.
So the president of the American Heart Association has had a heart attack.
Mm-hmm. See, nobody's immune to it, Rick.
Greg, he's already put out a presser. All it says is C.
See?
No,
but
he's
just
okay.
ironic.
It is, but he's okay, right? I mean, he's gonna be all right.
Yeah, I think he's going to be fine. But he, I think, this will probably,
Put some stents.
I would say, help.
Thank you, Greg.
His job. I don't see this as like, aha, it got you and you should have known better. I mean,
right.
You really can't tell. He even goes on and he had put out on social media, he said after his son was born and they were introducing him to his extended family, I realized something very disturbing. There were no old men on either side of my family. None. All branches of our family tree was cut short by cardiovascular disease. He said in a speech, apparently, that was reported in the Dallas Morning News. That's part of his passion for this job, apparently.
Okay, well,
Bad genetics.
Here again, God love him, and I appreciate the work he's doing. And we've got heart disease in our family. I've been through it with my dad, and it is very important. And I want all the research that can be done, and love to support the American Heart Association. With that being said. Is this, though, showing us there's nothing that you can do about genetics except survive the heart attacks?
Well,
so
I think
that's part of the research, too. When you have one, you can survive.
I think the Heart Association, attacks this problem in several ways. Prevention, also looking for the signs, knowing your history, knowing you're at high risk.
Right.
And then when you start to see these issues that sometimes are forerunners of a coming heart attack, to be aware of that.
Yeah, because I've had these conversations, obviously, with doctors, and they always kind of give you the. I mean, we've seen your genetics, and let's just see if you can just survive your genetics. Really, that's really what you're looking at. Now, that doesn't mean you just let yourself go because you got bad genetics, but because you want to minimize. But there's not there. How about this? This is the best way to put it. Deal with the things that you can deal with. And then be ready to try to survive the part of it you can't deal with.
Exactly.
Give yourself the best shot, because we do know this. If you have genetic disposition to heart disease, when you have your heart attack, to Bubba's point, listen to the research they've done on what to look for,
right?
How to survive it, and keep yourself in the kind of condition that they're not sitting there going, we can't open Chubalicious up because he can't survive the surgery.
Right.
Yeah, you know, I mean, you want to be able
Why
to
don't you
also
look at me when you
you
said
also want to be able to survive the rehab. you
Yeah.
know,
Right.
to be
You're
able
right.
to come back from it. you
Yeah,
know?
and luckily we live at a time where, and we've benefited from going and having these procedures done where now there's screenings and stuff. So if you have a
Right.
history of this at a young age, you can start the process of getting screening.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to
22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Dinesh D'Souza, thankful for him giving us time again today on the show. 2,000 Mules, you know the movie. We talked about that. We saw that. We had viewing parties. And now the book is out, and it goes into even greater detail. We asked Dinesh, how this complements the movie. He's answered that with the things that the book brings to the table. We also asked, do you think this has made a difference in the midterm elections that are coming up? And he said yes, at least from an awareness standpoint. And that kind of gets to the next question, Dinesh. So we know, we say this on the show, you've said it. If you're not saying it, you're not paying attention. We say we're living in a fake world now. It's all propaganda. Nothing is real. Like when our president tells us that there's no inflation, but yet we all see it when we buy stuff, and it just feels weird. So just like what we said about Hillary Clinton a minute ago, it seems like people like you, if you say, and those like you and us who interview you and have these discussions, we think there's fraud in the voting process and cheating going on that's unconstitutional and illegal. We're removed from social platforms. We're canceled. We're called crazies, fringe, conspiracy theorists. But then when the left, which they did in 2016, and now here's Hillary Clinton doing it again, when they suggest this could be done, it's as if that's logical, level-headed thinking.
Legit.
That's legit. What's going on?
Well, you're raising two separate issues. One is the issue of the double standard,
right,
and the other is the issue of censorship.
Right.
So with the double standard, that has become, in so many cases, just glaringly blatant for anyone who's paying attention.
Right.
Democrats have denied, quite honestly, the last time the Democrats fully accepted an election that they lost is 1988. Think about it. They challenged the 2000 election, Bush Gore. They challenged 2004. They challenged, of course, the Trump election in 2016. So the habitual election deniers are the Democrats. Republicans actually hate to challenge elections. And in my lifetime, and certainly my presence here in America since the late 1970s, this is the first time Republicans have raised questions about any election. So this is not customary behavior for the Republican side. It takes a lot for Republicans who, by and large, accept the system. Oh, yeah, you know what? We lost. No big deal. We'll try better next time. That's the Republican sensibility. And but whereas the Democratic sensibility is, we lost. People voted for our opponents. This is an attack on democracy itself.
Right.
We hear this now.
Oh, yeah.
Now, the censorship thing is a very serious problem, and it was a very serious problem for me.
Oh, yeah.
In releasing this movie, I can't advertise it on Facebook. I can't put the trailer up on YouTube. So we're living at a disgraceful time when these platforms practice systematic and blatant discrimination to suppress honest debate. And I'm really glad that Twitter may be going into the arms of Elon Musk. I think that will probably liberate that platform for the most part on the free speech issue. So some things are looking up, but it's really disheartening that we've gotten to this dark place in terms of free speech in the United States.
Yeah, it doesn't even feel like the United States. So now, and we got about 5 minutes, this is always the question we get, and I'm sure you do too. We see the movie, we're going to read the book, we agree this happened, we think some awareness may at least minimize it, because like you said, we know what's going on and you've shown that. But I believe a lot of people who want elections to be fair and they'll accept what the people say, they don't know what to do, Dinesh. It's like, what action are we supposed to be taking? What do? We agree with what we're being shown. We realize now it's not a conspiracy theory. It's got some legitimacy, but we're not sure what to do to try to correct it. your answer to them?
I would suggest two things. One, on an ongoing basis, every time you see one of your elected representatives, even at the local level, I would just ask them, hey, have you seen the film 2000 Mules? Have you read the book? What do you think about it? Put some pressure on your own leader. This is a case where our leaders are behind our followers. The mainstream base of the Republican Party agrees there's systematic fraud. The Republican leadership is not publicly on board. There's only a handful of congressmen. There's only one or two senators who have openly praised 2000 Mules. There are probably now some secret fans, but think about it. Kevin McCarthy hasn't said a word about it. Mitch McConnell, not one word. So many of these Republicans are running away from this issue. Don't let them. That's my first point. And the second is, if you got the time and if you're able to do it, come election time, which is to say from the early voting through the election, if you can volunteer your time, and you need to sort of sign up to do that and participate in the election process. Republicans pay a lot of attention to the campaign. Democrats pay a lot of attention to the actual administration of the election. Where are these drop boxes going to go? Who's going to open them and take out the ballots? Who's going to pull out the votes and take a look at them and decide if the signature is valid? So Democrats pay attention to the details of the process, and we Republicans need to be a little more involved in that.
Dinesh, will they be as many drop boxes this time because of the COVID restrictions we had before? Is that going to be as much an issue? And if you had to put on your thinking hat and look forward into the future, where are the weak points now in the system that could be used by bad people to throw the election?
Well, the weak points identified in 2000 Mules, we could go beyond 2000 Mules and look at some things like the issue of the machines, which I have not investigated. So I'm agnostic on that issue. I mean, I did see in the CISA report that machines can be vulnerable. Now, the CISA report says, well, even though they can be vulnerable, they weren't used to cheat in the 2020 election. But the very fact that they're vulnerable is a problem. True the Vote has done some important work showing that U.S. election data has been transferred to China. And there was an indictment, there was an arrest of a Conic. Conic is an election software firm, and the CEO was arrested by the Los Angeles DA, no less, for a data breach of U.S. election security. So some of this other stuff is hovering around 2000 Mules. But I would say that somebody needs to look at these nonprofits that are basically tax exempt, are not supposed to be involved in partisan electioneering, and see if they're violating their IRS tax rules. Separately, we need to have surveillance on all the drop boxes. The drop boxes are not going away. Even after COVID, it's not as if the states are saying, now in one or two places they are. In Wisconsin, for example, there was an important ruling from the Supreme Court of that state basically saying there's no authorization in the state law to do this. So there are some changes going on, but there are going to be drop boxes for the foreseeable future. We have to figure out ways of dealing with them.
Rick and Bubba.
Basis to where if there is something there, they can.
Well, I
they
know
can find it.
I know you and my wife do not like when I openly discuss that I will have a heart attack, but because of genetics. But I just like my dad. I want to survive it and then be fine on the other side of it. But saying I probably will never have one is probably. Right.
Well, I mean, you try to exercise, try to do a little better, try to eat right, keep your eye open for that, get regular checkups. Have you a defib somewhere close by? That always helps.
Because
increase your chance.
Because the doctor, maybe two of those.
Yeah,
do what? Two of those things.
No, I'm just saying that overall. I'm not saying we do them all well.
No. Yeah, right. We don't.
Well, I was about to say
not at all.
Yeah, one of those. What?
But anyway, I just now didn't do one well.
Right. But what I'm saying is this: one of the reasons that our dad did survive 5 bypasses was, they said, because of his physical condition. Right. I mean, he came through something because physically he was able to come through it too, even though he still had 5 blocked arteries. Mm-hmm. I'd be 5.
Yeah.
But and of course, when he has his checkups now, they're like, hey, he's doing great. So, but
Rick, did I make
but,
this
but I
up?
saw what he had to go through to get there, and I'd rather not have that.
No. Rick, did I make this up? It seems
can't
like
breathe.
when we were kids, did Mother used to volunteer for us to go around and collect money for the Heart Fund? Do you remember that? She gave us that envelope. We'd had to go to people's doors.
I do not.
You don't remember? I remember doing that because I dread.
Wait a minute, because I remember I went to.
Wait a minute.
It was some business in Pascagoula, Wilburn Music City.
Yes.
and I went by and they
Y'all
gave-
never. I had a
brought that
weird
up.
dream, but I think around summertime because we hated doing it. Mother always
Sure it wasn't
volunteered.
cancer.
It may have been. It was one of them.
I
No,
think it
because
was-
I think one of my buddies was trying to be cute, and we were knocking on the door. And he said, "Won't we say have a heart, don't fart?"
Okay, well,
Ryan,
then,
remember?
that may be.
That's a true story, by the way.
Okay, well then
I
you know,
think-
you know what? Then it may be hard.
Because I'd recruit with my buddies to go with me, and we'd knock on people's door, and they'd look at us and give us like 50 cents or something.
Can I tell you why I don't recall?
I'm gonna ask Mother.
Hey, can I tell you why I don't recall it? Because obviously, whenever I was given the envelope,
you pawned it off on me.
I think so.
Yeah.
Hey,
Maybe
Mom,
that's why I
hey,
remember.
Mom says she wants you to do this. She got something else she wants me to do.
Yeah, maybe that's why I remember.
I think that probably happened.
Yeah,
hey,
Greg, you're doing this
Hey, you got to
again.
hit Chi Hall 1. I'm supposed to stay here and rake leaves.
That's probably it. There was one envelope, and I ended up with it.
Of course, Greg should have realized that we never rake leaves, but it always worked.
Yeah, I wasn't very smart kid.
How about this? My dad, and I'm not saying it's the right thing, and I've told you this before, our dad did not, and think about what a hard-nosed dude he was. He did not adhere to making your kids be involved in yard and slave work. He never did it.
You know why? Because he wanted it done right.
Right. He wanted it done right. And you know what else? You know what I hear him tell my mom? There's going to come a day when they're going to have to deal with all this crap. This is one of the great things about being a kid. That day's coming. They're going to have to deal with it when their men have families, have to do all that. How about this? I'll bring the thing home from the high school, and I'll do a riding lawnmower. All they're going to do is tear up the lawnmower anyway.
Yeah, and he was right.
Well, my dad had a slightly different take on that, Rick. He felt that way about working.
Right.
And I was discouraged from getting a job that, like a job you go to work.
Yeah, right.
But now he did believe firmly on you cutting the grass and
Right.
weed eating and possibly 2 or 3 neighbors.
Right.
If you wanted to make extra money.
Well, let me tell you what's funny and this is classic Bill Burgess, classic, and I'll be very sensitive about this. He would always point out to a family in our neighborhood that the sons were constantly doing that, and they turned out to be terrible people.
They did.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't
right.
I don't think it necessarily makes you morally well
No,
to do
that's what I'm
that.
talking about. But no, you got to understand how he works. In his mind, he's like, you see that right there? He said, my gosh, every time I turn around now after doing something, ain't neither one worth a crap. You know what I mean? But no, that didn't mean that we weren't told to do things. You still lived under his dictatorship. I'm going back to this, Greg. I'm not sure it was that big a deal. I think he liked and was riding lawnmower and thinking about stuff. Yeah.
And he's that guy, though.
Can I
If
tell
he
you
wants
that?
it done right, he wants to do it himself.
He does.
Cutting
He's
grass-
not big on asking for other people's opinion.
Cutting grass is a great time to think about.
Oh,
things.
isn't it?
If it doesn't tear your allergies up too bad.
But I think the real thing was, see, my dad in a brilliant
Riding
move,
on a tractor is much better than pushing a lawn boy. I will tell you.
Well, in a
that.
brilliant move, and we had a gigantic yard. We had a
we
speedy.
did too.
We had a speedy type yard. Is that he would just bring home the John Deere from the high school. You know, that they used
Ours
to cut,
was on a hill too.
that he used to cut the football field with. So he would just simply take it, go out there and knock it out, and then take it back up to the school.
And he also wouldn't trust us with it.
Well, you can do that if you win a lot. He did. You know what I mean?
take it, coach.
If you're a 500 coach, you don't carry property home.
Now
from
you
school.
drop a 3 and 7 on there, and you get your own line.
That is so true.
Yeah, no. At one time at the high school he coached, he could do whatever he wanted. It is 35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. So, speaking of censorship and what can we do when all these platforms are owned by all these people that hate us? Well, Elon Musk trying to resolve one of those issues with Twitter. Update on Elon Musk. Hey, I think bling, bling, bling. Hey, got the chatter. It don't matter. So what's going on with Musk now and Twitter?
Elon Musk has reportedly pledged to close the $44 billion Twitter deal by Friday, the same day he faces a court-ordered deadline to complete the acquisition. Musk made the vow in a video conference call with bankers who are helping fund the deal, according to Bloomberg News on Tuesday. Led by Morgan Stanley, the banks have finished putting together their final credit agreement and are in the process of signing the documentation, marking one of the last steps in providing $13 billion toward the deal. $44 billion is a lot of money. Okay?
Yeah, it is.
Let's
Here
go.
comes the money.
Here we go. But he's just writing a check for most of it.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. I mean, they're fiddle farting around over $13 billion.
Hadn't heard fiddle fart in a while.
Right. Well,
my
you heard
dad
it today.
my dad used to use that all the time. Hey, you and Greg quit fiddle farting around.
Oh, yeah.
And man, I hadn't heard that one in a while.
Used to hear it a lot.
I remember thinking to myself, that's all dads, have they been assigned that statement?
I guess so.
$44 billion. You know, it just seems like for that kind of money, you could have started your own. You know,
it does.
Doesn't it?
So
I mean, I know they
established.
Can I ask y'all some
well,
questions?
it is and it's not.
Yeah.
I mean, at one time, right? I mean, at one time, what was it? MySpace, owned everything, and then we had a new something come along,
Instagram.
Facebook, and all that came. I mean, there's all the time new things coming along. But I understand he's buying the user base.
He's buying the walking dogs.
Yeah, that's everybody's default.
Yeah.
And so he's buying what everybody uses. And there's others like Truth Social and all that that's attempting to battle.
Well, that's
but
what I was
don't
going to.
know.
I was going to ask y'all. I got two
Doing a lot
questions
of it.
on this deal. Number one, which is just us in our own personal lives. Have you ever been like some of these people are right now who work for Twitter? Have you ever been working for a company that was in one of these kind of deals and you knew that if the people that were after it got it, you were gone?
I would say the times
Have you ever
that
been in
I-
a situation you're like, well, my job is gone if this deal goes through?
I
I'm
think
out.
most of the places I've worked that were transitioning to a new owner I think because I've always worked in media, has always been something we thought was going to be positive.
You know it's bad though when the new ownership comes in and meets with you and goes, everything's going to stay the same. Don't worry about it.
Well, no, we know. We've
then half of them, everybody's gone after.
No,
about
the worst thing that's going to happen to you if they walk in and say we wouldn't have bought this company if it wasn't valuable, and y'all are what made it valuable.
The people are the real asset we're buying, not the equipment.
It's over.
And then fire half of everybody.
It's gone.
That's standard. I mean, that's standard.
What you need to do then, start the process because you've got about 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Start the process. You don't have to take everything home at one time.
Right.
Start taking it home in bits. You know.
The running joke in our industry is everybody kept an empty box under their desk.
Yeah.
Just so they could get a start.
Yeah.
Because you could be fired at any moment.
Yeah, especially if you were doing things. The funny thing was me because this happens a lot of times, but not in our world because we don't have unions or anything like that. We had one at one time. Bubba and I literally worked in a building that was half union and half not union, which was hilarious, and they had to do a walkway in between the two buildings, which
Because they couldn't touch.
which owned me, by the way. But the old broadcasting union didn't like it. It was just barely hanging on by a thread. But it was one of those things where if you had a job that they deemed was not essential,
right?
This essential thing been around long before a pandemic,
right?
And I mean, it's over. If there's two receptionists, there's going to be one. If there's somebody, if there's 5 news people, there's going to be 2. I mean, the trimming is coming, and you don't want to be in a job where there's more of the people doing this job than probably is needed.
Right.
And of course, now you would say they are needed, but they won't see it that way.
No. Well, they may say it's needed for a week or 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you're old, your retirement party's coming. They're going to make a big deal about you and treat you like you were a hero of the company as they kindly escort you out of there. I mean, that's coming. So
remind me to tell you about a dream I had while I was sick. Golly, you're going to
back to your original.
So there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people right now at Twitter. If Elon gets this deal, they're gone.
Well, I think they know he's going to get it. It's just a matter of time.
Wasn't his percentage 75%? Didn't I see that in the news this last week?
I don't know exactly.
75% of employees are out.
All he's got to have is 51% to do what he wants to do, and he's going to have that.
I thought I heard something. It was a high percentage, if I have it wrong.
And
it was a high one.
question 2, frankly, the other attempts to duplicate Twitter have failed miserably.
Yeah.
Yeah, Parler, they never did anything. And Truth Network's not.
And Kanye just bought Parler, didn't he?
Did he?
I think so.
I don't know.
Well, he did before he lost all his money.
Right. I don't know about it now.
He's trying to trade a truck full of yeast sneakers for him now.
I think he bought Parler and ran all the Jews off. But no, well, I mean, that's a little humor there,
right?
Probably in a really dicey topic, but still humorous as well. Yeah, I don't know those things that say, "Hey, we're going to be the new Twitter." They haven't really done anything, have they?
Well,
not of any consequence.
But why have they not? They haven't promoted it. They haven't put stars on it that people wanted to follow. I mean, there's a formula for building a platform if you could do it and have time and money.
Right. It kind of goes back to what you have said about, and I don't want to flip the switch on this, but. And maybe I'm just this way because I am an old man who's outlived his time. But when like on the streaming services, are there other apps out there and other streaming services that I probably would enjoy? Yes,
probably.
But I reach a point of fatigue where I just won't get another one.
Right.
And I think some people are like, yeah, you're right. I don't like some of the stuff Twitter's doing, but I don't know about what it's going to take to get back where I need to be again, where this already is. Which is why I think that Elon Musk said, let me just go buy the one that's already where everybody's trying to get and change it.
Yeah, I mean, if you got the money to do it, which he obviously does.
Yeah. And you're like, I want to start a new one, but it's going to take a long time to get back up there.
And he's probably
I can't follow all these things, so I just participate and market things in the one that I know already has an audience of a certain size.
Yeah.
And it's like I can't make the effort in starting over again.
Right.
So I kind of like that it's just going to be under better management.
Well, it's like Truth. Don't you have the Truth out?
I don't.
See, we all signed up for it when it first came out. I don't think I've ever used it.
It was too complicated.
I don't think I've used Twitter in a while either.
The only step I took away from it was Parler. And when that went under and they said, hey, we're back, try us again, I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, well, that got to be too big of a handle, that's for sure. Yeah, but look, there is a formula because at one point Facebook overtook MySpace.
Yeah.
So there was a problem there somewhere.
I'd
like to study that case.
It has been done.
I don't really remember the details.
It has been done. You got to do it better.
That's what it was called, isn't it? MySpace.
Yeah, it was.
Of course, he stole the idea from the Winklevosses, but we won't get into that.
Oh yeah. Well, we all saw that movie.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And we know how Windows came about. But anyway.
Yeah. Kanye has agreed to buy Parler, but it hasn't gone through yet. And these most recent problems he's having with his business and anti-Semitism and stuff might put a roadblock on that.
Right.
Don't you think if you had a verbal agreement from Kanye on anything right now, you'd have to think maybe that's in doubt?
No, yeah.
Have any of y'all ever tried those sneakers that he sells?
No.
Well, I just wanted to try them.
Would we? Why would anybody in this room?
Everybody was going nuts over them. I mean, were they really good?
No, I'm gonna say
I wish somebody would throw their shoe up on the counter and had some on.
I wish I did right now, and I could shock y'all.
I'm going to tell you something. This may surprise y'all. Again, this goes back to us getting old. It has nothing to do with style, so hear me out, okay? Which can also be a negative.
Yeah.
I am in the world now as an old man, okay? I'm strictly looking for comfort.
Yeah, me too.
So if a pair of Yeezys were the most comfortable shoes I've ever put on,
you in a pair of them.
I would wear them. And even if everybody says, well, you look ridiculous. I mean, you wouldn't believe how great my feet feel.
But you know, I wear a lot of New Balance, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
see, those don't work for me. I tear them up.
And I love New. To me, they're the most comfortable. And the kids laugh because now they call them campus cruisers because all the frat boys wear them too. I said, well, I guess they want comfort.
That's right, amen.
Right.
But for me, if I don't have comfortable shoes on, my whole body shuts down now. Everything starts hurting.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I have.
You don't want them on feet hurt.
I have shoes.
No.
I actually get new shoes. I've got these shoes.
So what do you wear?
I don't know what they're called. They're like
you wearing Yeezy and don't know it?
No, the ones I got on today are these that I rotate. These are my dress / tennis shoes, and they're
blue suede,
and they're very comfortable.
Yeah.
I wear them when I'm trying to be a little bit business casual.
Mm-hmm.
But,
New Balance is 100% made in America.
But if it's a day that I'm going to be doing a little bit better, I have searched because if you're doing better, your shoes go away quick.
Oh yeah,
they go away quick and get down to where you don't have any. I mean, you're walking on the ground.
You don't think I wear the padding out in them?
And plus,
I got custom inserts to go on top of that.
I may not be using this word right, and I acknowledge that ahead of time. But I've made a living not being able to talk, so I understand it. Okay. What is it? Pronate when you get out on the outside of your feet?
There you go.
Well, see, I pronate because my feet are bad. So every pair of shoes I get,
what are you doing pronate?
I pronate. My feet pronate bad.
Aren't
badly.
you supposed to aren't you supposed to lean to the outside a little bit?
You're really supposed to be down on the balls of your feet, but
I think you're supposed to lean to the outside a little bit because
not like I do.
Most large people will lean to the inside.
Not like I do.
And my inserts push me to the outside. They make me push more on the
They try to
outside.
push me back because I'm way on the outside.
Yeah. There you go. Some of you supinate.
Yeah.
You need to be pronating.
That's
What about
right.
that?
I'm supinated.
Yep.
Yeah, I am suffocated.
Adler, have you ever had any of the Yeezys on? I mean, you're probably closer than anybody here. You're a Silverman.
I wear old people's shoes too. It's not good, guys.
Yeah, I love comfortable shoes. I didn't think I'd get there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He deer hunt a little bit before school.
Didn't have a class.
You didn't have a class. All he did was coach. We'll be back. And we thank you for being with us today. Assume, or take on, I should say, for the ingredients in the meal. But here's a bizarre concept, because at our family, what we do is you do the turkey, I'll do the dressing.
Yeah,
You know,
That's ours too.
And here's the menu. Let's
It's
divide it up.
volunteer socialism, Rick, which is okay.
Yeah,
As
right.
long as it's not mandated.
I kind of looked down on this concept when we first started talking about it. But
Here
the
we
more
go.
we got into it, I thought, what a great deal.
Well,
because
y'all,
you
the
don't have
number-
the baked beans and crock pot of mac and cheese in the floor on the way to Gadsden. You ain't got to worry about that. I just go in and pay. Somebody's already knocked it
I
out.
was amazed that Greg said he had a crock pot with a lock and lid. I've never seen that.
Oh, yeah.
Not that I play with a lot of crock pots.
Yeah, you kind of.
It's a great invention.
Oh, it's the greatest. I bought it just for holidays.
You used to have to put tape over it.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, we'd put them in a box and put towels over. it,
laundry
throw it back
basket.
in
We'd use
there,
our laundry basket.
Yeah. They just snap. I've done that one with towels in it.
See, this really ought to be right up your alley.
Look,
This
I'm
is no
getting,
hassle.
I'm getting excited because this is a turnkey deal. Let me tell you something. If we had a family member that says you don't have to bring anything, you don't have to host it, you don't have to do anything. If you'll give me $25, it's handled. That's the best $25 I could ever spend.
Well, now
yeah.
we have on.
We've done a few catering.
Speedy's mad he's not hosting this
I
year.
love cater. People.
You know, we used to do that with our buddy Luther, not the one that ran, but the other Luther.
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah. So yeah, I don't look. I've never had a problem with catered. Yeah. Matter of fact, I thought I had a.
He did a great deal too.
I thought I had a turnkey on the turkey this time, but you know, everybody has their own thing, you know, and of course you love the fried turkey is good and all that. But we always, every year, have along with it, we always have one traditional turkey, meaning it's brined, it's roasted, and you always have that in the mix, and that's always our assignment. Well, this year, since I'll be leaving the show early today, and it's nothing serious, we hope, nothing like that, but it still will take some recovery. My wife is having surgery today, so I won't be here for the last hour today. So we weren't sure about her recovery, and she's usually the hostess with the mostest. You know, in modern times, we host Thanksgiving almost every year. Mm-hmm. So this time we're kicking back up to Mama's because didn't want to put that on Sherry in case the recovery takes longer than we thought or whatever. So we still have been assigned the turkey. Well, I thought, I'll knock that out with no problem. And so you know how I love New York Butcher Shop. It's my favorite place on the planet to get meats. Where we live, and so I'm doing a commercial for them about hey, they prepare turkeys, right. And I said, this is done. Yeah, this is done. I talked to Sherry. Hey, we got options. They can brine a turkey that we just have to cook, but you don't have to do the brining process, so that'll knock all that out. We just got to put it in the oven and cook it. I said they'll cook one for us, but it's going to be smoked. Oh no, I don't want to smoke turkey. But I mean, it could be already cooked. You know what I mean? And we just take it over. No, nobody wants smoked turkey. We always have a brined roasted turkey to go with. That's what we always bring. Okay. So I'm still going to have to deal with cooking it a little bit, but at least all the prepreration will be done.
Well, we started.
I really want to take that next step though, and it already be cooked.
When we got our master built fryer, it changed everything because I can do that, goofy as I am.
Yeah.
And boy, it's good.
Yeah.
Oh, man, it's good.
Yeah. So
it's almost as easy as having it catered.
No,
in a lot of cases.
it's fantastic, but there are certain traditions.
Yeah, I know.
That my wife is not going to move on. You know what I mean?
You know this story.
And a brined roasted turkey apparently is one of them.
Now, it is kind of funny to think about.
And it is good.
You show up at Nana's house, and it's $10 to get in, $30 to eat. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's kind of like
cover charge.
But it's the figures in here, and I don't know. Again, I don't cook a lot, so I don't shop a lot, so I don't know. But they said the average cost of Thanksgiving dinner for 10 people is $49.
No, they're out of their mind.
crazy.
Who came up with that's a low number?
About everything?
That's what it says.
What
and
are
it's
they
down. It's down 75 cents from last year,
well, let me tell you
according to
something.
the
We'll solve
American
this.
Farm Bureau Federation.
Somebody give me an average cost
in
of
the
just
USA
turkey.
Today.
Hey, they must not go back for seconds. We go for seconds and thirds.
Guys,
We eat a week off
if
that
you're
stuff,
getting
huh?
turkey for that 10 people, you're at $50.
Yeah, how in the world did they come up with that?
I mean, that
bogus.
What is this? What is this? A bunch of grasshoppers? What is
must
this?
Be.
Yeah,
This must be a California Thanksgiving.
And there's
Bunch
so
of
much
weeds.
There's so much more that goes into hosting than just the food, too.
Oh,
I mean,
what's a handle?
my goodness
Oh,
gracious!
and your
preparation,
wife's got to have the house
my
perfect.
Goodness, now we're doing it
hey,
all.
look, the prepping the house for company to me is I hate every.
Oh
minute.
yeah.
Minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us on another Rick and Bubba Show. HelloFresh. You saw Adler talking about stuff he prepared just the other day from HelloFresh. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Foodies out there everywhere are as Bubba and I call them grubbers. We're grubbers. Pumpkin spiced apple cider. Fall is here, baby. Tasty time of year. Where you on apple cider? About like a warm cup of cider?
I like a warm cider. Nice little change up.
Well,
seasonal.
There's mouth-watering recipes delivered right to the door from HelloFresh.com/Bubba. For a limited time, it's the new Harvest Dinner Series, complete with easy-to-follow video tutorials. And they also make hosting your next tailgate or party easier than ever with fall flavors. We got a rotating selection of fall-inspired brunch kits, dessert boards, and more, all available for a limited time this season. Now, 35 weekly recipes to choose from, and the ingredients are delivered right to your home. HelloFresh.com/Bubba will take the routine and save you 25%. 25% cheaper than shopping for groceries. And with the prices right now, I'll take that. Sign up today at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. We get you 65% off. You get the ingredients, you get the recipe card, you follow it, you prepare it. It is delicious. Grocery shopping and meal planning and meal prep, all made simple. 65% off plus free shipping when you go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. How about eating better and saving money at the same time? Hey, what's wrong with that? Nothing wrong with that right there, buddy. And Adler, you fix something else?
And here's another one.
He's done it again.
One pan spicy Tex-Mex pork tacos, delicious. Ruby ate it up. It was so good. Aaron had leftovers for lunch at school the next day.
Did Ruby eat those pedophores we sent home?
Yes,
Did
absolutely.
Did you love them?
Yes. I had a church practice last night.
Ooh,
I get home, and the first thing Ruby said to me was, "I had a small cake." She loved it.
I bet small cake. I had a small cake.
She didn't call them what they really are.
Right, yeah.
Well, no one wants to. You talk about a snack that needs a new name.
We don't use that word in our house. Yeah.
Good gracious.
We don't speak
You
that
could
way
have
in
really
our
just
house.
said baby cakes, Rick.
That's true. I really should have. All right, so
I like the name Baby Cake.
I do too. That's a lot more fun, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Hey, baby cake.
So. Speaking of kids, all of us in our different worlds, and when you now have all your kids out on their own, I don't know what it is. There's always, you want to hear from them, and that's one side. But then at the same time, if you hear from them without you guilting them into keeping in contact, it's usually never anything good. I mean, they usually call you and, hey, you ain't gonna believe what's happening with my car or something like that. So you almost have this. We should be excited when we see them texting us or calling us, but when they do it unprompted, it almost you're like, yeah,
need money.
Yeah, it's kind of like But anyway, so it was last Friday, and I've tried to figure out whether I'm supposed to talk about this or not. So don't ask me too many questions about it. I basically got kind of a half-hearted, I think you're okay to do it, Dad, don't worry about it.
Interesting.
Which means I need to be careful, but and I think you'll see why. But anyway, so I'm sitting here on Friday, and all of a sudden this happens 25 minutes after the show ends. Hello, Father. That's how young that's how young Broderick.
Father, tell us about
weird story. You don't want that to be the next two words. but I'm going to play college lacrosse tomorrow in a tournament. Do we still have all my lacrosse gear?
Oh wow!
You don't know.
And I thought to myself, well, you haven't played lacrosse since high school. You've been out of high school for 2 years now.
Where'd you leave it?
And the last time I checked, you are working for a company and an entrepreneur, and you're not in college.
Yeah.
Okay. And so,
and you probably didn't wear his lacrosse gear out to do anything with it.
No. And I said, buddy, I think it's still where it was. What are you doing? What do you mean you're going to play? And he's telling me the team he's playing for, and I'm going to leave that out. Okay.
Yeah, they appreciate that.
Yeah, I think that surely it's best. Now, keep in mind, a lot of colleges where we are down south, even the big names are club lacrosse.
Right.
And up north in the Northeast, and some of these southern schools are starting to be, NCAA, whatever. The club deal is a different deal.
Yeah.
Okay.
And sometimes they even have club leagues that work parallel with the NCAA team. For those that are not as serious full-time
athletes. This is what that.
Right.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm trying to be careful here.
Yeah, I get you.
But my first concern I thought was legitimate. Are you in shape to play college club lacrosse?
Right.
Think my stick skills may still be there. The other we'll see. Okay. And
you mean from running all over a giant field, big as a pasture, to I'm sitting editing videos?
Yeah, I said, how does this person know who you are? He tells me the connection there, the coach. He says the bottom line is, because of everything that's going on this time of year, he needs a few more players because he doesn't want to miss this preseason exhibition opportunity.
Right.
Okay, everybody hear me?
Right.
Preseason exhibition to play some of the teams to kind of see where they are.
Yeah,
and they're not going to be able to play if he can't get a few more people on the roster.
Right.
Okay. So I'm waiting 9:25 a.m. Saturday morning. Okay. Last I hear, he went and picked his gear up, and I didn't hear anything else. Okay. Threw up first game, beat UAB.
Threw up.
Okay. That's the first text I get.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, started a little bit on
Making his delivery too.
Yeah.
Threw up first game, beat UAB.
Right.
But I feel good about the second.
Yeah.
Game 2, stick is still there for sure, but my athletic ability has tanked absolutely.
And hey, it don't take long. It don't take long.
Georgia beat us. I'm extremely tired.
That really was.
That's one right there. That's around lunch on Saturday.
He's done.
Okay.
He's so done.
Big debate with Cameron whether I return for final game.
Oh, wow.
Don't show up.
She says I've committed to it. I must come back. Some of the other guys they picked up, not so committed.
It's a lot of running.
Who's got my legs?
He just said, based on your workouts at Godspeed alone, I think you would fare better than me.
Oh, no.
So anyway, and he said, I've decided that I simply must go back and finish this last game. Looking back, maybe not the best commitment.
Oh,
So anyway, you never know what you're going to hear from your kids. I mean,
I remember trying to play full court basketball after you've been out of it a few years. Wow.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Because your wife just goes into some kind of bizarre mode. I'm like, honey, your house is fine. Nobody cares about these things you think everybody cares about.
I know.
Yeah. You know,
you're cleaning rooms, nobody's going in.
Right. Nobody cares about this. Shut that door.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, it's
and
that's what I said. I said,
you
who's
move,
going to walk in here?
And I know y'all's wives do like mine. They move everything that you normally have in a place.
Thank you.
So the next time you try to go to work or something that ain't there, it's been stuck in a drawer somewhere and you can't find it. And then you have to go buy another one, and then you find it 3 months later.
Yeah, while productive, if Terry ever cleans out a drawer or something that we have just miscellaneous stuff in that I knew where it was, I'm like, oh no.
It's like
it's gone forever. Where is it?
I do like cleaning out drawers where Betty has stacked things because it's like going to a yard sale and I don't have to buy anything.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
You know, it's
somebody run the
kind
number.
of a grab bag.
20 times $1.60.
You got it.
20 times $1.60. $1 would be 20, and then it'd be 26.
Wish I was smart enough to do it in my head.
I know.
God.
So guys, we're already
Horrible, man.
we're already at $30 on the turkey.
$32.
Yeah, we're at $32 if you just get a 20-pound turkey. Guys, you're not feeding everybody for $49.
No,
Where do they get that number at? That cannot. I mean, that,
Again, nobody's going back for seconds.
Is there no turkey?
I don't know.
I
don't know.
don't
That's
know.
what they said.
You know what else? When you're the host family, and y'all all know this, the dreaded extra tables. Because you know what you do? You have those put up somewhere because you don't like them being in the middle of everything, okay? So
Right.
what happens, and the time you put it up, I try to remember this next year, Rick, don't put this here because you're going to hate yourself when you have to go
Right.
get it.
Yeah.
You screw the legs back on, drag it in here. Or the worst, it's at another location. Hey, you go to some storage building, or you got to go to, that's down at the farm. You got to go get that and bring that back, and we got to clean it. We got to have an extra table. We got to move this couch, and we got to do. I hate all that.
Yeah.
Oh, Rick,
Well, you go to your dining room table first. That's where the elders of the family sit.
I enjoy that table.
Your overflow is the kitchen table,
Right.
and then kids get the card table,
That's
fold
the
out,
one.
and you have to wait for someone to die to move up the chain.
No question.
Everybody knows that.
And you go to that main table and you pull it apart and you got to find where you put the leaf at to make it look
Yeah,
bigger.
oh,
and you don't
yeah.
remember where you stored it.
Oh, and don't forget this: when your wife tries to figure out if you do both families, which is what we normally do, we're not this year, but we do both families. She wants it set up so everybody gets to visit with everybody. Well, honey, that's impossible since people are going to be in 3 different places.
Yeah.
You know, now.
But do you remember when you used to eat at the card table and the first time, like Uncle Thomas died,
Yes.
and you got to move up to the kitchen table, and you knew you were only a wedding or funeral two away from getting to the main table?
Well, you know what it was, Bubba? I hate to say this. It was that little glimmer that made you feel a little bit better at the funeral.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Thinking at least I move up.
Yeah, you thought to yourself, I'll miss Uncle Joe, but I do get his spot.
Or at least I get to move up.
Right. I don't have to look at cartoons on the table anymore.
They put you
my
with
gosh,
that.
And the
my
little
gosh,
kid-
I'm 31.
The little kids with the sippy cups.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God.
And they making a mess.
sippy
They're
cup
making
table.
a mess of them
Stuff floating in them sippy cups.
Rick and Bubba.
To clarify the story, because some of you, I know you can't believe the numbers either. You keep calling saying that the story was read wrong, that it's actually $49 a person.
I know you think we're a moron for that. I got you.
But it's not. That's
we
not-
did too. That's why we kept saying it doesn't make sense.
But that's not what the story says. And now somebody just said,
I think somebody who wrote this story got their information wrong and misunderstood it, and they have written the story incorrectly. That's what I think.
well, here's
Because there's no way you cook a
No.
dinner for 10
No.
for $49. It's hard to have a hot dog cooked.
Yeah,
out for
and
that.
I'm rounding off here, getting close. It would break it down to about $4.95 per person.
for a Thanksgiving meal with
For a-
turkey dressing
right.
and the
Because
rolls. No,
You
Because
can't
the scenario
get a
is-
Happy Meal for that.
Because the
Yeah.
scenario in that was that grandma or whoever it was charging $30 a plate, $10 for the kids or whatever. So if she had dinner for 10 at $30, then she's making $300. So it's a profit of about $250.
But it's not.
This particular story comes from Fox News, and they quote, what's the group here? The American Farm Bureau Federation.
Now, what does that got to do with it?
Well,
They're the ones that did the study on it, or keep the numbers.
let me quote the Rick and Bubba.
And then
listening
they're
audience.
quoting the USA Today. So
Well,
there's
well,
several groups.
Well,
here
they
that-
can all have a Coke and a smile because any of us that have hosted Thanksgiving, you can't host 10 people and your cost be $49.95. I mean, you think about-
negative.
Negative. Somebody says I cook for 10 people every year. It costs a little over $200.
I would say that's
We have another person says, well, wait a minute. I got a 14-pound turkey from Publix for $8. 14-pound turkey is not going to feed 10 people. So anyway, matter of fact, you're gonna have a lot of frustrated Burgess as you try that move.
Yeah.
We'll take a 14-pound bird and laugh at it.
How about this? Even with a 14-pound bird and all the fixings, you're going to go over $49 for
No,
10 people.
even at $8. We're starting on
Got
the turkey.
that right.
So there.
And plus,
I didn't like turkey for the longest time.
I love it.
Because it was
much
I
as
think
chicken.
No, but
I think it was overcooked, or frying them is a game changer for me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
that's
really
good
good now.
That's good.
All right, in order.
I like them smoked.
In order, I need you to rate chicken, turkey, and ham.
Ham's last.
Okay.
I'm not a big
Now, are we
ham
talking
guy.
about on Thanksgiving or
Or
any
just-
given day?
Well,
And
in
I will
life-
say this.
I mean,
this bunch across the street, that's a good ham.
It is.
Have you seen the traffic jam when everybody
Yes.
goes?
Oh,
to fix
yeah.
it?
It's a good ham.
They got
It's
the
early.
police out there.
It's a good ham.
Well,
That's a good ham.
That crispy edge on it, number one, isn't it?
Golly. And I don't like ham, but I like that one.
So you're going to go chicken, turkey, ham.
You talking about for the holidays or just life?
Just I guess in general.
Because for the
All
holiday,
right,
I got to
What
move
were my
turkey up.
choices
All right,
again?
let me-
Turkey,
all right,
ham, and
how
what?
about this? You got
Chicken.
sandwich meat, and you're making a sandwich.
Oh.
Are you going to go
Turkey.
Okay.
I like turkey better as a sandwich, but I like chicken better if it's my meal.
Is
You
it
see what I'm
fried or
saying?
the other way? The turkey.
Yeah,
however you want it.
Yeah, however you want it.
So if you could eliminate one, you're eliminating ham.
Ham out.
Ham out.
I am too.
Agree. I don't
I'm
like the
same
little
way.
fat in the ham.
Be careful.
What am I, a kid?
Yeah,
I know.
How about this?
Now, you talking about sandwich meat, or you talking about that stuff over here?
No Name Studio, bleeding edge of technology. We're back. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Blazing Silverman, Rick and Bubba University student earning his degree in common sense. We'll get to your phone calls coming up this hour. Big Boy looking on. Hello, Big Boy. Thank you for your reassuring face. And welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba family. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. Doesn't seem like that much.
Bubba, anytime we go to a list, it's always important when you go to a list to try to find some way to find the criteria. What information are they bringing in to come up with this list? And we're talking about the list that is out today. You'll hear a lot of news sources talking about this. Our country's most dangerous cities.
Well, we have two studies here, Rick, and they seem to contradict each other.
Yeah, of course.
The title of this one is Ranked. Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas are America's most unsafe states on a scale of crime, car crashes, natural disaster, joblessness, and more. Want better security? Move to Vermont.
Oh, wow.
Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas are among America's most unsafe states, and leafy Vermont is the safest, according to new research, covering everything from crime, natural disasters, to the number of uninsured drivers on the road. The study is done by Wallet Hub, and they assessed all 50 states on 53 measures of safety, broadly covering crime rates, natural disaster, COVID-19 vaccination rates.
Come on now.
And economic indicators like unemployment and homelessness.
Tell me how the current, everything we know about the vaccines now, how that could be any indicator that a state is safe or not safe.
Well,
based on what we know now.
It's just BS, Rick. Okay,
Yeah.
so here are the states that are the worst to live in, most unsafe, okay? Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, Texas, Alabama, Oklahoma, Florida, Missouri, South Carolina, and Tennessee.
Unbelievable.
All of them in the Southeast,
Of
every
course.
single one of
Yep.
them. Now, the states they say that are the best to live in are the tiny ones that are all up in the Northeast.
Right.
Don't you find that funny?
Well-
each one of these they have ranked bad is also Republican run.
All right, I'm going to say something, and I'm going to say it with zero reservation, okay? But I will acknowledge that I don't know, okay? But I don't have to know this to know that my concept will probably be right. I believe that if you took these southern states, okay, and I'm just going to take one of the criteria, and that's crime rate, okay? Hear me now. I bet if you looked, the crime rate that is making their score go down is found to be extremely high in the Democratic-run urban areas in the larger cities of these southern states.
Sure it is.
If you go there, it's where the Democrats live that drive down your safety rating, and they want you to believe that it involves all those that live all over the state, when you'll probably find that the bad crime rate comes from areas of these states that has been run by Democrats for decades.
And, Rick, a lot of people may not know.
Tennessee would be a great example of that.
We actually put Alabama on the list, so hopefully more people won't be moving here.
Well, yeah. Now, we don't mind this list. We really don't, that we're not faring well in it, because it might scare some of you off from moving here.
Right. Especially from other areas that might not agree with our thought process here.
Yeah, I do not.
We don't want you watering down our good Southern habits.
Yes, believe it or not, I do not live under the guise everyone is welcome.
No.
Because honestly,
you know what my mantra is, Rick, check them at the gate.
Right. Politically and morally, which kind of go side by side, some of y'all I'd prefer not live around.
Right. Yeah.
I'd rather come see you like on a mission trip.
Right.
I'd rather you not come here. But anyway, I promise you, if you were to take, let's say Tennessee, where is it on the list?
Tennessee
number 10?
is number 10.
I bet you if you went to the crime rate, the problem you would find would be Memphis. I would bet you anything. And it's been run by Democrats for decades. And I bet Birmingham runs Alabama down, which has been run by Democrats for a very long time. I bet in Mississippi, you go to Jackson, I bet that's what's running it down, which has been run by Democrats for forever. So when you see these southern and western areas, when they're trying to use this criteria, don't be afraid to look at this crime rate rating and take a look-see and look at the cities that have the high crime rates, and you're going to find the Democrats there, I promise you.
Now, Rick, in what appears to be stark contrast to that last study, we have another study from the Wall Street Journal, Realtor.com, and they are predicting the most affordable place to live in the U.S. with undervalued property is Johnson City, Tennessee.
Hello, what a beautiful place.
Who we were just told on the other list was one of the top 10 places to avoid.
Yeah, but they're wrong.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
A small Tennessee town has been named the most affordable place to live in the United States, according to the latest Housing Market Index. The Wall Street Journal Realtors.com Emerging Housing Market Index, there's your name, gave the nod to Johnson City, citing a strong economy and undervalued but rising property prices with low taxes and unemployment rates. The median home listing in Johnson City was $379,000, about $48,000 below the national average, but the value is up 27% from last year. That's double the rise in the national credit. So Johnson City, you are rocking it.
Way to go, Johnson City.
You rocking it.
Doesn't Johnson City make the song Wagon Wheel?
I think it
From Johnson City, Tennessee. Yeah, it's in there.
right.
Yeah, it is.
And unlike the other one that appeared to have a strong regional bias to it, this one, most affordable cities in America, does not. You have Johnson City, Tennessee. You also have Portersville, California. You have Earnhardt, Goshen, Indiana. You have Bradenton, Florida, Fort Wayne, Indiana, West Lafayette, Indiana, Lafayette, Indiana, Columbia, South Carolina, Columbia, Missouri, Raleigh, North Carolina, Yuma, Arizona, Clearwater, Florida, Fort Myers, Florida, Murfreesboro, Tennessee, Colorado Springs, Colorado. I mean, it's you see it's spread around a little bit more. The top Alabama town on that list is Huntsville, Alabama, coming in at number 28, looks like.
I actually met a guy on
Knoxville, Tennessee's on the list.
I met a guy from California on Saturday, and he said, I'm new to Alabama. And I said, now, I'm going to ask something straight up, and I don't mean any disrespect. What kind of worldview you bringing from California over here? Well, after talking to him for a while, he solved any concern that I had and resolved it by saying one thing. He said, I'll answer it this way. I love the Rick and Bubba show.
There you go.
And you know what I said?
Welcome.
And you know what I said? Walked into my house because he was delivering something to the house, and I said, and a Rick and Bubba hat for you, my friend. And I walked in.
You know, like the old commercial, Rick, welcome to Warnick's. Won't you come in?
I walked in, found a Rick and Bubba hat, and I said, I want to tell you, I've never worn this one because this is my backup to the other one just like it. And I said, and this is yours. And I said, this is if you wear this around Alabama, you'll be fine. And he said, oh, yeah. And I said, so tell me the thing you're loving about Alabama. He said, cost of living.
Okay. That's right.
And he said, based on where I've come from, he said, we just couldn't do it anymore. I said, well, I'm glad you're here. Just don't bring anything weird here.
Yeah.
And he assured me that has not happened.
Yeah, if you don't bring in what corrupted your neighborhood to our nice clean field. You know.
So if you see the California kid with the Rick and Bubba hat on, you'll know who I'm talking about.
Yep.
He's out there.
That's funny.
Yeah, isn't that cool?
It is cool. It's
well,
real
and
cool.
he did the right thing. If you say that kind of takes away all of our concerns.
Covered. I got you covered.
Yeah, that's it. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up. 15 minutes past. 866 We Be Big is the number. And Bubba, I thought this was interesting today. Did you see this kind of a bit of a, would you call this science, things that help you think clearly, shake off anxiety, and calm your nerves?
I thought y'all might like that.
I thought that was interesting.
This isn't another pot story, is it?
No, it isn't. No.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba.
Across the road.
I'm talking about there's a
if I'm going to eat ham, it's that one. But if I've got to eliminate one, ham's out.
Speedy, you know what I would do? Eat all three.
Right. Well, let's say, hey, Greg, let me put it to you this way: you walk into a room, and there on the elders' table is a turkey, however you want it prepared.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a whole chicken, however you want it prepared, and there's a ham, however you want it.
I'm going with the turkey.
Is this Thanksgiving?
I'm going with the turkey.
Yeah,
Thanksgiving?
Our Christmas, either one.
You hear me?
But
I'm
it's an
going with.
event.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm
I
going
go
with the turkey.
I go turkey.
Me too. Yeah. Now I like
fried.
a Honey Crisp ham now.
Rick, the honey.
Bubba threw out there.
But now the
it's
second
fried.
time around, I might get ham.
Now, that's a good
if
point.
there's a
Oh,
crispy
yeah.
edge
Yeah,
on it.
sure.
It's not
if a
having
crispy edge is available, I'll do ham on round 2.
How about this?
Absolutely.
Is there anybody in your family that if the turkey the Thanksgiving presentation does not include a ham, it's a game changer?
Not me.
Oh, it is for us.
Got to have a ham?
I got
we normally go
one
ham
that picks
as well.
ham first.
Oh, wow.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Big ham guy. And the Bodines are big on ham.
I'm not a big ham.
No, we talking about across the street ham, right?
Yeah,
That's a good ham.
That's the one to be sure.
that's a good ham. Hey, that's a good ham.
Yes,
But
it
I
is.
just consider that ham a bonus. It's not a staple to me. I don't have to have him, but if he's there, I'm glad he came.
How about this? I got one when you do the you're going out for the week and everybody's getting everything ready. You know, and you have the various sandwiches you get from Boar's Head and all that. Always got to get a half pound of ham. He's gonna have his ham.
Okay.
I'll say I never eat ham sliced ham sandwich meat. Never.
Oh,
Never.
Boar's Head Honey Crisp ham. Watch
No,
it.
you're
I just
talking
don't. I
about
go
two
turkey
different
or
things.
chicken.
You're talking about the real
That's two
stuff
different
or this stuff you can see through in the pack.
No. If you go get Boar's Head,
That's almost like two different meats.
If you get Boar's Head honey maple ham, they take that big old ham that we
Right.
love with the
And
maple
put it on there.
and take it over there. We ain't talking about going to get the packs hanging up over
Right.
there with Oscar Mayer on it. We're
But
talking
that's
about
almost like two different meats.
it is.
You get
That's
it,
like ham A, ham
No
B.
question.
You get it shaved or you get sandwich cut.
Sandwich cut. Don't like it shaved.
Shaved. Now I got to be in the mood.
You know what I like at the Boar's Head
Well,
counter?
I dropped too much out of it.
Can I tell you what I like at the Boar's Head counter? I like when they ask me if I want a sample.
I do too.
Okay.
Do you
you
think
go,
when
yeah.
they see me, they know the answer?
Oh yeah, here you go, buddy. Here's your two.
Have you ever just walked back and forth through a food court at a mall to have lunch on samples?
You can. But what here? I don't know what. Cause
You
it's-
want a sample? It's real good.
It's new because we have
I learned that from Speedy.
We have a Publix near our house, where shopping is a pleasure, and so I always
they'll have a little snack in
every week either Sherry or me will make our round to the Boar's Head Deli. So it hasn't always been that way, but I want to say this publicly. I don't know who it was who came up with the idea when you say I'll take a pound of sandwich slice oven roasted turkey.
Yeah, we do the Cajun chicken a lot.
Yeah, we do that, and we
Okay.
also
Good
do
stuff.
and we also do the
It is
honey
good.
and then a half a pound of honey maple ham.
Yep.
I don't know who you were, but you need to be heralded by everyone who said it started relatively in the last probably year when they would say they cut the first slice. Say, is this about how you want it? Yes.
Yeah.
Would you like to have this? I don't know who started that.
They give you the end piece.
Yeah, I don't know who started it, but on behalf of all of us, thank you.
Yeah.
That was well done.
Yeah, because you get all that skin on that one, all the outside
So
part.
good. So thank you.
Crispy stuff.
Yeah.
Would you like to have a sample? Yes, I would.
Now that
All right, so we're
Like
talking
bread.
about.
I like
Look, I'm the
end
guy.
piece.
I'm the guy that drinks the chocolate milk before I get to the counter. Of course I do.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean?
All right, so growing up, none of my food on the plate could touch.
That's
All right,
weird.
I'm
Absolutely
talking about
right.
it
I
had
was that
to
way
be-
as a
it-
kid.
It
Put
had
it
to
all
be.
together.
It had to be.
Bubba, you're
now-
still like that. so-
Now
No,
I've noticed.
I'll let it run together.
Now I've noticed as an adult, I just pile it on,
Yeah,
and
you
I got
missed it.
stuff everywhere.
You missed it.
Yeah, and I've really tried to tan that down to my kids at a young age. If hey, look, like mix it all in. Hey,
I'm the
try
same
this
way.
and this, and they, well, they'll do it. And they're like, hey,
I couldn't have it touched. Though.
When I was a
a
kid, I would have separate plates for different pieces.
Oh, you see?
Yeah.
You know, my wife's one
But
of those.
now I just
Now I wish I had sideboards on.
Yeah, it looks
My
like
wife-
an ant bed on my plate.
My wife and ham guy, that one of my sons. They're these people that you have a plate and they eat everything separate. And I mean, like in an
used
order.
to do that, too.
They don't go bite of this, bite of that. They finish their meat, then they
No,
go eat
I
this
do that
vegetable.
now. I think.
I hate that.
I used to do that.
You got to have it all together. It's all the flavors that make it happen.
Right.
Rick, I changed.
Oh, I got one of my three boys that they'll eat a hamburger first, and then they'll eat the fries.
The
I used
only
to do the
time
same
I'm like, get it all together.
The
What are
only
we doing?
time
I
where
do
I
that
do
too.
it in order is the hibachi because I eat it as they bring it out.
'Cause
I
you
don't
can't
wait
wait.
on everything.
Oh, you got to wait. You got to be disciplined.
But I'm not.
You ready for me on hibachi?
I started
That's
eating.
the only. That's the only time.
If my
21 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. We will get to the phone calls here coming up this hour. Looking forward to hear what's on your mind today. Wednesday Bible study back today. Live noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. Are you a subscriber to the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel? Go ahead and subscribe. Doesn't cost you anything, but you'll get alerts every time something new is there live. We also throw things out there, archived, all kinds of content there you can enjoy and watch. So that'll be happening again today. Genesis chapter 42 today. 42 different sessions we've had on the book of Genesis over the last year. So we'll have that today. It'll be archived soon after for what most of you do, and that's catch it on your own time, even though hundreds of you do watch it live, though. So we look forward to that again today. And, of course, there'll be men here in the studio, and you're always welcome to join us there as well. All right, so, Bubba, a couple things. Did you know, so if you want to think clearly, you need to do something. Now, this is why you and I cannot think clearly. They're talking about the type of exercising that helps certain parts of your life that, they boost your health. In order to think clearly, and I've heard my wife say this before, we must run. Running helps us to think clearly.
Now, does walking fall in that?
I'd like to know how fast it's almost like the faster you walk, the clearer you think.
Really?
Yeah, so it's like...
that explains this fog.
You're right. And how about this? This one you can do. And this is one of your
What about
areas.
playing tennis?
I don't see you being. You're not a very. You haven't done that, have you?
No, but we're planning on getting together here very soon.
I'm so
here we
sorry.
go.
Wasn't that this week he was supposed to do that?
Yeah.
Well, I've got pushed back.
Right.
You did.
Hamza, you won't give yourself to
Push
it.
back one day.
Yeah, you won't. You won't do that.
No.
Just
Matter of fact,
will
I'm
you
gonna
do
have
it?
to
Bubba,
hear
honestly?
I'm gonna have to hear that he's doing tennis somewhere else before. Because I'm not going. My heart's not going to get involved
You said
with that.
last minute was fine though, right? I need to.
Well, that doesn't set you up for heartbreak if it's just kind of off the spine. You just don't make him look forward to it like he thinks it's going to happen.
Yeah.
How much advance notice you need for scheduling?
12 hours.
Okay.
Can you do that?
That was quick.
So will you move and go play tennis again? You think that's going to happen?
I'll need to hit some balls. Yes, I do.
I don't know that counts. It says
I don't think that counts.
Yeah, it recommends 150 minutes of activity each week, and how you spend it can give different results. See, now here's where you're fine. You're not a very anxious person, are you?
Not usually.
Okay, you know why?
It's that way, no break.
You know why? You know how you shake off anxiety? Yeah. Dancing.
See, that's it.
See there?
I've
So
seen
me,
Bubba dance a lot.
me dropping it like it's hot has paid off.
Yeah.
Okay.
You find yourself very nervous? Are you kind of a nervous person?
No, not really.
Anybody in here nervous? Kind of have nerves? If you are swimming
Get
will
some nerves out,
it
huh?
calms your nerves.
I took up swimming again about 1 week before it got too cold to swim. That was my problem.
Doggone.
Took it up again. When did you take it up the first time?
I used to swim all the time.
Studies show
to swim all the time.
And
all the time.
And by the way, I have seen this to be absolutely true. And I know it's weird coming from
Dog paddle.
Coming from me, I got you. I know this is weird. I know. It says dog paddling somewhat calms your nerves. But let me say this. I know coming from me, this sounds outrageous.
Oh, boy.
Okay, I understand the body of work I have here. I got it. But I have noticed this to be true. Regular exercise can pull people from the depths of depression, and it also can help you have a healthy brain.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I think blood flow is the key.
Yeah.
You know,
You're talking about a healthy brain.
Like
the answer to everything in life is in the blood. You know that.
It happened to me yesterday, and I got myself at a bind, which Speedy loves. But yesterday, I was like on Monday, I was kind of like, I don't know. I'm not sick or anything. I need to get going. And so after going and working out yesterday, I knew it. I went solely because I knew it would make me feel great, and it did.
It did.
Now I got myself in a situation.
You
but
do mentally have to get there.
Yeah.
And go.
What about a good
how am I
round
gonna-
of jumping jacks?
How am I going to
What
feel
about
when
that?
I walk out?
I did do jumping jacks.
What about
yesterday.
old 1-2 way back?
Oh,
I did
good
that
old
1-2 way back. That's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Y'all love 1-2 way back.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's PE.
Bubba,
and
when you dance, it fixes your anxiety and it takes away negative thoughts.
That's
That's
it.
right.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Now
Because
those-
I'm freeing myself.
Now, those of us watching it, sometimes it brings us negative thoughts.
Right.
But the
Painful negative thoughts.
But Speedy, I know how you love this kind of stuff because you love me in this world
Yeah.
where I don't belong and not fitting in.
Right.
If you secondhand embarrassment, you would have left the gym, just completely left.
Really?
Well, so I picked up a new coach, my wife, and she couldn't go yesterday on our normal day.
All right.
She had a conflict. So I was there, and a guy who is a new friend that normally isn't in my class, and we go to church together, he came to the class that I'm in. Okay, and I'd already gone to the trainer because, now that Sherry's not there, I'm running wild. I'm now doing all the things she won't let me do. And I tell the trainer, I see this as a partner workout. I'm not going to do the partner workout. I said, my partner's not here today. I said, I'm just going to do half of the workout, which is what it does anyway. I don't understand why y'all... On the partner thing, when the other person's working out, you're just standing there.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I'm just going to do half the reps and do the rounds and all that. He said, that's fine. So this guy comes in and sees that it's a partner. This is where the social awkwardness comes in. He sees this as a partner workout and comes over and stands next to me. And I was like, hey, man, good to see you. And I said to him, and he didn't hear me. I communicated. I said, hey, I'm not going to do a partner. I said, I'm just going to.
He didn't hear you?
I'm going to do. I guess he didn't because the workout started, and he walks over with his jumper. He goes, okay, so which one of us is going first?
Shut up.
Oh, no.
Are you okay? Are you
You
all right?
hate the partner workout.
Are you all right?
I got to know. Did you stand firm or let him in?
I think he's a salt of the earth guy.
You had to let him.
And I just said, you go first.
Yeah, I would have done the same.
So I got.
That's a good big boy move.
I got hung in a partner workout.
It's miserable.
And then I found myself kind of wanting not to, like I felt like I had to outdo him. And so then I end up being really pushed. Sherry's not there. I think I won't be pushed. Now I'm getting pushed by the fact that I can't let this guy see me look bad because we go to church together. And he's a little bit younger than me. I'm 58. He's mid-40s. I have to kind of do as good as him.
Hold your own.
At least.
Yeah.
Hey, at one time, I will say this for the old men. We were doing a little dumbbell bench press thing, and he tried to get as much as I had. So I'm go over and get a lighter weight after the first round. And I thought to myself, one for the old
So he
guys.
just ignored you
Oh,
when
guy
you
wins
said.
one.
Well, to his defense, he might have been breathing hard, not heard you.
He didn't.
You know what I
I guess he
mean?
didn't hear me say that, and he comes over when he.
Rick, I'd have had to clarify that. I'm not.
I wish
not doing that.
Do you?
Sorry,
can you feel the discomfort of it?
But then you got to look over at him by himself.
And you
Yeah,
of
he
all
thinks you're
people, Rick, I
crazy.
thought
Yeah.
would just stick to your guns.
Well,
on
no,
it.
and then now it throws the trainer. He sees me over, and he's like, "Oh, I thought you weren't going to do the partner work."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Well,
I
I'm."
didn't
The
think
other
I
guy
was.
would have had to done what you were going to do, so you might as well do it together.
Yeah,
Come
but,
on,
now, but
Rick.
now there's things like, "Come on now."
I know.
I mean,
and we love being encouraged.
It completely changes your hour.
It does
Completely.
It does. It does.
See, I want.
Rick, this should be an hour you enjoy, but I keep hearing it's not an hour you enjoy.
When I get in the truck and drive off, I feel fantastic.
Yeah, and he did push you.
Yeah,
he did push
he did push me, and I thank him for that.
Greg, whenever we would have, oh my gosh, he would have. There's no heroes in this group. You know, with no overachievers. We don't need
I don't
that.
want any show off.
No counting out loud. Let's go. Come on.
And don't encourage.
and
me.
this-
a minute left. Let's get to it.
And this guy's a rule follower.
He was with the wrong.
He's a rule follower.
Rick, not a rule
Well,
follower.
what I did is I distracted him because where I was in trouble, I was okay everywhere in the workout except one thing, and that was the jump roping because you're supposed to do double what the double under people are doing, and I just do what they do. I just do that many singles. And he was like, I think we're supposed to do double. That's not right. and he goes, oh, okay, so we just do the same number. I said, yeah, everybody knows that.
There you go.
Everybody knows that.
Yeah, everybody knows that.
And when counting 8 means 10, everybody knows that too.
And I looked to see if he was counting every time I would go, and I noticed he wasn't. So what I would do is I would look around when he wasn't looking, and when every time he turned around, I would go, all right, and I point back to him, back to you.
It's your turn.
All right, you're up.
All right, but you're up.
Rick and Bubba.
It's long enough. I'll eat it off the grill.
Listen, you ready for me on it? You ready for me on
Alex
it?
ready.
And I'm a big hibachi guy. We've been to the hibachi so much because my kids love it. I don't even go to the presentation.
Yeah.
Give me a table.
We do the same.
Bring it all out together.
We do the same.
I don't want to
Well,
see. I know. I don't want to see the routine.
It depends
Just bring
what kind
food
of
out.
mood I'm in.
Brought that up to Terry the last time we were there. I said, you know what the Burgesses do? They just go
I
get
go
a
right-
table.
Yeah, I prefer that. I've seen
Well,
the presentation.
hey, here's why.
And plus, I don't like having dinner with people I don't know.
Thank you. That's my biggest thing.
Right.
That's my biggest thing right there.
That's a good
If I
point.
can convince the kids that we've seen the volcano onion enough, we're tabling it.
Yeah, because there's always that uncomfortable moment because they've got to they're trying to make it work for them. They want to give you a big party and put you all around the chef and give him a good show. I got it. But there's that weird thing. You never know how many times you need to, do we not speak? Or do I go, hey, how y'all doing? Good to see y'all. Thank you. And then you go, okay, do we now go where you're from?
I think that's enough. I think that's enough.
Then there's the uncomfortable couple that's trying to have a date, and they don't know what to do, and we've ruined their whole situation.
Try being an over-greeter and sit there.
Oh, no.
That's hard.
So, how about this? Hey,
I watched you struggle through lunch bunch.
Yeah.
I love dressing, though.
Felt like I had to carry it because you just sat
Thanksgiving.
there.
Oh,
That's
man.
right. I'm eating, bro.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
I don't know why it's so good. Maybe because we don't have it most of the year. That little giblet gravy. Oh my god.
Well, you remember the controversy we had, and I didn't know that. Probably in the dating process, I should have worked this out.
What'd you say?
No, that's what I tell you.
Listen, is my wife's a big cranberry sauce person, and I'm not. It makes a big deal out of it.
I don't want it anywhere near it.
Does a homemade cranberry sauce, and I don't even like it.
I won't eat
and every year I'm uncomfortable. It was last night talking to Nana. Oh, I'm gonna make my cranberry sauce. And we're going.
Yeah.
I'm like, let's take some time off that cranberry sauce and let's devote it to giblet gravy.
I don't see where it fits. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Is it Jello? What is it?
No, Greg. Guess what? The way Sherry makes it's different. She doesn't do that. It comes in a can. She has real.
I love it when it's still shaped like the can.
Right. She makes cranberries and makes the sauce. And this is what you're not going to believe. You're not going to believe what I'm about to say. And then she puts that on her dressing.
See, I don't. With the gravy?
No gravy. Cranberry sauce, no gravy.
Oh, okay. I'm just not that big into cranberries.
I'm not either.
I don't either.
Especially on my turkey.
It's
a fruit. I got turkey, I got dressing, I got gravy, and all of a sudden here comes some, like I say, fruity
You know
Jell-O.
what I'm saying, Greg? It's Thanksgiving. I don't have a urinary tract infection. You know what I mean? Where'd all this come from? Why are you putting cranberries on me?
It's kind of gross to look at.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Said at least the cat was cold. He said, don't call us, child, we'll call you.
All right, as we make our way back, we'll start with Richard in Milton. But lines are available. You can get in. The old buzzer sounds after 30 seconds. And we'll get another caller on after that. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Hello, Richard. Welcome to the program. How are you?
Oh, shoot. How in the wide world of gluttony are you fellas doing?
Rick.
We're dandy.
Awesome,
Richard.
That's good. Look at. I will try that boar's head. I love ham. I love ham. I'm fat fella. But what about eggnog?
You remember we had that run?
Learn how to shift gears. Huh?
We had that run on the show when we brought it up, and I'd never tried it, and I actually liked it.
Yeah,
Will I buy it? No, but I actually liked it.
It tasted to me like what I think that waffle batter would taste like.
You put a little Granddaddy's cough syrup in it, and you got yourself something.
Put a little bite on it.
A little holiday spirit.
I was.
But why don't people drink it other times of the year?
I lived in opposition to eggnog for most of my life, and then actually tried it really.
It's not good.
But I tried it like really cold and I actually liked it.
I love it. It's a huge hit at Helm's house every year. We get it by the half a gallon and we go through it. I mean, we really do.
What's it?
It's a little fattening, isn't it?
Oh, it is very fattening.
It's a lot of fattening.
It's not a little
I
fattening.
probably need to cut back from that.
Yeah.
Here on this show, Helms talked me into it one year. Remember, we sent an intern over there to get some, and I liked it. It was good.
It was good after you worked on it.
Yeah.
Mark,
you did right.
Mark and Hoover. Mark, go ahead. Listen to ZZK.
Splash here, splash there.
Yeah.
Hey, guys.
Too far.
Hey, buddy.
Monkey grass, green acres.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Bring it in.
Just wanted to let you guys know the Jimmy Hale mission says it can feed 10 people for $19.50.
Well, they can.
Yeah, they do an outstanding job managing that. I just don't know that we could do that at our house.
Yeah, but you got to remember what they're buying, the food, it kind of cost they're getting, and the bulk they're getting. That wouldn't work at the house.
That we don't get the deals they get.
Right, and plus, I mean, I don't want to be insensitive here, but throw that plate in front of your family, and you may not get the response you're looking for. You know, if you're homeless, that's a fantastic Thanksgiving meal.
Yeah.
If you're not, Bubba Show, we're ready. Phone calls. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer will get you. Your time on the program will come to the close, and then someone else will get their opportunity. I do want to point you to upside.com while you are dialing. And you can dial and get in right now. Go to upside.com. This is a great, great app. With inflation's hitting all of us where it hurts. There's not going to be, sadly, I hate to be the Debbie Downer, but there's not going to be any change anytime soon. So I want to encourage you to start using Upside to get cash back on every purchase that you make. Now, this is a straightforward app for anyone who buys gasoline, groceries, dines out, which is what we all do. To get started, just download the free Upside app and use the special show promo code Bubba25. Now, Bubba25 is going to get you 25 cents or more back on every gallon of the first tank that you put in your automobile when you get the app. And then after that, you just claim cash back on everything. You simply check in at the business, pay as usual, get paid. It earns 3 times more cash back than some of these loyalty programs or cash card rewards. You get 3 times that with Upside. So the current users are getting over $1 million a week. That's how many people are using it, and that's how much savings that we've got going. You can find it in the App Store or wherever you get apps. It's got a 4.8 rating. Use Bubba25 when you download the free app at upside.com. That's upside.com. To the phones we go, and we're getting good emails on this, by the way. Let's go to Sissy in Troy, Alabama. Sissy, 30 seconds on Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hi, Rick and Bubba. How are y'all?
We're good. Great. We're good.
Well, good. I called yesterday, but I got cut off before my 30 seconds. I wanted to ask Helmsy a question.
Okay.
Helmsy, how is Blue going?
No.
How's what going?
Blue.
Our
new puppy.
Oh,
Blue.
okay.
Your dog, Blue.
Blue's going good. Now, I had to break up a fight the other day between the two.
Heard about that.
Over a bone, and and Coco made Blue like it. And the rest of the weekend, Blue was cowed down, and look at Blue.
Yeah,
for those that can see it. Blue eyes is why we call him Blue.
Did he get his little spirit broken?
He did. I had to get in there. It was ugly.
He had to learn the pecking order.
It was ugly for about, it seemed like 3 minutes, but it was like probably 8 to 12 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And I caused a big scene at the house. I probably shouldn't have reacted the way I did, but I'm not going to apologize when 2 dogs are fighting and nobody's doing anything.
Right.
And I just went off the spine and reacted to it and did all I know. Look, just as I said the other day, I'm not Caesar the dog whisperer, but somebody needed to get in there and do something, and I did.
You did.
And it was ugly.
Probably not how Caesar would have done it.
It wouldn't have. But I'll tell you this, they hadn't fought since.
Amen.
So.
Did you have to use that
And
foot
Coco did not like me, was scared of me for a little bit.
Nothing wrong with that.
But I'll say this, snuggled right up to me Saturday morning over some coffee.
There you go. So
she
it's
was
all
like,
good.
see? And
Well,
you know,
it's a pack mentality, and you had to show them you were the lead dog.
I did.
There you go.
And
And then
it
they
did.
didn't lie.
It got ugly. Kids were crying at one point.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Crying at your reaction to their fight.
Everything.
Okay.
The whole scene.
The whole scene was ugly. But Blue's doing great. Blue's smart, just like Coco. So the training is going very easy. We're going to get her in one of those pet stop collars here in the next couple of weeks, which we're all excited about. So we can just let both of them out at the same time and kind of let them have their
There
way.
you go.
But, yeah, it's going good.
Good deal.
I will say this, and I've been this guy that said whatever. When you tell me 2 is better than 1. And I've laughed at that, made fun of that, and said, I ain't having another dog. But I'll tell you this, the maintenance on the dog goes down when they got somebody to play with. That is a fact. So I'm kind of digging that part. Now, I wish we'd find something to do with all the dog hair. We're going to have to get a Roomba, I think.
Hams, if you think 2's fun, add you a third.
Oh, buddy.
Ow, the combing.
Where y'all at on the Roombas?
I don't even know what that is.
I had one.
Both of my
I
kids
had-
have them. They like them.
I had one when they first come out, and I liked it.
What-
As
what
far
is
as
it?
it's
The
light
vacuum cleaner
maintenance
that
and
just
stuff, but
zips around by itself.
it wasn't
and it
as
gives the
good
dog
as
something to chase.
it wasn't as good as the old traditional, but for just a general cleanup, it worked good.
Have y'all seen the
Stay on top of
Have
it.
y'all seen the video of one of them like going around doing its little business or whatever, and there's a cat sitting on it, just kind of going for a
On
little
the Roomba.
ride.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just sitting there all pretty.
I think we're going to have to get a Roomba.
Yeah, I think we tried it one time and it didn't.
They've come a long way, I think,
It
from
did.
what I understand.
I think I was on the bleeding edge.
Yeah.
One caution when it comes to dogs and Roombas. If your dog makes a pretty big mess and no one's home and the Roomba is still active, it will just spread that around the entire house, which has happened. I've got pictures. I'm not going to show y'all, but it's happened to a lot of people on the internet.
Oh, no.
We don't have to worry about that.
Thanks, Kevin.
There you go.
Yeah.
You crate them when they're gone. That's what I do.
Yeah. Well, no, they're just, I mean, honestly, and I'm not just saying this, they are trained to a point where they will actually hold it until you get home. It's amazing.
Knock on something.
It is
quick.
amazing.
Hurry up.
Well, no, I've witnessed it. We've watched it.
I got you.
Now, I know you can't help a dog get sick. That's a whole different thing. But,
Oh, boy.
But,
Franklin peed on my jujitsu mats.
I wish I wasn't here right now.
And
and
that was out of spite.
I need that button.
He was mad at you.
Y'all realize I kind of have a phobia about all this kind of stuff.
I know.
Sorry.
I'm
So-
sorry.
so-
Just
yeah,
said
yeah.
Franklin peed on his
well, since he wanted to know about blue.
No, blue's fine. I got no problem with that. I don't want to hear about what dogs do in houses. That's the whole reason why I can't do it.
What about your stray, Greg? That's outside.
Still won't let you pet it. It's been there a month.
Oh, it's been over a month.
Over a month.
It's kind of a tough relationship.
And that dog, I've never touched it one time.
Yeah.
It'll run up and look at you like it's going to
Are
come.
you getting frustrated with your? Are you?
Well, if
really,
you're going to eat all my food, you need at least interact.
So you're really giving an effort.
Bring something to the table.
Yeah, I mean, I fattened it up. It was all skinny. It looked terrible. Somebody must have abused it.
You've done your part.
It's scared to death of people.
It's not. It doesn't give back.
But she hangs around. She's happy to be there.
Well, I would too if you fed me all
Did she
day.
take shelter in the house? In the
Oh,
garage?
she'll get in the garage, yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
But won't come near you.
If you come in the garage, she's out.
How about
you
Lisa?
said
No, it won't come near.
She's been
said the other
scared
one.
by somebody.
The other dog that used to come around is not coming around as
Marty's
much.
not coming around as much. No,
Because
I think she
of
gets
this.
on his nerves.
Okay.
What have you named it?
So this dog's
that's
ruined.
Millie. Lisa's named it.
So this
What is
dog's
it?
ruined.
But I'm gonna take her name back if she don't start interacting.
What is her
What's
name?
her name?
Millie.
So she's ruined Marty's experience.
Yeah, he's not around as much as he was.
Yeah.
But she's now Mr. Buddy's best friend.
They wrestle and stuff, but I think she gets on his nerves too. But she will not come near. I mean, she must have been treated really bad because she will not. She'll put that tail on her
Poor
leg and
Millie.
stay just out of reach. Now she'll look at you a little closer than she used to, but she won't. She won't. It's been over a month, like you said.
Sounds like my dream dog.
And yeah, that's true.
Have you enticed it with some food in your
Oh
palm?
yeah, it doesn't matter. She ain't coming.
How do you talk to it? What do you say?
I've given
Come
up.
here,
I don't
Millie.
do anything.
Come here, sweet Millie.
You talk sweet to it?
I don't say nothing. Man, she ain't coming.
It's kind of like that dog with no legs. I don't no matter what you call him. Ain't
Yeah.
coming.
Ain't coming.
No, you remember old drag? Yeah, that was a good one.
That was a good one.
You call him sick, take him out for a drag. To the phones we
That used to be
go.
one of my go-tos.
Colin in Tuscaloosa. 30 seconds. Go. Colin.
Go.
Yeah, y'all heard that Adidas has dropped Kanye West.
Yeah, we talked about that
I
yesterday.
heard that they've already reached out to Pete Davidson.
Okay, are you setting up a joke, or is that just?
yeah.
Is that just? I don't understand. Again, I'm old, so I probably am not hip to the groove. I don't understand the Pete Davidson thing.
No, I don't at all.
Is he? I don't think he's any good in his commercials. I find him boring. I find him looks like he's on heroin. What is the?
It just
draw?
seems like a lot of fuss.
What is
the fuss doesn't meet the product.
What
does
is the draw to this guy?
Yeah, I don't get it either. His stand up isn't good. He wasn't good on SNL. I think he's still on SNL.
No, I
But-
think he's done.
Is he out? Okay. Well, his delivery was never right.
I don't think he's funny.
It seems
He's-
like he doesn't practice the bits.
I think that's his
I don't
bit.
get it.
I think that's his
Is
thing.
the bit to? Is he basically
A
representing
loafer. I'm like a
I'm a
loafer.
loafer.
Yeah.
And I'm supposed to find that intriguing.
Evidently, somebody does.
Yeah, well, I
That's
guess
sharp.
so. Yeah. Well, he gets the big checks, doesn't he?
Yeah,
So
I mean,
yeah, I guess it
and
is
the
a-
women.
Yeah,
But
he
That's
dates
the most amazing thing.
Yeah.
And a guy who says, "I think I want my hair to be gray."
Yeah.
That's weird.
Well, that'll change.
Yeah. We continue. John in Hamilton. John, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick, this is for you. CrossFit, I started it about a year and a half ago,
Yes.
and I'm assuming that's what you're doing now, right?
Correct.
And it's you go and you're like you can't believe that you're going to do this for an hour, but as soon as you leave, you're like, hey, what are we doing tomorrow? Do you feel that way?
No, I don't.
Let's not get
no,
carried
no.
away.
No, how I feel is I needed to do that for my health. I'm thankful that I did, but there's no desire to. I can't wait to do that tomorrow. No, I never think, what are we doing tomorrow, other than trying to look and prepare myself mentally. There's no happiness or joyful anticipation.
Yeah.
Of any kind.
You don't get the runner's high headed to the gym.
No, I do not. That's never. I kind of envy people that have that because it
Yeah.
probably makes working out easier. For me, it's all about discipline and a grind.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing wonderful about it till it's over. Then I love the way I feel. until I try to get up the next morning.
Y'all wouldn't believe the
I
room.
like the benefits. I do not like the process.
Yeah.
Y'all wouldn't believe the room of emails I'm getting right now. It's unbelievable.
Oh, I got somebody said they'll help you out.
Reginald in Decatur. Reginald, go ahead.
Both my kids got that.
Yes, have y'all heard about the guy that's he's supposed to be the new Messiah that's just showed up in Jerusalem? He's doing all those miracles. He's doing actual miracles.
No, you're the first person to tell me that.
I thought you were talking about Pete
yes,
Davidson.
His name is, they call him the Yanuka. His name is Rav Shalomon Yehundu or something like that.
Have not heard
he's
that.
actually over there doing miracles.
Well, he's it's of the devil. Scripture told us that.
Yeah.
If his feet's on the ground, I'm suspicious.
Yeah, I don't know who that. I have not heard that. We'll look into that. Thanks for letting us know, Reginald. But no, haven't heard that. But Jesus said we'd have this. If you talk to Jesus about this right now, he'd go, "No, look, I told you we're gonna have that. There's gonna be some of that." Remember what I told you about it. When I start all that, don't go. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. But it is one thing you're bringing up, Reginald, that I think people forget. The adversary can do supernatural stuff, too. We'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Well, I'm just being real.
Rick, look,
are we going to be real? Are we going to be real?
Before the people start typing, thank you for being honest. Okay, that's all.
Are we going to be real?
That was an
about it?
honest statement, and I appreciate
Rick,
it.
I was thinking it the whole time, but I was holding it back.
I just want to be real about it. All right, that's it.
Have you doubled up on your medication?
I was just trying to stay back. I almost screamed out, "You get what you pay for."
Is it your holiday gift?
It is to everyone.
But Tony Cooper will be in here in a couple of weeks.
Tony say the same thing. Okay. Yeah. Hey, you throw that down there in front of Jen Daddy and see how it goes.
You tell me when never mind.
Do you remember our grandfather, God rest his soul? How much he could put on that plate? It's
his Thanksgiving plate.
It's unbelievable.
But my favorite story about him, and I hope this is the right one, is that he would always say the Thanksgiving prayer, and he would be moving to the food while he's praying.
He knew that the patriarch was speaking, and you would get in trouble if you looked up. He would mumble the prayer that you didn't know when it was over, so he could be first in line.
And then you would unbow your head when you heard his spoon hit the plate.
Right.
He was throwing some.
Amen.
Yeah.
Let's go to.
Y'all love corn? Good cream corn?
Yeah, buddy.
I'm thinking about that line.
I never eat that at Thanksgiving.
Oh, we do.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Look, anytime we get together, corn is involved.
Can I tell you what?
Turnips?
Can I tell you this is gonna? You'll hate this. I do enjoy corn, but cream corn's probably my least favorite.
Really?
In the corn family.
If you,
I don't like cream corn.
It has to be
disappointed in you on
If
that.
you got a good cook that can do it, it's amazing.
I like a little corn casserole.
Tell you what may throw you way off, and I'm gonna be out on my own here. Love skillet corn.
No, I love skillet corn.
Okay.
Yeah,
I love skillet corn.
That's right.
We can.
Isn't that just cornbread?
No. Skillet corn's when you actually take the corn off the cob, put it in a skillet, and fry it up.
I don't know if I've had that.
Yeah,
I ain't tried that.
You know why? I saw you had no enthusiasm. I thought, God love him, he's never had it.
No, I don't think I have.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
Since you brought
the
up
corn I saw coming out of a skillet was cornbread.
Considering he thought it was cornbread, no, he hadn't.
Now, that's when it was
hadn't.
confirmed. I said, God, but that's sad.
I'm gonna ask about it.
Someone who loves corn that much, you've missed.
You know,
skillet
I
corn.
love corn in all its facets. I like to eat it. I like to feed it to deer, and I like to burn it in my gas tank.
That's right.
I love corn. It's magic, Rick. It's the magic food. There ain't a thing on the planet won't eat corn.
And if you weren't Baptist, you'd drink it.
corn liquor.
Let's go.
You're getting close to my gasoline there now.
White lightning.
Deborah in Alabama. Deborah, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Good morning.
Hey.
I love you guys. Since all of our politicians seem to be donkeys, could you guys, since you have the platform, just go ahead and run who was going to be our future governor and make him a senator?
Bubba, you mean?
We could do a write-in.
I think she's talking about Scott.
About Scott Dawson. You know,
yes, I am.
Well, Scott is going, hopefully going to be our next governor if we have any sense. But he had a very specific call. I don't know whether he feels like he's been directed to go up to Washington and get in that mess. But so I think we write Bubba.
Let me ask you this:
when Dawson becomes governor, Bubba becomes senator.
Let me ask you this: Our current governor has she officially declared? I know she is running and she's been gathering, but has she said I'm okay? Yeah. Could she appoint herself in the Senate seat and step down from governor? Because terms about
But how does she get to appoint somebody again? Luther have to step down, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Because you got to have that step first.
And then who's going to serve as governor?
Scott Dawson.
It'd be the lieutenant governor, right?
Right now,
That's
which
how
is-
she got the job.
Yeah.
That's
I feel like we're sitting around the fire.
Does anybody
talking.
know-
we're
does
just,
anybody know who-
That's why I asked. I
Y'all,
don't
we're
know who it
playing.
is.
We're playing Hail Mary scenarios here because
we are.
we're in the back of the book on this thing now. Everything normal is out. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you something though. I understand that scenario is one of them, but I don't know if you want this current governor to appoint somebody because she's going to try to overdo it, not go toward Luther, not go towards somebody that we thinking I'm not going down that road, and she may come up with something out of nowhere. So I'd be real.
Well, what about somebody that
I'd
our
be real
state
careful.
generally seem to be in agreement with and good with?
Yeah, if she would do that.
We're just playing scenarios
But
here.
I'm talking about if
we're playing, we'll play money.
I'm just telling you. The more I look into it, you hand her that kind of power again, you might want to. I mean, maybe okay, maybe fine, but I don't know.
What if she put Bob Riley in?
She's got the potential to be a wild card. I'm just telling you.
What about Bob Riley?
That'd be fine. Sure, he'd want to give up what he's doing now.
Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show. Rick has stepped away. Sherry had a little minor surgery today. Remember her and the family in your prayers today.
Oh, Bubba, the O'Reilly Auto Parts golden ticket seats are full today. And Helmsy, who we got?
Are you a little early on that?
Yeah.
Oh, I am.
That's
Let's
fine.
go ahead and do it.
How about I love this? We got Tony and
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big's our number. Yeah. Maybe they're on to us. So let me ask you guys a question on something too. So, out of home life. So I when I finished up the day, got home yesterday. So first thing I was going to do, I was going to take a shower. Now, when you go to take a shower, and if I'm going and if I walk into the bathroom and I realize that my wife's been cleaning house and she's got some stuff going on, well then I don't mess with anything. Like in this particular case, I walked in and the mats you use right outside,
Yeah.
you step out of the shower,
Right.
And there's one over in front of the tub, and then there's for some reason one that's real long that's in front of the sinks.
Mm-hmm.
Well, those had all been pulled away and were in a pile, meaning Sherry was cleaning the floor. So I thought, well, those may be going to be washed. I don't know if I'm allowed to use them. So I didn't want to mess with anything because I've learned that lesson. So I got my towel, and then I go back to old single life, and I take a towel and I lay it down, put it down in front of the shower, and then I'll take a shower, step on the towel, dry my feet, step off the towel, then dry my body. Okay? So Sherry walks in. She goes, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I just put a towel down." "You put a towel down?" And I'm like, "Yeah." Well, what else are you going to do? And I said, "Well, I'm going to step out. And I'm going to step on the towel. Then I'm going to dry myself with that towel." "What?"
That's college life.
And she goes, "What are you talking?" And I said, "Yeah, I don't really need anything else. I mean, I like all this other stuff you do, and that's great. But if it comes down to it, I thought I didn't need to mess up what you had moved out of the way and lay those things down. Didn't know if that was even a play. I'm trying to be low maintenance."
Are you hollering this from the shower?
Mhm, I'm
Okay.
inside the shower,
All right.
and she's like, and she's like, so when she starts getting the stuff and laying out, and moving my towel, we'll say, "No, I just had these out of the way to clean. You can put these back." So when I get out, she goes, "I got to go back and revisit that again." She said, "So you were going to step out of, what were you going to do about getting the floor wet?" I said, "Well, I wasn't going to get the floor wet." She said, "How?" I said, "I was going to step on the towel, take the two sides of the towel, come over my feet and dry them. The bottom's on the towel. And then I'm going to step off the towel and dry off with the rest of the towel, and I'm done." And she goes, you think you wouldn't get any water on the floor?" I said, "Well, if I did, then I would take the towel when I'm done with it, I'd mop it up, and then I'd go over here and hang it up for drying. And I could do it. I could do that for 5 straight days."
Yeah.
And she goes, "That's unbelievable." And I said, "Well, I mean,
First of all, I think bathroom floors are designed to be wet.
Right.
So it's okay if you get a bathroom floor
But
wet.
you just dry it up.
But you just dry it up with the towel.
Yeah. And she said, "Well, I thought you were somebody that loved efficiency." I went, "Sherry, what I just described to you is the most efficient thing. I just used one towel.
Yeah.
And I could go on and do that for days."
I don't know about throwing it on the floor and then using it, but
Yeah.
but
We've had to-
that's
if
I
you-
think that is efficient.
Yeah, well, our floors are clean.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's not like we have dirty floors, and I wouldn't do that if I was, camping out somewhere, which I don't camp, so that's never going to happen. Yeah. But let's say I was, in some place that doesn't clean their floors.
Yeah.
Maybe not the best idea. Then I would but then now my feet are on it.
But well, sometimes you got to use a towel for a rub.
But doesn't that? I mean, to me, I didn't see why that was. She almost had that look like women would never think to do it that way, or that's not the way things should ever be done.
What's funny to me is that you're proud of yourself.
You're a Neanderthal. It was like I really expected. Honestly, I expected when I finished my presentation. Do you know how the movies do?
Right.
And I heard her start clapping like, "Hey, that's incredible." And she was looking at me. She goes, "Well, I just can't believe that." But I thought, do y'all not agree? My move was right. If everything that we normally stand on is piled up,
right,
don't mess with it.
Yeah,
because you could they come in and go, "These things are dirty. Why'd you bring this back out?"
I had that over there for a reason.
I went over into the move of I'm going to take me a towel, and really men could take one towel and go for a week.
Oh, that's what I do
for sure.
I make myself change it out.
Yeah.
I get 3. 3 days.
I go 5.
I do 3 days because I usually shower twice a day.
Yeah, I hang it, and when it dries, I just use it again.
That's what I do.
For
sure.
Yeah.
Because
you're helping to save the planet. Really, is what you're doing.
Well, you know me, I'm big on that.
I'm green.
Yeah.
While
Well,
I'm showering.
and this is the thing I brought up. Here was another thing. If you ever get pushback, think about this logic. I think that's nasty to use the same towel over and over again. Well, wait a minute. So do you get out of the shower dirty?
No, you do not.
No, you don't. You're clean, right? If unless you're some person that gets in there and doesn't clean,
simply taking water.
I don't know who these people.
And putting it on the towel.
It's clean water.
Clean water.
Now, if I went in there got ready for the shower from working out or just outside doing yard work. Now, if I take the towel and start rubbing it all over me, then it's dirty.
Yeah.
But since I go into the shower and clean myself, walk out, and then the towel doesn't know me dirty.
No.
It only knows me clean.
No.
And so
all the towel knows is I've gotten wet again and I need to dry.
If you interviewed the towel, it would say this guy's really clean as far as I know.
Yeah. Clean as a whistle.
And so then you all you're doing is drying a towel and using it again. It's not dirty.
No. Now, if you were the smelliest or dirtiest man alive that just died.
Yeah, he died in 90-something.
Because somebody made him,
was that a Babylon
Bee?
It's
true.
Somebody made him take a shower.
Yeah, he for 60 years he hadn't had a shower because he was afraid he'd get sick. They finally talked him into it, and he died.
Imagine that towel.
Well, it probably stirred him up to the point he kicked over. Reckon.
He was in his mid-90s.
You talking about like a wasp nest?
Guys, he lived
they bothered him, and that made him.
The village had built him this little concrete block hut he lived in, and he was the stinkingest man in the world.
But when he got out of the shower, he probably was still dirty.
Oh yeah, you'd had to have a pressure washer.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
Rick, there he is.
That's not true.
Yeah, that's him. He lived in Iran, ever how you say it.
And he thought that cleaning himself would make him sick, not being dirty.
Mm-hmm.
Got tough wolf man.
You'd have to take him down to the river to start.
How about that matted up beard he's got?
Can you imagine
the
smell?
You have to shave him down like a dog in the spring.
Can you imagine the smell?
Oh, Rick.
Can you even imagine?
I bet it's on.
How much for you to get close to him?
Well, we had a little different scenario this morning.
And breathe through your nose for 5 minutes.
Did y'all come with a scenario behind this? I'd rather not know what it was.
Yeah, Speedy's went a little far.
I thought my scenario was pretty cleaned up. But
let's say Greg it was a plumber.
Oh no!
And you'd had to position yourself,
Greg.
No,
get you a look at it.
Could only breathe through your nose.
You talking about go nasty?
5 minutes? Yeah.
No way.
Look at him. Look at his little hut there.
What'd you call him?
Huh?
What'd you call him? Bumpy.
I can't. Was it bumpy?
I think it was bumpy.
Yeah, it was.
The old bumps.
That's pretty rough right there.
I'm telling you, I can't imagine.
Somebody had to be glad when he died.
Yeah.
I mean, because they ain't got to smell him no more.
Have you ever been around somebody that was so
nasty? He looks good for 90-something.
That they were so nasty that their smell was unique?
Oh, yeah.
Like you couldn't identify it as anything other you'd ever smelled before?
It's just a bunch of...
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of bad places.
Those are really, really difficult people.
Yes. They couldn't use the same towel.
No, that's a whole different
thing.
Look at that beard. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.